I think he's going to be great this year once again. You have Travis Hunter coming over, De'Ami Brown. He broke out in the playoffs last year for the Commanders. Like, the biggest weakness and the biggest concern for the Jags is on the defensive side, and most notably in the backfield, in their secondary. Cornerback could be okay, but safety is likely going to be an issue. So as long as the defense can be just a solid middle of the pack defense, I think this is a Jacksonville Jaguars team that can go over their win total of 7.5. I think they could compete for the division with the Texans. I'm not totally sold on Houston just running away with this one. So my team of the season, Chris, is the Jacksonville Jaguars, who were 4-13 last year. But I think they're going to turn things around this year.
Win the division 3-1?
Yeah.
She's all in. She's all in, ladies and gentlemen, on the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's hard to argue with a lot of what you say, especially like the Travis Hunter element. I don't think can be discounted. I know there wasn't much in the preseason, but look, it's preseason NFL football. It's hard to have any concrete takeaways from it unless you're talking about guys that are battling for spots at the bottom of a roster. I think Hunter's prime for a really impactful first year. He's not my offensive rookie of the year pick. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes, but I do think he's going to have a very good year. I think it does add a lot to a Liam Cohen offense that you point out did some great work with Baker Mayfield when he had an opportunity to work with him. And it kind of pivots perfectly into what I wanted to mention and what I'd like to get locked in before the season starts. And that's Tampa Bay futures, because as much as Liam Cohen may have helped Baker Mayfield, I just look up and down this roster and I think it's wildly underrated. Again, I saw Tampa firsthand in the preseason when they came to Pittsburgh, so maybe I'm a little jaded by this because their offense looked really solid when they had their second teamers and just a few starters out there in the first quarter against Pittsburgh. But I really like Bucky Irving to have an impactful second year. They've got a great receiving core. I know there's questions about Godwin and his health and when he's going to be available, maybe week one, maybe not. How much is he going to play? But they drafted Emeka Egbuka, who I like is one of my favorite first-round picks from this year's draft. He's 15-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, which is a great value for a guy who I think is going to see a ton of targets in this offense as Evans gets older, as Godwin, again, has the health concerns. I think Emeka Egbuka could immediately become one of Baker Mayfield's go-to guys in that offense. So I love Tampa. I love Egbuka. Tampa 9.5 wins is about even money on either side, whether you want to go over or under. I'll go so far as to go to 10.5 and take the over there at plus 165 at BetMGM. Because let's look at their schedule. They open in Atlanta, right? And I've already told you I like the Bucs in that game, laying the 2.5, especially if it doesn't get to 3. I really like Tampa. But then I look at the rest of their schedule. At Houston on a Monday night in week 2. Okay, we could talk about that one. Jets, I like as a dub. Eagles, all right, I'll chalk that up as an L. Seattle, San Francisco, Detroit. But then look at the back half of the schedule. A trip to New Orleans, Arizona, another one against New Orleans, a home game against Atlanta on a Thursday night. So you get a division rival coming in on a short week late in the year when they may be beat up. And to wrap up the season, 2 games against Carolina, sandwiched in between a home game, a trip to Miami against the Dolphins. I love Tampa's schedule and the way it stacks up. I know it's not ranked as one of the easiest schedules, but you take out what I think are some just about certain losses against Philly, probably on the road at Detroit and Buffalo. And I think they've got an opportunity, a very real opportunity to go 11-6 and win this division by a couple of games. You go plus 165 on over 10.5. I'm a fan of that. I mentioned Egbuka, Offensive Rookie of the Year, 15-1. And since we talked, Kate, about summertime holidays and how we fill in for Joe and Sam all the time and, occasionally for Chelsea and Jenks on the Daily Tip, I'll go all the way back. I found my notes from July 4th when we we're talking Joey Chestnut and the hot dog eating contest. And we rolled the dice on a few NFL MVP futures that we might like. And I got a bunch of names scribbled down here. Your usual suspects, right? Lamar, Burrow, Mahomes, all 7-1 or lower. Jaden Daniels is plus 850. And then I started looking at the longer numbers, right? And some of the names I scribbled down were defensive guys, just in case we don't get a great year from any of the quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield is 33-1 to win MVP. At least he was back in the summer. I'll double check the current number here in just a second. But his last 7 games last year, not only did he go 6-1, but he did so with a quarterback rating better than 111. 17 touchdowns to 7 picks, 8.8 yards per attempt. The pace overall for a full season over those last 7 games would put him at 41 touchdowns and 12 picks. If he's a little more careful with the football, which we know Baker being the gunslinger that he is, he might not be. But if he gets to 40 touchdowns and the Bucs have 11 wins, there's going to be, again, there's a good chance Jackson, Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, all the usual suspects are at the top of the MVP voting at the end of the year. But I think Baker could be in the mix. If you have one or two of those guys struggle or, knock on wood, it doesn't happen, get hurt and miss significant amounts of time, Baker could be live at such a large number.
Chris, I remember that conversation vividly. And we kind of said, are we crazy for liking Baker Mayfield at that price? Or, I mean, not even at that price, just Baker Mayfield at all. I don't think we're crazy. I am all in on the Bucs with you. I think that they could win the NFC. I think they could have the number 1 seed in the NFC going into the playoffs. Like, this team has a very high ceiling. And yeah, you mentioned the Godwin injury. Well, anything and everything I've heard about Mbuka is positive. Like, they love him down there. And so as long as this defense can stay healthy, that was a little bit of the concern last year with some of those players in the secondary going down. Like, Todd Bowles' defenses are historically pretty good, right? So I'm all in on the Bucs with you. I'm all in on over their win total. I'm all in on them to win the NFC and Baker Mayfield MVP. I think that is not as, that number should be shorter than 33-1 right now. I think that's a great bet.
And I double checked it. It's down to 30-1, so it hasn't moved much at all.
Still, but even that.
Yeah. And look, this isn't, I'm not putting the mortgage on this one. I'm putting a little bit on there because the return's going to be really good if it hits, and it is such a long shot. But again, it's just a team that I have a really good feeling about based on, and their defense. I haven't mentioned their defense once, Kate. That's the other part of this. They've also got an experienced backup who looked pretty good in the preseason in Bridgewater, for what it's worth. But their defense they've got a wildly underrated linebacking core, a really strong front seven, and some solid pieces in the secondary. And again, in this division where you could chalk up 4 wins against Carolina and New Orleans, even if you split with Atlanta, and even if you lose those games, like I said, to Philly and Detroit and Buffalo, I have a hard time not seeing them get to 11 wins, even despite the Godwin health issues, because Egbuka is stepping in, or at least I expect he will step in. I know the Tristan Wirfs thing is something worth keeping an eye on. Double D mentioned that earlier, but I'm all in on Tampa. Are there any teams, actually, let's phrase the conversation this way, since we're talking NFC now, and maybe we can pivot back to the AFC as well with your Jags. How do you, I guess, tier the NFC? Because I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. Like, Philly and Detroit, for me, are the clear class of the NFC. They are the 2 teams that if you're forcing me to make an NFC bet right now, it's one of those 2. But that second tier, I think you can look at a number of different ways. I think it came up in light of the Parsons trade the other day. I was talking with someone about the Packers. They're probably as close to the top of that second tier of NFC teams, right there with the Commanders, I think. And then I think people instantly go to the Rams because, well, they're the Rams and they're just there every year. The Niners, if McCaffrey can stay healthy. And the Vikings, because Jefferson. And my questions with the Vikings remain with what essentially is a rookie starting quarterback. I don't think Tampa gets talked about nearly enough on that second tier of NFC teams.
No, I'm with you. I think that they are pushing close to that top tier. Are they the same caliber as the Eagles? No. Lions? No. But they're pushing that. Like another really strong season. If they make the playoffs again, if they can go to the divisional round again, I think you better start talking about them in that type of conversation. I would put the 49ers in that top tier. And partially because their schedule's so easy this year that they're going to win a ton of games. Like maybe talent-wise, they're a little bit older, some aging players. But I still think that they're going to win enough games to be considered in that top tier with the Lions and the Eagles. And the Packers, I mean, I wanted to be out on the Packers this year, and I'm not as optimistic about their offense and Jordan Love. But now with Micah Parsons, like, how can you not be optimistic about that defense? And that's going to, I mean, he's going to win them a couple games just himself, just being on the field. So I think the Packers are also pushing that top tier just slightly. And could by the end of the season, like, could they be the new Detroit where Detroit and Green Bay kind of flip flop in terms of tier 1 and tier 2?
On the AFC side, I think everyone agrees it's Bills, Ravens, Chiefs as the top tier in the AFC. And I think, again, the more interesting conversation is who do we have at the top of that second tier? Everybody believes in the Broncos this offseason, apparently. The Bengals, despite not really having anything on defense besides Trey Hendrickson. The Texans are a question mark. Does Stroud bounce back? And then you've got teams like the Chargers and the Steelers.
Yeah, I don't know. That second tier is... Like I as high as I am on the Jags, I can't put them in that second tier quite yet. They have to earn that second tier, and they haven't earned that yet. It's Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, and then everyone else. And that, I mean, even the Broncos. I'll raise my hand. I'm high on the Broncos. They still need to prove that they belong in that second tier consistently. One good season from Bo Nix, not enough to do it for me.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see which of those second-tier teams maybe drops out, and if you get a surprise playoff appearance from, like, your Jags, or a lot of people believe in the Patriots this year, too, although I'm not on board. Coming up next, we go all over the place with a little GTFO or Oh Yeah, next here on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. On the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
In just a few minutes before we wrap up today's edition of Bet Sweats, our best bets, lightning bets for the day coming up alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P, who will be back tomorrow to get you ready for the kickoff of the NFL season Thursday night in Philly between the Cowboys and the Eagles. Keep it right here on the BetMGM Network all football season long. We've gone over what may be the best week one in college football history, at least as far as any of us can remember. We've gotten you ready for the NFL season, including some week one bets earlier in the show. Always available in podcast form wherever you get your podcast. Go search and subscribe to Bet Sweats and the entire BetMGM Network, which you can also watch on YouTube at the BetMGM Network there. Again, lightning bets before we wrap up, which will probably be pretty baseball heavy, I would think, with 13 games on the card today and no football officially kicking off other than the North Carolina game against TCU until Thursday. But we thought we'd wrap up some football issues that maybe we haven't gotten to, or put a button on some conversations with a bunch of random stuff that executive producer Amir Tyree has cooked up for us, and a little thing we call GTFO, or Oh Yeah.
It's now time for GTFO, or Oh Yeah.
And Kate gets dragged into playing this game with me every time we do a show together. She's familiar with how this works. But a quick refresher for those of you that may be new. Amir's going to throw out a topic, and we will tell him whether to GTFO with that, or if we agree with it, oh yeah. And the oh yeah can vary. It could be a very mild, oh yeah, I like that, all the way up to the Kool-Aid man crashing through the wall going, oh yeah. Or reserved for 110% full-on agreement, the Randy Macho Man Savage, oh yeah, which you're allowed to use if it fits, Kate. So, with no further hesitation, Amir, what do you have for us in today's edition of GTFO, or Oh Yeah?
Okay, so we're going to get started with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Obviously, we saw a lot of upsets in what some are calling the greatest college football opening weekend ever. What some are saying. That's what some people are saying. I'm willing to say as far as they will not make the college football playoff. But how about GTFO, or oh yeah, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish will not win a college football playoff game this season?
Kate, you want to tackle that first?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say, oh yeah. It's not a Kool-Aid man level oh yeah, but it's an oh yeah. I'm concerned for the Irish. I really am. And they have a tough game again coming up against A&M. The rest of their schedule kind of a cakewalk, but I mean, a 2-loss Notre Dame team against the two top teams that they played on their schedule, if they lose to A&M coming up, I'm not sure that's getting you in the playoff. So I'm going to say, oh yeah, that they potentially miss the playoffs altogether, but more so will not win a college football playoff game this year.
I'm going to say GTFO. I think Notre Dame gets it together. I think there are definitely questions about the offensive game plan last night in Miami. I think obviously when you've got a freshman at quarterback, it's going to take time for him to make adjustments in CJ Carr. But I like the fact that he was willing to show the guts necessary in some moments. It didn't always work out, but he was willing to ad-lib. And I do think they're going to find some things as the season progresses. I think the one thing we've seen under Marcus Freeman as the Irish head coach is steady improvement. And I think last night's game notwithstanding, there will be steady improvement by Notre Dame throughout the year. I have started to question my thoughts about them as a top 5 team at the end of the year, but I definitely think they're a playoff team. The question then would be, what kind of matchup is it? Is it a home game in that first round of the playoff? Who's it against? Is it against a Big 12 team? Is it against a Group of 5 team? Or do they get like a Georgia or a Texas coming into South Bend in a first-round playoff game, if it works out that way? In those instances, I don't think they get out of the first round, but I think with a long way to go and plenty of room for improvement, and a reminder maybe to their offensive coordinator that they have the best running back in the country in the backfield, and they should just turn around and hand them the damn football. I'll say GTFO. I think Notre Dame wins a playoff game.
Okay, moving on to number 2, we saw the preseason odds-on favorite to win the Heisman lose in week 1. How about a player outside of the top 3, Nussmeier, Sellers, Beck, will win the Heisman this year? GTFO or oh yeah?
It's going to be a very mild oh yeah. But I think, yeah, I think there's a lot of players that you look at on the Heisman board right now, and there are decent or better numbers on than you can get on those top 3. Obviously, Nussmeier, the favorite at plus 650. Sellers is 7-1, and Beck 12-1. And it's hard to argue with the games that all 3 of those put up in the opening weekend. But I think when you start to scroll down the board just a little bit more, John Mateer had a great first game for the Sooners. And I've liked him all offseason as a reason Oklahoma could be a sleeper playoff team out of the SEC. He's 13-1. Cade Klubnik, I know they lost in week 1, but Clemson's still going to win a ton of football games this year and probably be in the playoff and maybe even still be the ACC champ, even though it may feel like the sky is falling in South Carolina right now. He's also, where's Klubnik? 16-1. That's a pretty good number on a guy who's probably going to win 11 or 12 games this year when it's all said and done. And then I start to get to, I'm trying not to be a homer. I promise I'm not trying to be a homer. But Drew Aller may have some receivers this year at Penn State. Like, he really might have some receivers. He's 16-1.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And welcome in to You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser alongside Jake Hassan here with you. A happy Labor Day. Hope everybody is enjoying their day off. We appreciate you spending some time with us here on You Better You Bet. We'll be with you for the next 4 hours up until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Myself and Jake filling in for Nick and Femi. Both of them will be back on Wednesday. Nick will be back tomorrow from 4 to 7. Obviously, a whole lot to talk about on the show today. Plenty of college football. We have one more game tonight to end week 1. TCU and UNC as Bill Belichick makes his college football debut. Then we get some NFL. We got week 1 starting on Thursday between the Cowboys and the Eagles. We will talk plenty of that. We got a loaded baseball slate today. We got some live games going on right now, so we'll dive into today's baseball card as well. We have one great guest joining us on the show today. Shahan Jayaraja going to join us to talk some college football, so we look forward to that at 4 p.m. Eastern Time as well. You guys can listen to the show, as always, on Twitch, on YouTube, at the BetMGM Network, and you can also listen to us for free on the Odyssey app, and make sure you download the BetMGM app as well. Jake, how we doing today, sir? You moved into a new place over the weekend.
PJ, any time that you could spend your Labor Day weekend moving, I've always said you got to do it, right?
Yeah.
Nowhere else I'd rather be than with my best friends, PJ Glasser and Zach Kroll, on a Labor Day doing You Better You Bet. Yeah, moving is, of course, the worst, so we survived. we survived, and we're here.
Very good. True. I mean, it's a true 3-man crew today. You know, me, you, Zach, all of us, we're kind of pulling double duty, but it's going to be a lot of fun over the next 4 hours. We got a lot to talk about. Jake, we got 3 baseball games going on right now, I believe. The Mets and the Tigers are currently 6-6 in the 5th. Nats 2-0 on the Marlins. Rays 2-1 on the Blue Jays. Guardians 3-3 against the Red Sox. Astros 2-0 on the Angels. White Sox 3-1 over the Twins, and the A's and the Cardinals are scoreless. So we have a lot more than 3 games going on right now on this MLB slate. Did you bet anything currently in any of the live games going on?
I didn't have anything pregame, but I do kind of want to bet the A's live. This Cardinals team is just so brutal. They haven't been good all year. And the A's, not to say that they're a playoff team or a real contender, but they're a team that at least has some guys, from Brent Rooker to our AL Rookie of the Year, Nick Kurtz. They have some dudes that can at least win you a game. And I think when you get to that Cardinals bullpen, especially when, there's no Ryan Helsley there anymore. They traded some of their best relievers at the deadline. I think this A's team is at least scrappy. So I'm a little interested in that. And I'm interested to see how this Tigers-Mets game shakes out, too, because those are two contenders that I'm not going to say World Series preview, especially because I'm not a huge believer in the Tigers, but a game that has some implications at least.
Definitely does. The Mets were actually favored to win that game today, which I thought was a bit interesting on the road in Detroit. So I kind of like him. Soto had a grand slam earlier, his 36th of the year. It was Manaea against Morton. So I kind of liked the Mets, but the fact that now it's a bullpen game, I don't know if I really like the Mets as much. So that's going to be an interesting game. We got 6 more MLB games coming up later today that we will get into later on in the show. Also got the U.S. Open going on right now between Naomi Osaka and Coco Gauff in the round of 16. Osaka took the first set against Coco. Jake, I actually, just before we hopped on air, I turned this game on TV. I turned this match on TV. I bet Osaka to win the U.S. Open at 9-1. She's currently 9-1 live after taking the first set. It's a gut feel. I don't know why, but just the way that she's playing right now, how confident she looks. She's smiling. She's got the pep in her step, like she's won this before. And we know the women's side can get a little crazy in these majors. The men's side, usually Alcaraz or Sinner is a safe bet. Women's side, there tends to be some parity. I like Osaka, man. I think she's tough. Iga, obviously, her best surface is clay. And then Sabalenka, her best surface is grass. So I think Osaka's got a chance here to take down some of the bigger names on the women's side. But I went Osaka plus 900. Do you have any tennis futures is all? I know the whale capper Drew Dinsick comes on every Monday on You Better You Bet. He knows tennis. Was there anything that you bet on the women's or men's side?
There wasn't anything that I bet. I'm not going to pretend to be a huge tennis handicapper. I generally just follow what smart people like Drew Dinsick, the whale capper, say. I don't hate this look on Osaka, though, because you're right. She's ranked again. I saw it when I was watching last week that it's the first time she's been ranked in a very long time. Like, this was one of the best, if not the best, women's tennis player just a couple of years ago. So she definitely has that form, and like you said, we've seen her win this. We've seen her go through these motions. 9-1 for somebody who has won this before, who was at the peak of the sport just a couple of years ago. I don't hate that. I think I'm going to join you on that, though. A 9-1, I'm way in on that.
I'm watching the match, and she takes it 6-3 over Coco, and I'm like, I wonder what Osaka's odds were, because when we were doing the show last week, they were 12-1, and I'm like, okay, it's probably like 4-1, 5-1. Saw 9-1. I'm like, all right, I guess we're in the bet. So I'm on Osaka to win the women's draw. I'll give myself a little action for the rest of the week. We got to talk some college football, Jake, obviously. Let's start with the 2 games that we had yesterday. The first one, top 10 matchup, Miami and Notre Dame. Canes a 27-24 victory. Carson Beck looked very good. 221 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Malachi Toney had 6 receptions for 82 yards. He looked very good. Also think CJ Carr looked really good for Notre Dame. You never want to lose, but the big question for the Irish coming into the season was who's going to start at quarterback. Then we all found out it was going to be Carr, who's a true freshman. We know the defense is awesome. The O-line is awesome. They have the best running back in the country. We all wanted to see what the quarterback looked like, and Jake, I thought he looked really good. So what were kind of your takeaways from yesterday?
As somebody that laid the 3 with Notre Dame, it wasn't the most fun experience I've ever had watching a football game, PJ. But I was impressed with Miami, and our friend Sam Panayotovich of BetSweats fame, he has Carson Beck Heisman tickets, and just watching that game kind of looks like he might be onto something there, because I was impressed with Carson Beck. I had bet Notre Dame thinking, okay, there's going to be the acclimating factor for Beck and for this offense, and I wanted Marcus Freeman in a late game situation more than Mario Cristobal. Obviously, that didn't work out, but I was impressed with Miami, and I do think that they have legitimate upside here where they're probably going to be a bet on going forward, because I think there was a lot of noise. There was a lot of smoke and whispers about Carson Beck. Oh, he got run out of Georgia. Nobody really wanted him there. And then he just goes and he wins the top 10 matchup. I think this Miami team might actually be something, and maybe if they continue to get underrated going forward, like in a game against, say, a Clemson in the ACC, like we might get opportunities to bet Miami here and get some good numbers.
You know, Jake, Miami, I think, was such a hard team to handicap in the offseason because they lose the number 1 pick in Cam Ward. Defensively, they were so bad last year. You look at what they did in the portal, and it was awesome. I mean, they brought in a ton of talent, and you saw a bunch of that last night, but you never know how it's going to look until you see it out there. But to your point, I mean, they're good. They were the better team last night for much of the game. They deserved to win it. Your point about Cristobal, though, is a good one, and it's why I can't get there with Miami to like win the national championship or anything like that. I think maybe they can win the ACC. I have my concerns, but Cristobal, I mean, the late game management, he was playing for like a 50-yard field goal at the end of that game. The conservative nature of his play calling.
He was dying
begging
to lose that game.
He was
dying to lose that game, PJ, because I'm watching that game. I'm out with some friends, and they all know that I had Notre Dame -3, and I go, this is not over. Mario is going to do something here that is going to melt down. He was dying to lose that game.
He was. And again, Beck was playing great. He was making good decisions with the football. I mean, they were running the ball pretty well, but Mario, it was just that classic case of like, are you trying to win the game or not lose the game, right? And he was definitely trying to like not lose it. He was being very conservative, and it was just frustrating. As somebody who had bet Miami, I'm like, Mario, just go for the kill shot, dude. You have them on their heels. But that's why I can't get there with Miami futures. I think on their best day, Jake, they're probably good enough to beat anybody in the country. I still think Notre Dame's one of the better teams, so I think they're good enough to beat anybody. But I just, Mario in these big games, I mean, trusting him to win like 4 games against really good teams with the way that he's coached throughout his career and how so many of these games come down to the wire, I mean, more often than not, he's going to find himself on the wrong end of a lot of these games.
Well, I think you're onto something there with the Notre Dame side of all of this, because like you said when we started talking about this game, the Carr aspect of all this, how was this going to look? It took a long time for him to be announced as the starter, and I think that to bring it back to the coaching aspect of this, Marcus Freeman's going to coach him up. And you saw the upside last night. Like, you saw the ceiling. It maybe might take a couple of weeks for it to become consistent, but I still think this Notre Dame team could be a real threat. I mean, Carr clearly is an upgrade over Riley Leonard. Clearly, and it's not particularly close. So I think on the Notre Dame side of this, it might take a couple of weeks, but I think once we get late into the season, PJ, we're going to have them at maybe some longer prices. Kind of like, to bring it back to what we were talking about earlier, the Osaka thing, where we might look at the futures odds or playoff odds and say, that's too long on Notre Dame, because the ceiling, you can see what their peak might be, and it might be something that is worth betting on, say 6 months from now or six weeks from now.
I mean, Jake, they're going to be at least a touchdown favorite in every game they play the rest of the season. I really don't see them losing another game. They have a bye week in week 2. Week 3, they're home against Texas A&M. I think they're going to win that game. Then they're home against Purdue, at Arkansas, home against Boise, which maybe at the time we thought, okay, I think after we watched Boise without Genty, probably not as worried. Home against NC State, maybe home against USC could be a little tricky. At Boston College, home against Navy, at Pitt, home Syracuse, and at Stanford. So I tweeted about this last night, Jake. I was like, I kind of want Miami to win this game because I think we're going to get better future prices on Notre Dame to win the Natty, and I think that might be the play because I don't think they're going to lose again. And if Notre Dame runs the table after last night's loss, we all know they're in the playoff. And again, great running back, great defense, great coach. They were just in the championship game last year. Jake, they only ran the ball 10 times with Jeremiah Love. Sean McDonough had a great quote last night during the game where he was like, Love's finally had a witness protection program. That's what it felt like. I mean, I thought the game plan to start was actually kind of smart because everybody was just expecting Notre Dame to come out and run the ball, right? And Mike Denbrock is like, no, we're going to throw 7 straight screens and make you defend it and think that, no, we're not running this play again, but actually we are. But then it's like, all right, but like, are you actually like going to give the ball to number 4? Like, are you going to give the ball to your running back? So I would expect them in some of the bigger games to lean on Jeremiah Love a little bit more. But Jake, in all of the big games of all the QBs that were kind of making their first start, like Arch, Ty Simpson, Julian Sayans, CJ Carr, I thought Carr looked the best of them, and I think he is good enough to win Notre Dame a national title.
100%. And I think you made the point, like, Notre Dame was in the running. They were in the national title game last year, and now they have a massive upgrade at the most important position on the field. I think that Marcus Freeman showed us last year that he's one of the elite coaches in college football. Now you get an upgrade at quarterback. They still have Jeremiah Love, who's one of, if not the best running back in the country. I think you're right, PJ, where they maybe got a little cute yesterday, maybe trying to prove a point of, well, we don't need to run the ball. We know this is our best player, but we don't need to do this. We can do other things. Don't get cute. Don't overthink it. Give the ball to your best player. But all of that being said, we did get to see Carr, and we did get to see that upside and the ceiling of what this can be. And I just keep thinking about it that they were in the title game last year with Riley Leonard, and now they have far and away an upgrade at that position. Again, I think it might take a couple of weeks, but once they start to iron this out and they start to learn how to play around Carr and what he's capable of throwing the ball, I think this just might be kablamo with Notre Dame, and this might be a team that we absolutely have to bet on.
I mean, if this is what he's looking like in his first couple college starts against the toughest opponents he's going to see in Miami and A&M, and then you get to the rest of the season and he gets more reps and he gets more confident and he gets better and better, by the time the playoffs roll around, Notre Dame could be a scary team. Also had South Carolina last night, Jake, with a 24-11 victory over Virginia Tech. Heisman hopeful Lenora Sellers went 12 for 19 for 209 yards and a touchdown. Also had a rushing touchdown as well. Where are you on the Gamecocks? Do you think that they are a potential playoff team with Sellers at quarterback, who a lot of people feel like is the best quarterback in college football?
I kind of feel like similar with Miami to the Gamecocks, where I think they have the talent. It's just I don't know if their coach is going to get them there. And maybe this is my bias as an Illinois fan watching that game, that Citrus Bowl last year, and seeing how Shane Beamer melted down completely and basically lost his mind and then lost that game for the Gamecocks. Obviously, they have the talent, and Sellers is awesome, and it wasn't the greatest performance by him last night, but still a good game. I think that they could be in the mix, but I think it just depends on how much do you think their coaching might hold them back, if at all.
You know, they lost all 7 defensive linemen from last year's team. They did look pretty good yesterday. I thought Virginia Tech, Kyron Drones missed some throws. They got a tough SEC schedule, so we'll see if the Gamecocks can get to the college football playoff. We'll talk about what we saw from Saturday, including a big win from Ohio State when we come back.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan here with you on this Labor Day Monday as we are recapping week 1 of college football here on You Better You Bet. Jake, let's get into some of the games that we saw on Saturday, including the big one at noon Eastern, number 1 Texas against number 3 Ohio State. Low-scoring game, Ohio State 14-7 win as Arch Manning not impressive in his first game. Matt Patricia and the Ohio State defense looked really, really good. Jake, what would you say was your biggest takeaway from Texas-Ohio State? Were you more disappointed in Arch and the Texas offense or more impressed with Ohio State and how their defense looked?
Honestly, kind of neither, PJ. I was more impressed with Arch end of game, and I know they lost the game, and he missed a couple of those throws, and obviously Ohio State goes on to win, but he kind of showed it. Like, you saw it. You saw it at the end. They're like, Texas had a chance to win the game, and there were a couple of throws by Arch where I said, I'm sitting on my couch, PJ, and I went, damn. Like, he has it for sure. I think, and not to belabor the point that we were bringing up from the first segment, but I think once this gets ironed out and he gets settled in and we start to see this after a couple of weeks, I think we're going to all be like, and PJ, I know you're one of those guys where, if he was Arch Jones or Arch Smith, we wouldn't even be talking about him. I don't know. On Saturday, a couple of those throws, I was like, nope, he's Arch Manning for a reason.
Well, the point I was making, Jake, the whole offseason is that he shouldn't have been like plus 500, plus 600 to win the Heisman when it's all just off of like hype, right? We've only seen him make like a couple starts and they've been at home. Now he's 16-1 to win the Heisman, and I think that if you wanted to buy in on Arch, I think you could convince me to maybe do that to win the Heisman. Jake, I agree with you, though. I mean, so many people are dumping on Arch for the performance and how he looked and everything like that. I think some of those throws he made in the second half, fourth quarter, were really impressive. I think Texas has a Sark issue as well, Jake, because this is not the first time that Texas has been in a big game and they can't score, dude. So against Ohio State, they had 7 points, right? Go back and look to last year in their biggest games. They played Georgia, scored 15 at home. They played Georgia again in the SEC championship, scored 19 in overtime. Texas A&M, end of the year, scored 17. Then against Arizona State, they needed double overtime to win that game where they scored 39 points. Clemson in the playoff, 38 at home. And then you scored 14 to Ohio State again. So Ohio State now twice, Georgia twice. You've scored fewer than 20 points, Jake. We think Sark, we think offense, we think those weapons, we think the quarterbacks, and they're just not putting up points. And I think Sark deserves a lot of blame for that because it just feels like he gets really conservative. He has an awesome defense, and the fact that everybody's talking about Arch and how poorly he played, they're taking a lot away from how good the Texas defense looked. I think they were terrific, and they'll be one of the top defenses all year. But I tend to agree with you. I think Arch is going to be fine. I think maybe if you want to bet up the Heisman, I don't think that's a bad look. But Sark needs to just let him go, man. You know, you can't put the training wheels on him. You can't try and hold him back. I understand he was making his first start on the road in a hostile environment. I think the reason why C.J. Carr looked the best for Notre Dame was because it felt like the coaching staff just let him go play. They weren't trying to ease him into it. They weren't super conservative. They were just they were calling the game as if he was a senior. He had made 40 starts in his career. And I feel like Sark needs to do that with Arch if Texas really wants to accomplish what they're trying to this season.
I completely agree with you, PJ. It felt like, and to use a point that I made earlier in the show, arguably one segment ago, because this is the second segment of the show, I think they tried to get cute. I think that Sark tried to get cute. And I get you want to protect your guy. Like you said, hostile environment. It's not easy. I kind of think if that game is in Texas, if that's in Austin, I kind of think they win that game. Because also, like we were saying, with Miami dying to lose the game, how bad was Ryan Day trying to lose that game? Like, Ohio State was dying to lose that game. And luckily for Ohio State and unfortunately for Texas, Arch just was a little bit off on the throws, a little bit high, led his guys a little bit too much. I do think some of those balls probably should have been caught on that last drive, but I mean, I'm just some idiot in front of a microphone, so what do I know? I don't know ball like that, but I do think that Texas is going to be just fine. I don't hate what you're saying about a bye point on Arch for the Heisman either, but honestly, PJ, I was going to say this. I walked away a little bit concerned about Ohio State because I think they were dying to lose that game, and you bring up top-tier competition. What happens when it's Penn State and Drew Aller when they come to town? What happens when it's one of these heavy hitters? What happens if it's the playoff and you get one of these other SEC teams? You get a Georgia or you get a Clemson if they win the ACC. Like, I kind of feel like Ohio State, and it's overreaction Monday, right? It's 1 week. We have one game. It's probably a little bit, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But for me, after one game, I'm kind of thinking maybe Ohio State, maybe we didn't make enough of all of the roster turnover and the coaching turnover that they had because, and I said it, I think they were dying to lose that game.
I mean, they were. Julian Sain at 126 passing yards. Donaldson had 67 rushing yards. Carnell Tate was their high receiver at 49 yards. Jake, that's the thing, too. Texas has now put on tape twice how to kind of slow down Jeremiah Smith a little bit. Texas is one of the best defenses, and they have players well equipped as anybody to slow him down, so it's much easier said than done. But it just feels like Ohio State isn't going to be as explosive as they want to be if Jeremiah Smith is not getting the ball, making those game-breaking plays. So, look, it was a great win for Ohio State, and they're the favorites to win the national championship now. It makes sense after that win. Didn't really change my opinion on them like it did some other teams. So I agree with you there on the
really
Buckeyes.
Fun game, too. Like I feel like we should talk about, like, even though it was low scoring, it had all of the big game feel that we wanted, right? Like, because it was close, because it came down to the last drive, like a really fun game just as a football viewer.
Well, it magnified like the big plays. You know, when you could tell early that points were going to be a premium, you knew when either team was driving, you're like, oh my God, like this might be the only chance they have to maybe score in the second half or whatever it was. Like you said, we got some drama. So that was exciting. What about the other top 10 matchup we got on Saturday? And that was LSU and Clemson. Jake, I was all over LSU in this game. I loved them +4. I loved them on the money line. I tried to tell everybody in the offseason that Cade Klubnik just isn't that guy. The game you saw against Texas in the college football playoff was a fluke. Jake, do you know, how about this stat? If you exclude the Texas game that Klubnik played in the playoffs, the other 4 SEC games that Cade Klubnik has played in, 0 passing touchdowns and 7 interceptions in those games. Does that sound like a quarterback that you want to back to win the national championship? Does that sound like somebody who can lead Clemson to where they want to go? Now, they can win the ACC because they did it last year with Klubnik, and I think they'll do it again. But all these people, right? They were one of the teams of the offseason. Everybody was loving. People were betting down their number. And I'm just like, guys, we're just like falling in love with one game that Klubnik played. Have you seen the other 7 big games that he's played in? He's been terrible. And he was terrible again against LSU. Their defense is much improved, and you got to give them a lot of credit. But Jake, it just reinforced everything I've thought about Clemson. They have a great defense. They have a very good team. They're well coached. But I can't get there with the quarterback, man. What about you?
I am very happy to say that I was also all over LSU. I took the points. I took the money. PJ, I was out for this game, as I'm known to do on a Saturday night in Chicago. But I was out, and I felt like I was the only person on LSU at this bar. It was me and one of my friends, and we're sitting there. He goes, "Did you take LSU?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Is it just me, or is everyone rooting for Clemson right now?" I go, 1,000%. And let's talk about the catch that wasn't a catch. Holy hell, that throw by Nussmeier, and I know it was ruled incomplete and it didn't end up being a catch, but that was crazy, and that was part of why I liked LSU so much, because we've done this, PJ, we've been on the air for 30 minutes now, and we've gone back and forth with the coach and quarterback debate, whether it be Ohio State, Miami, Texas, all of them. We've mentioned them all, and because those are the 2 most important positions on the football field, famously. I think Nussmeier reaffirmed in that game that no matter what we think of Brian Kelly, whether you think he's bad, whether you think he's average, whatever, wherever you fall on that spectrum of the Brian Kelly rating, Nussmeier is good enough to overcome the coaching. He's unbelievable. And he showed that just big game moment. He showed that he doesn't flinch. And to your point, Cade Klubnik flinches. Dabo Swinney flinches. So I was really happy to be on LSU there. Like I said, I was probably the only person, one of only 2 people in that bar cheering for LSU. I have the money now, so I look great. But I think this LSU team, man, like when we're talking, you mentioned Heisman a couple times. Do we just have to bet on Nuss? Like, is this what, are we underrating him? And now while we're talking about Sayin and Carr and Beck, is this a buy point on Nussmeier? Because he arguably, out of all of these big game quarterbacks, walked away with the win and maybe with the best performance.
Yeah, I mean, he was terrific. And look, Jake, their schedule's really tough. They're going to play Florida in a couple weeks at home against the Gators. Then they're at Ole Miss 2 weeks after that, home against South Carolina. They're home against A&M, at Bama, and at Oklahoma to end the season as well. So he's the clear favorite right now. You look at the Heisman odds at every book, and he's the favorite. He's the big favorite, and he's going to have plenty of opportunities to build off of that. I think as long as LSU makes the playoff, Nussmeier stays healthy, and he puts up good stats, I think it's his award to lose. Because under Brian Kelly, Jake, we know the problem with LSU has not been their offense. They've always been able to score and put up points. It's been the defense, and it's been winning big games, and it's been winning in week 1. Already check off one of those boxes. You won in week 1. Now you're set up in a great spot. Now they got to get ready for SEC play starting in a couple weeks. But, yeah, man, I mean, you know, Jake, you and I have texted about Nussmeier before. We love the guy. I mean, he's one of my favorite quarterbacks in college football. He's smooth. So many quarterbacks nowadays are dual threat, and guys can run around and make plays. Not Nuss, man. He's just old school throwback pocket passer, but he's really good. But I think the difference for LSU is that defense this year. They're good. They went in the portal and got a bunch of guys. And also, Lee Corso picked LSU to win the championship, Jake. And I don't know if you know this, but the man went 6-0 in his swan song picking games. So maybe it's just Lee Corso's year and LSU's going to win the title.
That maybe has to be it. And speaking of purple right now, our girl just won in straight sets against Coco Gauff. So we might be onto something here, PJ. We might be onto something here. That was dominant by Naomi Osaka right now. That was
Jake,
crazy.
I'm telling you, I'm just like, I turned on the match and I'm like, what is Osaka? Just like, she has the look, and I'm like, what's her price?
She looks so happy. Like, and as somebody, not to make this a non-sports thing, but as somebody who has been very open about her mental health struggles and why she stepped away from the game for a time, she looks so happy, and I'm so happy for her, obviously. But man, PJ, we might be onto something. I don't want to count the money before it's in the account, but we might be onto something here.
I'm trying to see if we can get updated odds here. Let's see. Osaka's up to plus 600 now, Jake. So there we go. We got Iga.
That still too short?
Iga plus 150, Sabalenka plus 190, Osaka plus 600, Pegula 15-1. I think it is too short. I think it is. I think Osaka should be like plus 350, 4-1, to be honest with you. So,
well, just think about that drop off. That the two favorites are shorter than 2-1, and then you have the drop off to 6, and she's in the quarters. Like like, what are we talking about here?
Dude, I love that bet. They're saying on the broadcast, first quarterfinal appearance for her since 2021. So again, it's been a while since she's been here, but Jake, she looks good. So along with week 2 on Saturday, hopefully we're watching the women's final at the U.S. Open. That'd be nice to sweat that out. Any other takeaways from LSU and Clemson? With the way that Clemson looked and the way that Miami looked, is there any part of you that wants to bet Miami to win the ACC now, maybe? Because I think all of us came into the year thinking like, oh, dude, Clemson. Like, they're minus 110. There might even be some value on that. They don't play in the regular season, Jake, so we won't see that game. We definitely could see it in the ACC title game. But do you think maybe that there's another team worth betting in the ACC with the way that Klubnik looked again in one of those big games?
Maybe I'll have an answer for you after tonight. I'll let you know. But
okay.
Because I don't want to, like we said in the first segment, I don't want to sign up for a season long of Mario misery. I'm good on that. You and I both seem to be synced in that we think that Klubnik flinches in these big moments. We know that Dabos flinches in these moments as well. I think if maybe there isn't and of course this is a betting show and this is going to sound really lame. I don't think there's a bet to be made right now. Again, let's see what happens tonight. Maybe we get some clarity on that. But as far as your question of those two teams between Miami and Clemson, I don't really like either of them. If I had to pick, I think I might go with Miami just because at least Carson Beck has that. He's gone through the SEC gauntlet. We've seen him in those spots. We know he can do it at least a little bit, despite the head coaching. So I think if I had to pick between those two, I would say Miami. But I do think that maybe this ACC could be more open than we thought.
Jake, I got a question for you when we come back on the other side that I'm interested to hear your thoughts on. And also, we got to talk Alabama and Florida State. I had to save a new segment for it because I think I have an 8-minute rant on the Tide. So looking forward to that. Stay with us. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Final segment here of hour number one, You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan, Shahan Jayaraja going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes. National college football writer for CBS Sports. Get his thoughts on what we saw in week one. Jake, before we went to break, told you I had a question for you. Interested to get your answer, okay? So we had 3 top 10 matchups over the weekend. All top 10 teams look pretty good. All 6 of them look pretty strong. If you had to pick one of those top 10 teams that we saw, Texas, Ohio State, Clemson, LSU, Notre Dame, Miami, to not make the playoff this season, what team would you pick?
The spicy answer would be Texas, right? Like that would be the one the social team clips and goes out on Twitter, and I get called an idiot online. But I think out of all of them, PJ, man, that is a really good question.
So eliminate the teams that you think are in for sure. Even with the loss, do you feel like Notre Dame with their schedule, they're going to be in?
I think Notre Dame's going to be in, especially because, and you and I have talked before, there's the SEC bias and there's the Notre Dame bias. The committee is going to want as many SEC teams as they can in the playoff, and they're going to want Notre Dame, especially after Notre Dame lost the college football championship last year. Honestly, PJ, I know they won the game, and I know that they are the favorite. I kind of think it might be Ohio State. I just can't. They were dying to lose that game. If not for, let's call what it is, first game jitters from Arch at the end of that drive where he overthrows a little bit and the throw's a little too high, Texas kind of probably wins that game, right? Think about the throw that Arch made going down the field on that last drive for that first 20-yard gain, I want to say it was. That was a great throw. And Ohio State, credit to them, they won the game. They were able to bend and not break. But I just came away from that game thinking, I don't know if this is it. I know they're the favorite. I know the defense is awesome. I think Sayan's going to get better as the year goes on. But I just watched that game, and it's just stuck with me, PJ, that they wanted to lose that game so bad. I think my answer might be Ohio State.
So the problem with Ohio State is where the loss is going to come. They're at Washington, at Illinois, at Michigan, and home against Penn State. Those would probably be the 4 games that you would look at and say, okay, probably the best opportunities for them to trip up. But can they afford even 3 losses at this point? Because that win against Texas, that's why I think it's tough probably for Ohio State. LSU's schedule's really hard, but again, now that they have this win over Clemson, I think it might be Texas, Jake. I think that might actually be the answer because they still have to play at Georgia this season. They still have to play at Florida. They get Oklahoma and Dallas at the Cotton Bowl for Red River, and then they're home against Texas A&M. So if Texas loses 3 games, what's the best win on their schedule, right? We'll see how it plays out, but I don't think it's crazy that Texas could lose 2 more games, and we tend to know how the number 1 preseason team never wins the title, never lives up to expectations. So as crazy as it is, I think it's probably going to be Texas. Miami's got a difficult schedule too. They got some difficult road games, and Cristobal's teams usually fall apart at the end of the year, so it could be Miami. That Notre Dame win is going to hold a lot of weight though, so we will see what happens. But Texas or probably Miami would be the 2 teams that I would look at. All right, Jake, Florida State and Bama. We got to talk about it. What?
I'm just going to get out of the way, PJ. I'm just going to let you go. I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to push back from my chair right now, and I'm just going to let you cook right now.
Well, can you give me your thoughts first? Because I know how I feel about Bama moving forward, and I've seen how everybody else feels on Twitter about Bama. But you and I have kind of viewed a lot of these games so far the same way, so I'm interested what your take is. Do you think DeBoer should be gone? Do you think that they're cooked? Do you think the season's over? Or do you still think that there's maybe some time left and they just had a bad day?
I think 2 things can be true at the same time, PJ. I think we all went into that game thinking Florida State is decimated. They're a terrible team. Look what we've seen over the last couple of years. I think we maybe went too hard on Florida State and didn't not give them enough credit, but maybe we put them too far in the dirt, maybe more than they deserve to be. But on the other side of that, I mean, what the hell was that? I mean, that was horrible. We had a You Better You Bet group chat, PJ. It's me, Femi. You know how it is with these threads. It's me, Bill Zimmerman, Tyler Morales. And Tyler Morales sends a text at one point. He goes, DeBoer really is a Michael Penix Jr. merchant. Like, that was what it was. I mean, PJ, I'm watching this game. And as somebody that laid the 14 like an idiot, I'm sitting there like, I can't even be mad. I'm not even upset right now because this is just horrific. Like, it is horrible to watch. And I was sitting there, I couldn't believe my eyes, PJ. And I don't know if DeBoer needs to be gone, and maybe this is still figuring it out with Simpson and having your guys and, you know, the culture shifting still. But man, the leash has got to be real short. And you know, PJ, those local radio shows in Alabama today, I know it's Labor Day and a lot of people have some time to themselves. That means there's people calling into those shows because they got some time to kill.
Phyllis from Mulga is going absolutely nuts right now on the Feinbaum show. There's no doubt she is losing her mind. Jake, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about the situation. I actually bet Bama this morning, plus 650 to win the SEC. I'm still believing, and I'll tell you why. The two teams that played for the national championship last year, Notre Dame, Ohio State. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois last year, right? Ohio State lost to Michigan last year's 24-point favorites. Both of those teams, when Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, did anybody in their right mind ever think they would play for the national championship? When Ohio State lost to Michigan, did anybody want to bet Ohio State to win the title after those two games? So I think that's point number one. Yes, it was bad. Yes, they got dominated. Yes, they looked terrible. But look who played in the national title last year, and both of those teams had some pretty bad performances. The other point, Kellen DeBoer, Jake, this is what he's been so far with Bama. He's lost 5 games. 4 of the 5 games he has lost as a 2-touchdown favorite. He's lost to Vandy, Oklahoma, Michigan, and now Florida State. All those games were on the road. Michigan was a bowl game on a neutral site, and they were 2-touchdown favorites in all those games. DeBoer is great as an underdog. He's great in ranked matchups. He's great when it's a close point spread. He is terrible as a big favorite away from home. So you look at the rest of Bama's schedule, and you're like, at Georgia, at Auburn, at South Carolina, home LSU, home Tennessee. Like, there aren't many games where there's going to be a big favorite. So I actually think that's going to help them that they don't play in one of those games because they just play to the level of their competition for whatever reason. He's 6-0 in his career against Sark, Dan Lanning, and Kirby Smart, who he beat last year. So he's great against the top coaches. And Jake, everything I saw was negative over the last 2 days. There was not a single person that thought, you know what, maybe this team can turn it around. Maybe they just had a bad day. Everything was fired DeBoer. Everything was the season's over. Everything was Ty Simpson's terrible. There was not one positive thing that I saw, but I'm still willing to buy in, and I'm still willing to give DeBoer a chance just because of his track record that he has had in a lot of these big games. The game that will decide the future of Kellen DeBoer for me is on September 27th when they take on Georgia. So, Jake, this week they have Louisiana Monroe. They're 38-point favorites. They're going to win that game. The following week, they're home against Wisconsin, who doesn't have a quarterback. They're going to win that game. Then they have a bye, and then it's Georgia. And the season's on the line. Because if you lose that game, you have 2 losses. You're not running the table after that with the schedule that you have, and you can kiss the playoff goodbye. So with the team fully knowing that their season is on the line, that to me is the game. So many people talked about the effort. They talked about how the team looked disinterested. There wasn't guys that were trying, all this stuff. If you see that same effort against Georgia in a game of that magnitude on the road, I mean, that's why you go to Bama and Georgia's to playing games like that. And with the season on the line, if they look like they did against Florida State in that game, I think it's time to get rid of DeBoer. But Jake, think about this. If they win that game, aren't they in the position that a lot of people thought they would be going into the season? Like, you probably went in thinking, oh, they'll beat Florida State, they'll lose to Georgia. Well, what happens if they beat Georgia and then they lose to Florida State? They're 3-1 like everybody thought. And now they actually have the game that they would probably have rather won because it's in the SEC, and now you have the tiebreaker over Georgia, which is why I bet them to win the SEC this morning, because they are going to need that. They have to win that game. So the fact that I'm getting a desperate team and the fact that that tiebreaker is going to hold a lot of weight, I think it's worth it, Jake. And look, we know Kirby Smart, if there is one team he has struggled against in his career, it is Bama. I understand the game is on the road, but Jake, I'm willing to continue to buy in until the Georgia game. If we see the same type of effort we did against Florida State, it's done. It's time to move on. It's time to get rid of them. I understand it was a bad performance, but the season's still out there. They haven't even played an SEC game yet. You still get a crack at Georgia to open the season. We'll see how they bounce back, but that's my take. Everything I saw was so negative. Everybody's so done with this team. Nobody wants any part of them. The rankings come out tomorrow. They'll probably be unranked. I wouldn't be surprised if they are, but I'm still willing to give them a shot. So what do you think? Did I convince you at all to maybe take a stab with the Tide to win the SEC?
I actually don't hate it, PJ. And you really and that was great. You laid it out wonderfully. You're very smart, better, as I've said that about you for a long time, obviously. I don't hate it. And where you really sold me, honestly, was in the beginning when you were talking about Notre Dame and Ohio State. Like that Northern Illinois loss, right? Everyone was saying, same old Notre Dame. This is what they do. We don't want anything to do with them. They're going to stink. And that was when when we got to the playoff last year, that was everybody's argument that, well, they lost to Northern Illinois. How could they possibly beat Penn State? How could they possibly beat these teams to get to the championship? And then they did. So I actually don't hate that argument. And what do we always say on this show? On You Better You Bet, on the BetMGM Network, what do we always say, PJ? You can have an opinion. Would you bet it? And you did. And I think I might be in the foxhole here with you.
Come on, Jake.
Would you bet it? I think I might be in. That, that 27th game against Georgia, that's 3 days before one Jake Hassan's birthday, too. So might be able to, a nice way to bring in 28 here. I don't know.
Look, and then, people might say, well, DeBoer's not safe. Guy played he coached in the championship game 2 years ago, so we know he can get there. We know he could do it. I'm just saying, pump the brakes. Let's see how they look against Georgia. Hour 2, Shahan Jaraja. We'll see if he feels the same way about the Tide. Stay with us.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hour 2, You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan here with you on Labor Day. We hope everybody is having a great holiday weekend. We appreciate you spending some time with us. Coming up here in hour number 2, we're going to dive into the NFL a little bit. Jake and I will talk about some of our favorite games for week 1 and then those survivor contests. Everybody's getting in their entries, trying to pick the team that they think is going to survive and advance to week 2. Jake and I will talk about some strategy, some teams that we like for week 1 in the NFL as we've made it to NFL week. Season kicks off Thursday, Eagles and Cowboys. But let's get back to college football and recap what we saw in week 1, talk about tonight's UNC and TCU game as well. And we're going to do that with Shahan Jayaraja, who joins us, national college football writer for CBS Sports. Give Shahan a follow on X, at Shahan Jayaraja on X. Shahan, really appreciate the time, man. Before we recap what's happened over the last few days in college football, just want your thoughts on tonight's matchup, TCU and UNC, and really how you see tonight's game going, and also how you expect Belichick's first year to go in Chapel Hill as well. What are your expectations?
Yeah, it's such an interesting situation to be going into because you look at this North Carolina team. I like the addition of Gio Lopez, the South Alabama transfer at quarterback, but other than that, it's just a whole bunch of unknowns. You know, this was one of the worst defenses in the country last year, but at the same time, you're in a situation where you've brought in a couple of key guys, especially in that secondary. You'll be coordinated by a Belichick. You'll be head coached by a Belichick. You expect that unit to get better, but you know, I think the other thing, too, heading into this one is that people, I think, are undervaluing TCU just a little bit. If you look over the past 3 or 4 years, they're the number 1 recruiting program in the Big 12. They've got a guy in Josh Hoover who I think will be an NFL draft pick. They've got some interesting guys at receiver and on defense. So I think that TCU is going to be able to pull away in this game, but just with so many unknowns at North Carolina, it's hard to know for sure.
Well, Shahan, I think the next obvious question is what is your scope of North Carolina? Like, not just tonight, but everything that's happened, everything that we've seen with them over the last few months. What is your opinion? Like, what do you think this North Carolina team is going to be?
Yeah, I think that the thing that's most interesting to me when I look at them is just trying to evaluate what Bill Belichick's timeline is. Because, you know, does he view this as being an 8-9 win team that he can parlay into an NFL opportunity? Does he see this as a multi-year rebuild? You know, when you look at his contract, it's officially 5 years, but in reality, it's more of a 3-year contract. I think he does see it as sort of a 3-year build. And so while this first year I think will be decent and will show flashes, and by the way, they have a pretty easy schedule with helps, I don't necessarily know that we're going to see the best of Bill Belichick in year 1. I think this is going to be a team that's maybe pushing for 7 wins or so, and there are going to be moments of brilliance. I think that they're going to come up with some great game plans, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But I think they're also going to be, especially on offense, marred by some inconsistency. I mean, their top left tackle, Howard Sampson, transferred to Texas Tech. Their running back, Omarion Hampton, is in the NFL now. And so it's going to be a lot of trying to figure some things out on the fly, and I don't necessarily know that it's always going to have a lot of obvious answers.
Shahan, right now, the Big 12 odds at BetMGM, Texas Tech is still your favorite to win the conference at plus 350, Arizona State, Utah plus 450, and then TCU at plus 700. All off season, this conference, I mean, you've had like 6-7 teams that have been jumbled towards the top. Any teams that impressed you, maybe disappointed you in week 1? We're obviously going to see what TCU looks like tonight. But as of right now, from the games that you have seen, who would be your pick to win the Big 12 at the moment?
Well, I think that my pick is still going to be Texas Tech. It was heading in. They only played an FCS opponent, but they obliterated them. I think it was like 69-0. But, two teams that I think really changed their positioning in week one, I think. One is Utah. I think that they are firmly in that contender discussion after dismantling UCLA. And the thing you have to be most excited about is that it looked exactly like they hoped it would. Their offensive line demolished the Bruins. Devin Dampier showed some real signs as a passer. They actually worked in some defensive players on the offensive side of the ball, including their top linebacker, Lander Barton. And so I think that this is a team that has the trench play to be able to maybe go and cause some trouble in the Big 12. A team going the other direction, though, is Kansas State. Of course, they lose that Ireland game in week 0. They need a comeback with less than a minute left to beat North Dakota. Not North Dakota State, by the way, not the good one, the lesser of the Dakotas. And so, they just look like a team that's kind of a mess right now. Defensively, they don't look locked in. They're struggling to run the ball consistently on offense. And while I think that Avery Johnson looks pretty good, it's just not going to be enough, I think, for them to reach contention if they're having to compensate for all those issues.
Sean, it's been just about 6 minutes into this interview, and we haven't brought up Texas and or Arch Manning. So that we don't get fired here and we talk about it, what was your takeaway from that game? Me and PJ spent the first hour talking about it, and just take this wherever you want. Choose your own adventure here. Were you more taking away thoughts about Texas and Arch, or were your takeaways more Ohio State based?
Yeah, Ohio State's defense looked incredible, especially on the back end. And, I've been watching a lot of the tape after the game, and Caleb Downs might just be the best player at safety in college football. He might just be the best player in college football this year. So very impressed by them. I don't want to discount any of that because they look like a team that can go win the national championship. And also, by the way, I was pretty impressed with Julian Sayin, even though he didn't get many opportunities. For Arch, it's interesting, right? Because coming into the year, I knew what he could be as a deep ball passer. You look at his tape from last season against even the UTSAs and the Mississippi States, he dropped bombs all over the field when he had the opportunity. But there were some minor red flags in the short and intermediate stuff. It just wasn't stuff that he's thrown a lot. They're so timing based, and certainly when you go back to the high school level, he hasn't had to do it against quality competition in his life. And I think that Ohio State was really able to take advantage of that. Even on the screens, the swing passes, some of the digs and outs. He just wasn't on time with them. He didn't have good mechanics with some of these balls. I think back even to that first play of the game where they roll him out and he just lets go of it a little too late. So he's kind of coming off of his back foot and throws it into the dirt. He just didn't look comfortable at all going through some of those rhythm processes, facing pressure. And so I think that's I certainly don't want to say that the book is out on Arch because it's not necessarily that simple, but that's something that I think he's really going to have to work on in these next 3 games of non-conference play is, getting on the run, being on the move, being quicker with the timing. And look, I want to be clear too, I don't know that Texas receiver room is especially good, especially compared to the past 2 years. So certainly they didn't help, but I don't think Arch did himself any favors either.
Talking with Shahan Jayaraja here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, national college football writer for CBS Sports. Give Shahan a follow on X, at Shahan Jayaraja. Shahan, Bama, Florida State, probably the biggest talking point of week 1 just because of how disappointing Bama was, how impressive Florida State was as well. It feels like a lot of people are out on DeBoer, thinking he's not the guy there in Tuscaloosa after Saban. People are done with Bama. They think their season's already over. Where are you on the Tide? Do you think they can still salvage the season? Do you think they need to start looking for a new head coach? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a big Kalen DeBoer fan. I've loved him since he was even the offensive coordinator at Indiana. But the thing that you say, too, is when you go from Washington to Alabama, I don't know that he necessarily understood the magnitude of how different these jobs are. At Washington, you're a football coach. At Alabama, you're a CEO. And obviously everybody, every coach at the power conference level is a little bit of a CEO now, but like Alabama and those top level SEC jobs are just something different. Like, frankly, to a certain extent, it doesn't even matter whether you can actually coach football at that high level when you get to some of these jobs. And so I think that probably the thing that gives me the most concern about this Alabama team is just the relative lack of discipline that they have. You see some of the clips floating around where defensive players are jogging in the middle of plays, and nobody's really calling them out, right? Like nobody on the roster, on the coaching staff is taking them to task for it. Even I think that after the game, we heard Kalen DeBoer kind of be like, I'm really proud of individual players on this team for doing this effort. And I'm not saying that it has to be negative all the time from the Alabama head coach, but that's a stark contrast to some of what we saw from Nick Saban, where, again, if you didn't execute every single moment of every single play, you could be out. And, so I think that that's something that Kalen DeBoer is going to have to grow into and learn. I think that he's going to have to learn that you can't get away with this because the reality is, right, like they've lost, something like 4 of their last 8 games at this point or something like that, including 3 games as 2 touchdown favorites. That is extremely unbid-like. And so I think that he's going to be given time to grow a little bit. And I don't think necessarily that there's much of a pathway to him being fired after year 2, but I think it sets up a year 3 where he absolutely could be on the hot seat or be let go.
So, Shahan, with Alabama, then, do you think this is just going to be a middling team when we talk about them this year? Like, what? Like, put a number on it. Like, how many wins is this Alabama team good for in your mind, then?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, looking at their schedule, obviously picking up a loss in non-conference play is a pretty disastrous situation because you still have to play all of the SEC. I think that this is a team that gets to 8 just fine. But, again, that's not a good season at Alabama. They haven't won less than 10 games since I believe it was I think 2010 they won 10 on the nose, but before that it was 2007. Like they've been used to 10 wins every single year and then some. So I think that we're looking at the 8 to 9 range, but I want to be clear too, like it is possible that they take this moment and they rebound from it and they really lock in and put together a fantastic season. So it would still not shock me with the level of talent and coaching on this roster if this is still a very good team that contends. But right now, I mean, again, you have to put them right in that 8-win mark.
Shahan, LSU and Clemson. LSU's got a defense, and they looked really good. Nussmeier was great. Klubnik, I saw a great stat, Shahan, where if you exclude the Texas game in the playoff last year, the last 4 games Klubnik has played against SEC teams, 0 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. Do you think that Clemson has a Klubnik problem? Like, so many people like them to win the national title in the offseason. Do you think he is good enough to win Clemson a national title? And do you think LSU is good enough to win a title?
So I definitely think LSU is good enough to win the title. I actually picked them as my preseason national champion. I'm feeling even better about that right now, of course. But I don't think that it's fair to say that Clemson has a Klubnik problem. I think he's been fine. The bigger issue is that I think that Clemson has a running game problem. You look at them yesterday, there's a reason that Cade Klubnik was asked to do so much. It's because they couldn't run the ball at all. I think that their leading rusher finished with under 15 yards, Adam Randall, and that's just not going to cut it when you're in this kind of game. And yes, LSU is good on the defensive line. They're also not necessarily the best defensive line in the country either. So, you're going to play tougher matchups in these moments. So, no, I mean, Cade Klubnik to me is definitely good enough to go out and win, although those numbers, I mean, that's pretty concerning stuff, right? But I do think that Clemson is better at receiver now, and even if you include that Texas game, than than maybe some of those performances where he puts up the 0 touchdowns. But again, they just have to be able to diversify this offense. When you're playing against the best teams in the country, you can't be one-dimensional because that's how you run into trouble.
All right, there you go. Shahan, we got about a minute left. The other big game we haven't talked to you about, Miami and Notre Dame. What were kind of your big takeaways from that one in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, I was incredibly impressed with Miami. I mean, I've been a Carson Beck truther. I think that it was not his fault last year at Georgia, and I thought that he looked the part against a really, really talented Notre Dame defense. And so, I'm really excited. And then on top of that, too, this defensive line, I knew when Ruben Bain went out last year, it hurt their defense, but it turns out he might just be one of the best players in the entire country. So him coming back, along with Akeem Mesidor being back, I think that dramatically changes what to expect from this team. So I'm not worried at all about Notre Dame. I think that, C.J. Carr in the second half really pulled himself together. But I think this was much more about Miami, proving that, yes, they deserve to be in that top-level conversation.
Shahan Jayaraja, national college football writer for CBS Sports, member of the Football Writers Association of America as well. Give him a follow on X, at Shahan Jayaraja. Shahan, appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us on a holiday. Enjoy TCU, North Carolina tonight. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, great stuff there from Shahan. We're going to take a quick time out here on You Better You Bet. Week 1 of the NFL season starts on Thursday with the Cowboys and the Eagles. We get week 1 of the NFL. Jake and I going to break that down next. Going to give out all of our favorite plays, maybe some underdogs that we like to win outright. Also, we'll talk Survivor coming up later this hour as well, who we like as our Survivor pool picks for week 1 NFL. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan, stay with us.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks again to Shahan Jayaraja for joining us, talking some college football. Jake and I getting ready to talk some NFL Week 1. We have made it to Week 1 of the NFL season. First day of September. We also get into the good part of the season in Major League Baseball and update you on some scores right now. Giants up 1-0 on the Rockies. Phillies and Brewers underway, scoreless in Milwaukee. Braves are up 1-0 on the Cubbies at Wrigley. A's up 7-2 on St. Louis. White Sox and Twins tied at 4. Astros up 5-3 on the Angels, and the Red Sox are up 6-4 today on the Guardians. We still got the Orioles and Padres coming later today at 6:40 Eastern Time. Mariners and Rays from Tampa, and then Rangers, Diamondbacks from Arizona. Patrick Corbin back in Arizona tonight. Jake, let's talk some NFL. Week 1, my friend. By now, you know all the games. You know all the spreads for just about all of them. I mean, it feels like I've been talking about these games for 3 months. It's so great that we finally get to see them play out. What is your favorite bet right now in Week 1 of the NFL? Could be a side, could be a total. What is your favorite, your number one play of Week 1?
Well, PJ, before we get into the actual betting of it all, my favorite bet is going to be minutes watched on Thursday and Friday, and it's going to be the under because I am going to a wedding this weekend. So I will be unavailable. I am a groomsman. I am giving a speech. I have to work on some stuff. So obviously, everyone's real happy with me at this company right now because I'll be taking the first Friday of NFL season off to travel for a wedding. Everyone's real pleased with me.
How's the speech going? You feel good about it?
You know what, PJ? I actually do feel really good about it. I mean, thankfully, I speak for a living, so I felt pretty good about it regardless anyway. But we're so far so good. I have my general structure. I have the outline of everything I want to hit. Like, I started making the bullet points of, like, the stories I wanted to tell because I'm very close with the bride and the groom. So I have bullet points for each that I want to hit. I'm not going to do the whole, for those of you who don't know me, shtick, because literally everybody at this wedding knows who I am. Everybody is familiar with my game, if you will. So I'm going to forego all of that. But we feel good. I'm shooting for under 3 minutes. I feel pretty confident.
I like it. I also have to give a best man speech coming up in like the middle of November. I've never done one before. So, I'm interested to see how it goes. I'm not good at public speaking, Jake. Obviously, I also speak for a living. I can do it into a microphone and a camera. But when I have people looking at me, I'm not good. I get like terrified. I get nervous. So probably going to have to, throw a couple adult beverages down and we'll see how it goes from there. But the way I went with my speech, when my parents got married, my uncle, when he was giving his best man speech, he kind of did like, he rhymed the whole thing, right? To make it like kind of flow. And my parents both loved it, and they were like, everybody at the wedding loves it. So my mom was like, if you ever get a chance to do a speech, like, you should do that. And I was doing it, I was writing it, and I was like, this is kind of fun, Jake, because it really gets people to, like, listen to your speech. I've read it to some people, and, like, you're waiting for, like, the words to rhyme and everything. So it's not like a poem or, like, a rap, right? But it's just, like, it's a speech where, like, each line kind of rhymes. And, like, talking to people, like, nobody has really ever heard, like, a speech that kind of, like, does that. So I think it'll be kind of cool. But that's how I approached mine. But, yeah, I'm interested to see how yours goes. I hope it goes well for you.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be a good time. I have the utmost confidence in myself, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to nail it. But we'll definitely update the next day. But to bring it back to the NFL, yeah, it's I don't know how this is going to go for my viewing experience, but a bet that I do really like, and you mentioned as totals, I keep coming back to this, and I've bet it already, under 47 in Miami and Indianapolis. Like, this game is gonna stink, brother. Like, this game is gonna be so awful. These are two teams that I'm personally really low on anyway. I think both the Dolphins and the Colts have absolute bottom out potential where they could just be dumpster fires, a couple of the worst teams in the league. So I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking, who is scoring in these games? I know Miami has the upside and the potential to score a ton, but I'm not signing up for an over with Daniel Jones and or Anthony Richardson. So I really think that the under is the play for that one. I just keep looking at it's 47 right now at BetMGM, and I'm like, how? Where are these points coming from? You're telling me that both these teams are going to score 3 touchdowns each? Hell no, brother.
I think it's a good play. As what's funny is my favorite bet of week 1 is probably in that same game. I just like the Colts, Jake, to win. I love the Colts to win. You know me, and you're the same way. We love looking for the narrative plays. I mean, that's the first game since Jim Irsay's passing, and there's going to be a lot of emotion in that building. The fans are going to be revved up. The city's going to be rocking and ready to roll. I just don't think the players are going to lose that game. And Daniel Jones is probably playing against the worst secondary in the NFL. I think with Jonathan Taylor, they're going to be able to neutralize the pass rush of the Dolphins, which is probably the part of the defense that worries you the most. You said it, Miami's offense has the capability of being good. I've also watched Mike McDaniel's teams in enough road games to know that that's probably not the case. So I like your underplay. I like the Colts too, man. I really like the Colts in that game. I think they're going to win. So give me Indy, -120 at home, honoring Jim Irsay against Miami. What else, Jake? What were some other games that stuck out to you in week 1? Any other bets? Have you already bet anything else?
Yeah, with the Cardinals being inside of a touchdown, and it's 6.5 right now, but I feel like we're underestimating how bad this Saints team is going to be. I look at that roster and I look at that team and the situation they're in, and I feel like we're really underrating how poor this is going to go, and especially with Rattler as your number 1 to start the year at least. I'm high on Arizona. I think that they're a team that could be pretty good, especially in that NFC West. So for me, if you're getting inside of a touchdown with them still, I like that team. PJ, where are you at on this Arizona team? Because I think they could be good, but I also see that they could be aggressively mediocre.
It's a good question. I really don't have a strong thought on Arizona. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. I don't think they're going to win that division. My problem with Arizona is Kyler Murray, and it's not that he's a bad player. It's just that I don't trust him to stay healthy for the play. He's just too small. He's too banged up, and you just can't count on him. The Cardinals always just fall off at the end of season, so their schedule isn't really all that bad. I mean, they open the season at New Orleans, home against Carolina. They play the AFC South this season, so they get Tennessee, Indy. They get the Jags and the Texans. I mean, the schedule is relatively easy. They get the NFC South as well. They could stack some wins, but the end of the season where they tend to fall off, Jake, their final 5 games of the year, their final 6 games of the year, at Tampa, home against the Rams, at Houston, home against the Falcons, at Cincy, and at the Rams again. So they have a tough end of their schedule, and that's usually the part of the year where they tend to take a dip. So they improved their defense. I think they're going to be better on that side of the ball. I like Jonathan Gannon as a head coach. I think Marvin Harrison's going to take a step up in year 2 as a wide receiver. Trey McBride's obviously awesome, one of the better tight ends in football. For me, though, it comes back to Kyler. And he's like a roller coaster, Jake. He has peaks and valleys. One week he looks awesome. The next week it's what happened? Then he's back to being great, and then he's back to being terrible. So I don't have a strong thought on Arizona. I know there are some people that do, though. Do you think they're going to be a playoff team?
I kind of think so. I really like how they're building this team. I know they have some injuries already, which is an issue. I mean, it's your point. It's because you either fall on one side of the argument or the other. Do you think Kyler Murray can be consistent or not? And I know everybody makes the jokes, and we have the date circled of the new Call of Duty when it comes out in November, and that's when we're going to go against Arizona. But I do think that if he can be consistent, because we've seen him play at an MVP level before, we know he has that in his proverbial bag of tricks. So I like Jonathan Gannon. I think he's one of the better coaches. I don't think he's elite, but he's in the top half of the league, at least to me, in as far as the coaching tiers or however you want to rank NFL coaches. So, and for me, too, you brought up Trey McBride. It can't possibly be that again, right? There's no way that can happen again, right? So I like Arizona. I think that the Rams are in for a whole lot of trouble as the season goes on, as Stafford takes those hits. I don't think Seattle's offense is going to be able to hold enough water to support that defense. The Niners, I think, could be really good, but there's also a world where they're one Brock Purdy injury away from being irrelevant. So I do like the Cardinals. I think they can be hashtag in the hunt. I'm not going to say, oh, let's go run and bet the Cardinals to win that division, but I think they're going to be very interesting. And for me, week to week, I think they're going to be a play-on team.
Yeah, that week 1 game against the Saints, Jake, is really interesting. I know we're going to talk about Survivor Pool in the next segment, but that game just scares me because everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in the NFL. Like it sounds like you do, right? You think they're going to be really, really bad. And
I think they're going to be atrocious.
You can understand why. There's not a lot to like with that roster. Rattler is going to be starting at quarterback. They have a new head coach in Kellen Moore that I really don't think is going to be all that great as a head coach. They feel so much like the Patriots to me from last year when we all thought the Patriots were going to be god-awful, and then they upset Cincinnati in the first week. Superdome's still a really tough place to play, and the Superdome in week 1 is going to be way more difficult than the Superdome in like week 14. I think you'll have a good environment. The fans will be loud. They'll be filling up the seats. There'll be some hope. It's the start of the NFL season, so I think it'll be a good home field environment. And even though Rattler's not good, I feel better about him than Tyler Shuck starting that game. And Kyler, dude, as a road favorite, I just want no part of, especially at 6.5. So I think I like the Saints. I think we're going opposite on that game, as ugly as it is.
Imagine living in a world where we're saying, yeah, I like Spencer Rattler more than the rookie quarterback that we just went out of our way to draft.
Yeah.
What planet are we on? Like, that's an insane sentence. I'm with you. I get it. But, like, what an insane sentence just in general, like, on its own. Like, that's crazy to say.
It really is. Considering, I mean, this franchise had, like, Drew Brees, like, not too long ago, right? Sean Pitt, like, they were chilling. Quarterback was an afterthought for them, and now it's like, oh, Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler. Who are you going to go with? The other game that I like personally, Jake, I love the Raiders against the Patriots. I mean, this is an easy play for me. Like, the Raiders, I'm on their win total over. The Patriots, I'm on their win total under. I'm Team Femi with this on the Raiders. Like, I think they might make the playoffs. Patriots, I'm not quite there with them. I'm taking the Vegas on the money line against New England, plus 115. Where do you stand on that game?
I was just going to say, PJ, you can keep the 2.5. I think Vegas wins this game outright. Everyone wants to make the jokes. Oh, Geno Smith's washed up. Oh, Pete Carroll coming out of retirement. I think that we've hashtag gone too far with this Patriots team. Everybody loves this team, PJ. You got people saying Drake May MVP. I have people saying to me, Stephon Diggs comeback player of the year. Speaking of what planet are we on? Hello? Like, I think everybody is falling in love with the Vrabel of it all. And I think the Patriots could be fun and good and entertaining, but I think everybody is going to be rushing and peeing their pants to be able to bet inside of 3 on this Patriots team at home. And I really like Vegas. I'll be on Vegas on the money line. I think that they're just going to ground and pound and grind this Patriots team into dust. And I'm not saying that the Raiders have to win by 7 or 10 or multiple scores. I think it's going to be ugly. I think it's going to be a gross game. But at the end of the day, give me Pete Carroll, who has a ton of NFL experience, and give me Geno Smith, who time after time in spots like this, especially against similar bad teams, or at least teams that are on the same wavelength as the teams he's on, he just wins these games. So I'll be on Vegas on the money line. I love that you said that. We're all going to be on this together. The You Better You Bet family, me, you, Femi. It's going to be great. How does it lose? Can't wait.
Can't wait. Jake, going to be awesome. A week 1 game that I have really no thoughts on, but we do have some line movement and it's significant. The Jags have gone from a 3-point favorite to a 3.5-point favorite against Carolina. The total in the game is 46.5. 2 teams for me that are very intriguing because Jacksonville, new coach, Lawrence is back, Travis Hunter. Carolina, Bryce Young finally looked good in the NFL. What's he going to look like going into year 3? Would you make a bet on that game now that it's at 3.5?
I kind of think I like the Panthers at that number. I kind of think that because, like you said, Bryce Young looked pretty damn good at the end of the season last year. He looked like the guy that was the number 1 overall pick out of Alabama. He looked really good. I'm a little worried about Carolina's just talent around him. I think he can overcome, but same thing, PJ, with the Patriots, I think everyone is very excited to bet this Jacksonville team and bet Cohen and bet Hunter. And I think they can be a good team. I think they can win that division. I really like the combo of Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr., but I think in week 1, where we don't have any information, where we don't know anything, over 3 and getting the 3.5, I kind of think I like Carolina. I do also like the over a little bit.
Yeah, I think the over, I could see that being a high-scoring game as well. So interesting there. I did not think that we would get a 3.5 with the Panthers, but there we are on BetMGM, up to 3.5 on that one. Talk a little survivor pool when we come back. Week 1 of the NFL. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, final segment here of hour number 2. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan with you on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Continuing to talk NFL Week 1. Let's talk Survivor Pool. Everybody, it feels like these days are in a Survivor Pool. They got their entries squared away, ready to go. Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in Week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in Week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your Week 1 Survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders Week 1.
The Raiders this season, Jake, they are home at Cleveland in Week 12. They are home against the Titans in Week 6. They're at the Colts in Week 5. So you maybe do get some spots if you want to use them. But to your point, I mean, pretty much every game they play in, for the most part, they're going to be an underdog or a small favorite in a lot of these games. Kudos to you. So you are one of those people when it comes to Survivor where you want to take chances. Like, you want to use the bad teams when you feel like you have an edge and when you feel strongly that they're going to win a game. That you like to save like the good teams for later on in Survivor, hoping that you get to like Week 10, Week 11, Week 12.
Exactly. And if I fall on that sword and I accidentally get got by the Patriots in Week 1, so be it. I'd rather do that and know that I mean, I don't know anything because I'd be out. I would lose. But yeah, to your point, I'd rather get these aggressively mediocre or these bad teams out of the way in the hopes and planning for a late run for me, or to be alive late where I want to use the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, whomever, so that I could still be alive and I'm not picking between, all right, well, it's Week 11. Do I want to use the Titans or do I want to use the Colts? Like, nobody wants to be in that situation. And like you said, I feel strongly about this Raiders team in Week 1. I'm already betting them on the money line, but that's why they call it gambling, right? Like, maybe I just lose my money and my Survivor entry. I don't know, but it's a game that I feel like I have an opinion on and like I have a pretty clear stance on. So let's just go all in and let's just hopefully win. Let's just hopefully win money and advance.
Good for you. I can't do that early on in Survivor pools. I'm the kind of guy that does like using the good teams and picking the big spreads and just try to last as long as I can, because Jake, to me, it's fine to plan games out and try and find when you're going to maybe use some of those good teams, but injuries play a wrench in all this, right? We have no idea. And also the teams going into the year that we think might be really good might end up like not being great, right? Like, we all thought the Bengals were going to be pretty good last year, and then we're like, oh my God, this defense is god-awful. Like, no, we're good. And they were a tough team to use, right? And then you have teams that end up being good, like Minnesota and Washington and Denver, that win like double-digit games, and you're like, oh, wow, these teams are good to use. So it's just, you know, I feel like Week 1 is obviously so tough because it's all based off of how we think these teams are going to look, how they looked last year. I'm going with Denver in Week 1, and a majority of people are, but I'm getting a great head coach in Sean Payton. I'm getting a Broncos team that won these kinds of games all of last year. They took care of the games that they were supposed to win when they were big favorites. They were a great team at home. And Cam Ward making his first start on the road in the altitude. If Denver loses, then so be it. But I think the Broncos are the play this week in Survivor.
Well, that's what scares me too, is because I don't want to be on the side of everybody like last year. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because your eyes light up. You say, oh, Broncos, okay. But then it's like the little voice in the back of your head goes, well, what if the same thing that happened last year happens again? And then you have to tell yourself, well, it can't possibly happen again, right? But what if it does? So then you talk yourself out of it. And that's why I ended up going with the Raiders, because I just said, you know what? This is the opinion. This is the bet I've made. Let's just go with that. Maybe I go 0 for 2 and it just sucks and we're just sad. But, you know, I'm so scared of having that Bengals syndrome over again. Like, that would be so terrible.
You know, you speak of the Bengals syndrome, Jake, and you know what's funny is I actually wonder if the play for week 1 is taking Cincinnati this week. Because you and I both know everybody who was scarred from using the Bengals last year, they're not going back to the well. Because how in your right mind could you start another NFL season using that team, they lose again, and then because of the Bengals, you are out 2 years in a row in week 1? Like, nobody's
going to
against
the bottom feeder team again, too.
Exactly. And a team, by the way, that like has their number. I mean, Burrow, if there's one team he struggles against, it's the Browns. He never plays well in Cleveland. It's a divisional game. Usually in week 1, like divisional dogs are usually the bet. If you just blindly take divisional home dogs, they usually cover. AFC North dogs, as we know, usually that division, like they just cover against one another. So you have all these reasons to back Cleveland in the game. But I don't know, Jake. It's just like part of me wants, I don't have the stones to do it. I wish I did. But I just like people listening to this, right? Don't you? They're like, yeah. I'm falling victim of that too. Like I'm looking at the slate. I used the Bengals last year. There's no way I can go back to the well and use Cincinnati again. But I kind of like a -5.5 for all these reasons. Because people, we all know how much they suck in week 1. It's a divisional game. The Browns, you know, Joe Flacco in week 1, like all these sorts of things. But the Bengals have made it a point this preseason to make sure that they get off to a good start. Because that's what's plagued them, is they start every year 0-2, 0-3, 1-3, 1-4, and they dig themselves too deep a hole, and they either miss the playoffs, they're a wild card team, like they can't. It hurts them every year. So they're like, enough with that. We're playing our starters. We're making sure we're fresh to start the season. And I think because of that, I think I like them -5.5. I wish, Jake, I didn't take them in Survivor last year because I think I'd go with them this year. Oh, man, they're looking at me because I know nobody's going to take them, but I still think I'm rolling with Denver.
Everyone is going to try and reaffirm what they thought about the Bengals last year, because you're right. Everyone's going to overcorrect and say, well, they burned us last year. It can't possibly happen again. Can't it? Can't it happen again? Especially, we all have concerns about this Bengals team. And you're right, though, PJ, because there's also going to be the people, though, people who draft Jamar Chase #1 overall in their fantasy drafts, or people who are betting Joe Burrow MVP, people who are betting Chase Offensive Player of the Year. Like, you talk yourself into it because you can see it, but then you don't see the downside too. And you kind of just ignore that side of, well, yeah, Trey Hendrickson is back. Also didn't practice for most of the summer. Oh, you know, same thing. Like, that defensive line is great if it works out, but also a lot of those guys didn't practice for most of the summer, so You're kind of playing with fire there. I'm with you. Like, I think that the Bengals can win the game. It's probably a good bet inside of 6 against this Browns team, but for all the reasons you mentioned, divisional, Burrow has struggled against Cleveland before, on the road. It's just, I'm saving myself the headache. I'm just good. We brought it up earlier in the show. Would you bet it? No, I don't want to, and I won't, actually. Thank you very much. Everybody have fun with those tickets, and with Cincinnati and Survivor, I'm way good.
Would you take the Commanders as a Survivor pick against the Giants at home this week?
Oh, man. Well, and that's going to be the popular one, too, right? Where it's, Jaden Daniels in year 2, and this Giants team where people don't think they're going to be very good. I feel like that one is safer. Like, I feel better about that one than I do about, like, Cincinnati. But it still doesn't feel good. Like, it still makes me a little sick to my stomach where I'm thinking about it. But I think if you had to pick one, Cincinnati or Washington, I think I'm picking Washington 10 times out of 10.
Really? Ooh.
Yeah.
Washington, that game scares me. That game scares me. Again, divisional game. Jake, the Giants always play Washington well in DC. They always do. They always play them well in DC. And, Jaden Daniels in the 2 games against the Giants has not played all that great. They got a great defensive line. There's so much expectations for the Commanders going into this season. I would not touch that game. I wouldn't touch the Arizona game as well. I know you like the Cardinals minus 6.5. Saints are going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. To me, that's the Patriots game from last year. I think that's the trap survivor game. Mm-hmm. Most people, I think, are going to stay away from Washington, thinking they might be the trap game, or Cincinnati as well. I would stay away from Arizona because, again, we all think the Saints are going to be the worst team. And in week 1, when everybody still has hope and everybody has this dream that, like, maybe actually our team can be okay. And it's like, no, you can't. But maybe you can win in week 1. Then maybe they can win that game. Maybe they can upset Arizona. And like Kyler Murray is a big road favorite. I'm good there. So I would be a little nervous of Arizona. That's going to be an interesting game. But it's a tough week, Jake. I mean, a lot of these games, for the most part, it's like 3-point spreads or shorter. Outside of the Raiders, if you had to pick a game with the spread of like 3 or shorter, where you would maybe look at a survivor team, who would you take?
Man, far be it to make things about myself, PJ, but as I am in Chicago and I am a Bears fan, I can just see them melting down on Monday night. Like, this is just what they do. All of the expectations. Everybody's so fired up. New coach, year 2, Caleb Williams. And the Vikings just come in with the reigning coach of the year and they just punch your teeth in. I can see it. Maybe this is my pessimism and me being jaded and trying to emotionally hedge right now. But if you're asking like those tight spreads and those close games, I could totally see the Vikings being a good play here.
There you go. All right. Jake, well, we go from the Chicago Bears to the Fighting Illini, who, they're gonna have an easy game this week against Duke, right? No concern about that one whatsoever. We'll talk about that. Some of the other games coming up for week 2. We also got lines for week 2 NFL. A couple of games that we think are pretty intriguing. Stick with us. Hour 3 comes up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
2 more hours here to go on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan filling in for Femi and Nick on this Labor Day. Nick will be back tomorrow, 4 to 7. I'll also be back tomorrow from 3 to 4. And then Femi and Nick back Wednesday. And then they gear up for the NFL season here on You Better You Bet. As always, you can watch, listen to the show on Twitch and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can listen on the Odyssey app. You can also listen as well at the BetMGM Network. Make sure you download the BetMGM app today as well. So take advantage of that. We're going to continue to talk NFL, college football, also a little Major League Baseball here over the next 2 hours. Let's get some scores. What's going on right now in the MLB? We've had a lot of day games here in Major League Baseball on Labor Day. We had the Reds pick up a big win today. The Mets pick up a big win today. Astros looks like they're going to get a win. They're up 8-3 on the Angels. We have 2 outs in the 9th. Runners on first and second. Braves are up 3-0 in Wrigley against the Cubs. Brewers up 4-0 right now on the Phillies. And the Giants are up 3-0 on the Colorado Rockies. San Francisco playing some good baseball, maybe trying to make a push here in September, get themselves into the playoffs. All right, Jake, let's talk a little week 2 college football. We still have one more game tonight in college football, UNC TCU. We'll give out our plays for that game coming up a little bit later, but we already got games coming up for next week in college. And week 2, Jake, in college football and the NFL is always, from a betting standpoint, I think so fun because it's the overreaction, right? We talk about these games, we talk about these teams all summer, and then we get to week 1 and it's like, let's just throw out everything we thought. We just gonna take everything full stock out of what we saw for those 60 minutes. So now we get week 2. And what's fun about this week is that a lot of those kind of like big matchups, like Power 4 matchups, are pretty tight spreads, and we have a good noon slate this week in college football, including your Illinois Fighting Illini against the Duke Blue Devils. Jake, I know you've had this game circled on the schedule. You knew it was coming. Week 2, Illinois with the road trip, noon Eastern, 11 Central, going to Durham, take on Duke, Illini -3. Oh, Jake, how does this game go for your boys?
PJ, I know everybody has been saying that Illinois is the dark horse, that Illinois is going to be the surprise team this year.
They have.
And I know that this game is the one where everybody is expecting them to stumble. And everybody's saying, well, it's going to be week 2 versus Duke. This is where Illinois is going to stumble. And that's where they're going to come back to earth. I think they just win, PJ. I think they just win. I think that we have now, and I've said it a couple times this show regarding other things, I think we've gone too far. I think now everybody wants to be against Illinois. Everybody wants to be on the right side of history and say, oh, called it. Week 2 versus Duke. Surprise spot for Illinois. This is where they stumble. I think they just win. I think they just win. I was really, really pleased with how they played against Western Illinois. And yes, it's Western Illinois. I get it. You're supposed to win those games. But they covered the 49.5-point spread, damn it. Like, they took Western Illinois and just shoved them in a locker, which is what you're supposed to do again. But it's the manner in which Illinois took care of business there that makes me think there isn't going to be funny business, at least in week 2 against Duke. I don't is Illinois probably going to lose to Ohio State in a few weeks? Yes, of course. Is Illinois probably going to be more like an 8-win team than a 10-win team? Yes, I fully expect that. But I keep coming back to this week 2 game and listening to everybody say, well, look how good Duke looked in week 1. And look, oh, Duke has some guys. I think Illinois just goes and wins. I think that everybody's expecting them to stumble in this spot, and I think they're just going to take care of business.
I think I agree with you, Jake. I actually think I agree. I'm leaning towards the Illini in this game, and I think for me, the big reason is you have a big coaching advantage. I'm not a Manny Diaz guy. I think Manny Diaz, the defensive coordinator, is good. I don't like Manny Diaz, the head coach. This just feels like one of those. Jake, I hate backing dumb teams. I hate backing teams that have dumb coaches and do dumb things and have dumb penalties with dumb turnovers. And I feel like that's what Duke is, much more so than Illinois. The Illini have a veteran roster. They know what they're walking into. And I think if they play their brand of ball and they run the football and they win the turnover battle and they play good defense, it might not be pretty. It might not be a smooth victory, but I think they're going to walk out of there as well. I think this is the game where everybody looks at as like the upset, but you're right. We like overthink it too much, and then Illinois ends up pulling away late and covering the spread. I don't think I'm going to have a bet on this game. I kind of just want to watch it, and I want to watch both teams. But if I had to play it, I think I agree with you that I like Illinois in the game.
I just think, and not saying that Illinois has to be a playoff team or a true contender, but at a certain point, everyone, come on. Like, what are we talking about here? We know what this Illinois team is capable of. We all, I think, collectively think that Luke Altmaier is a pretty good college quarterback. Not saying he's an actual Heisman candidate, but he's a guy that can win you some games. And yeah, I know a lot of that was Pat Bryant last year, and now he's in the NFL. But guys, it's Manny Diaz and Duke. Can we all collectively take a breath? Can we all collectively say, hey, Illinois probably wins this game? Like, I think we've gone, like I said, I think we've gone too far, PJ. I think people are trying to get ahead of the impending Illinois downfall, and everyone's trying to get cute and try to be like, oh, well, I was right. Week 2, nailed it, green check mark. I think we're overthinking it.
Baylor SMU is also an interesting game, Jake. You have number 16 SMU against unranked Baylor, who had a tough loss against Auburn on Friday. SMU's only a 3-point favorite at home with the total of 65.5. I think I'm going with SMU in this game, too, at -3. Watching that Baylor-Auburn game, Jake, the ability that Auburn had to run the football against Baylor's run defense, for me, very concerning going into this game, because SMU's got a good O-line, they got good tight ends, and I think they're going to be able to control the line of scrimmage in a game like this. I like Baylor's offense a lot. I like Sawyer Robertson. The wide receiver, Michael Trigg, had an awesome game. I think he's a really good player, but it's a little fishy that the line is as low as it is. I thought maybe SMU would be like 4.5, 5.5. The fact they're only 3 gives me a little cause for concern. But I think I like SMU in this game, -3. What about you?
That's one. I think you're way right about the number. It's one of those where you go, wait, really? And then you have to stop yourself from betting it because you go, oh well, 3 with at home, yeah. And then as our brains have been wired, you stop and you go, wait a second, but why? Like now you start to say, all right, that's stinky. It's kind of fishy. I don't know. I honestly, PJ, because I think you're way right about the offenses too. I wanted to look at the over, but then I see a number starting with a 6, and I go, I don't know about all that as far as the total goes. I think this is a stay away for me. Honestly, if we get outside of 3, if we get to a 3.5 or a 4, like you were saying, I think I'd be a little interested in Baylor in kind of a bounce back spot and a correction spot. But at 3, I think I'm good just sitting on the sidelines for this one because it's also the narrative, right, of people are kind of trying to, like we're saying with Illinois, people are trying to predict SMU's downfall, it feels like, after the success that they had last year. And I think people are trying to get ahead of, here we go, SMU loses, frauds. And I think everybody wants to scream that, and maybe it's just a little early. I think this is a stay away from me. I don't really want anything to do with this because I don't want to feel like an idiot regardless.
Iowa State, which has one of my favorite names for a rivalry game in college football. They call it Cy-Hawk, which I absolutely love. You got the Cyclones against the Hawkeyes. Iowa State is a 3-point favorite with the total of 41.5. Jake, how about this stat for you? Iowa has won 6 straight games at Iowa State. And, Iowa State's had some pretty good teams, right? They had Breece Hall, they had Brock Purdy, but Iowa has had their number in Ames, and they've won 7 of the last 9 games in this series. For me, this is a numbers play. The fact we're getting a key number with Iowa at 3, I kind of think that both of these teams are pretty even, and I think the spread is telling you that. It's tough for me to bet against Kirk Ferentz, Jake, as crazy as that is, because their offense has been so bad the last few years. But I like teams that I know what I'm going to get. And with Iowa, I know I'm going to get good defense. I know I'm going to get a good running game. They don't commit penalties. They don't turn the ball over. Just how does the quarterback play? Can he just make those 3 plays that he's got to make so that they either win the game or cover the spread? But look, Jake, listen to the scores of these games. 20-19, 20-13, 10-7, 18-17, 13-3. It's the first to 20. All these games are like 3 points, 1 point. You're giving me 3 with Iowa. I'm going to take it. So I'll take the Hawkeyes +3.
I'm split on this game, PJ, because I think everything that you said is right. But then I just go back to it, and everybody's saying, oh, Iowa has a quarterback finally. They can finally have a passing game, which makes me think that the more things change, the more that they're going to say the same. You just read all those scores, PJ. They're all the exact same game. So it makes me think, though, in that same vein, that the +3 is probably just right. The Kate Constable Bowl, as it were, which, PJ, yes. I don't know if you were listening, like Kate Constable was trying to say the rolling hills of Iowa are a perfect place to tailgate.
I was doing the show with her. You remember that?
Yes.
We were talking about the parking lots. we were talking about Big Ten parking lots. Yes,
unbelievable. The rolling hills of Iowa, as it were. I think you're right, though. I think these games are just such rock fights every time. As you're listing off those scores, I do think that there's a chance that it is just Iowa State because people sell themselves on Iowa finally having a passing game and then they just don't. So I could see that happening. But like you said, it's a key number. It's a rivalry spot. It's usually a close game. So I think +3 is the way. But honestly, PJ, I think I'm going to wait until the day of. I'm going to wait till Saturday morning when I'm putting on my little groomsman outfit and I'm in the groomsman suite. And if we're at 2.5, though, I think I'm going to be at Iowa State. If we're at 3, if we're at 3.5 even, I'll be on Iowa, but I'm going to wait till the last second, and I'm going to let the number dictate my bet.
I think that's fair. I mean, that definitely, this could be one of those games where it's really all about what number that you get. So there were some 3.5s that popped up at some other shops. Now those are back down, which I think tells you this game's probably going to settle at about 3. Another interesting game, Jake, is Ole Miss and Kentucky. I like the under in this game, under 52.5. Kentucky, I think, has the worst offense in the SEC. I thought that coming into the season. They played Toledo in week 1. Jake, do you know how many passing yards their quarterback had against Toledo in week 1? Do you want to take a guess?
Oh, God. All right. Under 100?
Yes.
Oh, my God. 87, final answer.
Wow, 85, Jake. Really good guess. You were right there. Zach Calzada. Jake, Zach Calzada had 85 yards passing against Toledo.
He's
what
still
the hell
playing?
Yes. What do we think he's going to do against Ole Miss? Zach Calzada's on like his 6th team in college football, and he's at Kentucky this year. Look, I'm a big Austin Simmons fan too for Ole Miss. I think the kid's going to be a stud. But Jake, did we not see it all of this week in college football? All these young quarterbacks that were making starts in hostile environments on the road, they all struggled in the first half, right? They were low-scoring games. There wasn't much going on. It was defensive struggles. I think this game's going to be the same way. Kentucky can't win a shootout. If they want any chance to hang around or potentially pull the upset, they got to keep it low-scoring. They have no offense. They're not very good. So I think 52.5 is too low. Is too high. I think this game's going to be low scoring. So I like the under. And I'm considering Kentucky +10 because these games are also really close. The last 4 meetings between these schools, Jake, 20-17, 22-19, 42-41, 37-34. So they don't play all the time, but when they do, they tend to be close games. So I lean Kentucky +10, but I do like the under.
Zach Calzada has been in college football since 2019 and is on his 3rd team. Get a job. What are we talking about here?
God bless him.
What are we talking about here? A&M to Incarnate Word to now Kentucky. What are we talking about? Learn LinkedIn, my guy. That's outrageous.
Oh, you're just jealous, Jake. Guy's sticking around. He's enjoying life. You know, I mean, 7th-year senior, live in the SEC, he's the quarterback. What a guy. I mean, he's year number 7 right now. God bless him. This should be a fun game, too. Missouri and Kansas. Mizzou is 6.5-point favorite against the Jayhawks with a total of 50.5. Would you do anything in that game?
God, this might be just a wait till the last second, too, and just wait. Like, I don't feel super strongly either way about either team. I lean Mizzou, I think, but I don't feel good about it.
That's fair. We'll talk Arizona State, Mississippi State, Michigan, Oklahoma when we come back. We also have Vanderbilt, Virginia Tech, which should be a really good game. And then we'll get into some Week 2 NFL lines that I think are pretty interesting. Stay with us. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, a couple more games to look at. Looking ahead to week 2 of the college football season. And let's go to some of the games that we're going to get at night, including number 11 Arizona State on the road, going to Starkville, Mississippi, take on the Bulldogs. ASU is 7-point favorite, total of 58.5. Jake, ASU won the Big 12 last year. Many people think they might repeat again and win that conference again. And then Mississippi State, probably the worst team in the SEC. Them and Kentucky probably going to be on the bottom this year, battling for that spot. Any bet for you? ASU laying 7 on the road against Mississippi State.
I don't really want to get in bed with ASU right now. I want to see what this looks like first. I want to continue to get some data points on them. I want to wait and see. And I think if you get inside of 7, maybe you'll have my attention. But as of right now, I'm not sold on this team yet. I know people are high on them and think they can repeat as conference winners, but I don't feel as strongly about that. And I know Miss State is who they are at this point. There's nothing crazy going on there. But I think this is just 2 very bland opinion teams for me. And so I'm just okay using it as reconnaissance and as a fact-finding mission about both of these teams for later in the season, as opposed to running to bet something right now.
Jake, I can tell you, as somebody who watches SEC football a good amount, Starkville, Mississippi is not an easy place to play in at night. And I think ASU is going to find that out pretty quick, right? For a team that's not used to traveling there, when you hear all those cowbells ringing and you're like, where the heck are we? And you're in the middle of nowhere, Mississippi, dealing with all that. I lean Mississippi State in the game at +7. They were struggling against Southern Miss last week or on Saturday in the first half, and then they started to figure it out a little bit in the second half. Arizona State also struggled against Northern Arizona, an FCS opponent. So neither of these teams were really all that convincing and looked all that great. But I think ASU just traveling pretty much across the country and dealing with those cowbells, it's going to be a bit of an adjustment. So I lean Mississippi State in the game. I don't feel great about it. Don't know if I'm going to end up betting it. The marquee game of week 2 is going to be number 18 Oklahoma and number 14 Michigan. The Sooners are laying 6. The total is 46.5. I think these games are always interesting, Jake. So the look-ahead line before the season started, the summer line was Oklahoma -2.5, -3. And now we're all the way up to 6. So the question is, did we see enough in week 1 with Michigan struggling to New Mexico that now Oklahoma should be a 6-point favorite? I think this is what the line should have been all along. So I don't really necessarily think that this is like some crazy line move. I think the line where Oklahoma was only 2.5 was like that was a bad line. I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team. And PJ, I don't know about you, and we can maybe open this up to a different kind of conversation, but I wasn't huge on Michigan anyway. I think there were a lot of people who were talking themselves into Michigan, mostly because of Underwood. It's a true freshman quarterback. And so and now with all of the outside issues that Michigan had going on as well, I know you can't make a bet on that, but I don't really think that this Michigan team, at least right now and how they are currently constructed, week 2, September 1st, I don't see them, I don't view them as a powerhouse right now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I know Sharon Moore is doing a great job recruiting, and Underwood's a great talent. And as we speak, Jake, that game literally just dropped to 5.5. So you have a little money coming in there on Michigan. I just, there are Michigan fans that feel like Sharon Moore is doing a great job. I question his in-game decisions a little bit, and it's just a feel thing. I think as sports fans, we watch certain teams and we watch certain coaches, and there are guys that we like and guys that we're really not a fan of. And Sharon Moore, for me, is just not really a guy that I'm just a fan of as a coach. Like I don't watch Michigan play and be like, oh man, like that's a really well-coached team. Like he's doing a great job there. I'm just kind of down on him a little bit. I understand Venables hasn't done the best job at Oklahoma either, but I'm a big fan of Mateer. I think they're going to put up some points, and I think they're going to cover. So now it's 5.5 instead of 6. So definitely like Oklahoma better at that number. All right, it is time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Take advantage of that from our friends at BetMGM and make it legendary. Jake, wanted to talk a little NFL with you as well because the week 2 line started to drop for some of these games for the following week. I'm already looking ahead to week 2. But again, like this is the game because Michigan and Oklahoma, before the season started, -2.5. Now it's -5. So you can get great numbers on this kind of stuff. Jake, 2 games immediately jump out. I want your thoughts. Packers on Thursday night of week 2 are only a 3-point favorite at home against the Commanders. The total is 48.5. Now, how can Green Bay be a 2.5-point favorite against Detroit, and then they're only a 3-point favorite at home against the Commanders on a short week? We all know what an advantage it is to play at home on a short week. I understand it's early on in the season, and Jaden Daniels is really, really good. But should that be it? Like, I feel like that line is going to close at like 4.5. So I think 3 is a great number on Green Bay. What are your thoughts? Do you think that line's a little too low?
I think it's a little low. I think for the reason that you said, like now they go home short week against Detroit. I think we all still rate Detroit more highly than the Commanders, at least right now. But I think maybe it's more about Detroit, right? Because they go through all of this coaching change. We don't know what this is going to look like. We're not seeing the offense without Ben Johnson yet. So I feel like maybe part of that is more about Detroit in the week 1 line than it is about the Packers in week 2. But I think you're right, PJ. And I think you're right that people will bet the Packers and bet that 3 and get it to 4.5. And if that's going to be the case, I'm going to come in on the other side. I'll wait till the last second and I'll take the Commanders gladly if you're giving me 4.5.
Okay, there you go. The other game that jumped out to me, Jake, in week 2, San Francisco is a 7-point favorite on the road at New Orleans, and it's the same kind of handicap. Arizona's 6.5 at the Saints, and then San Francisco's -7. San Francisco is the favorite to win that division. Their power rating, I would think, is probably like 2.5, 3 points higher than Arizona. So yep. That to me feels like San Francisco should be like an 8.5 point favorite. The fact you're getting a key number, you only have to lay 7, not 7.5. I think it's a pretty good bet there on the Niners. What are your thoughts?
I really, really like, for me, I will be San Francisco all the way here with this one, just because I think we're underestimating what they can be. And I think a lot of people are thinking about last year and the disappointment that it was, and not thinking about, okay, well, now McCaffrey healthy and bounce back year. And then, like I said, when we were talking about New Orleans earlier, PJ, I think we're underestimating how terrible this team is going to be. I think we're really underestimating how bad the Saints are going to be. So I will be very interested and excited to bet the 49ers in week 2 against the Saints, because I think very quickly everyone is going to be like, oh, San Francisco's better than we were anticipating, and also New Orleans is somehow worse than we were anticipating. So I think you're right. I think this is going to be a game where, we talk about bets coming in and the lines moving. I think we're going to look at this, and when it comes down to it in week 2 when the games kick off, I think we're going to be looking at San Francisco 8, 9, maybe even 10.
Yeah, and obviously, a lot depends on how the Niners look against the Seahawks and how the Saints look against the Cardinals and all those sorts of things. But it is interesting, right? You can start to look at some of these game 1 lines. If you feel strongly about a certain result happening, you can get a great number on a week 2 line as well. Those were definitely a couple games that got out. We have a Super Bowl rematch in week 2 as well between the Eagles and the Chiefs, and Kansas City is a 1.5-point favorite at home. Is that a WTF, Jake? Is that a wrong team favorite in that game, even in Arrowhead?
You took the words right out of my mouth, PJ. That is a complete WTF. But you know what's going to happen? Everyone's going to bet the Eagles. Like that's going to PJ, this is exactly what's going to happen. It's going to open with that line, the Eagles as dogs. Everyone's going to bet Eagles, and then you're going to get +1.5, +2 with the Chiefs. And then everyone's going to come the exact opposite way and say, well, now you can't be the Chiefs as dogs in a revenge spot at home. It's just going to go back and forth. But as long as we're getting Eagles getting points and as dogs on the money line, I'm going to be on Philly the entire way. And I will feel very, very good about it.
Yeah, I think you're so right. A lot of people are going to be on the Eagles in that game, and nobody's going to be on the Chiefs. And it's like, oh, God, I think we know what's going to happen when that is out. Padres, let's get to Major League Baseball, Jake. We got 3 more games taking place later on tonight. Orioles and Padres starting in about an hour. Dylan Cease against Kyle Bradish, so a good pitching matchup. Padres a -170 favorite. Total is 7.5. Did you bet anything in San Diego and Baltimore tonight?
I'm going to be on the Orioles on the money line. I think that's just too big of a number. -170 for the Padres. I know they're the sexy team. I know everybody likes them. I know Dylan Cease has looked better. But we've seen Dylan Cease repeatedly this year blow up, lose, just completely melt down. And the Orioles, PJ, I know they're a bad team and they're a disappointing team. They've actually been decent ever since they fired their manager. Like, they've been an above 500 team. They've looked better. I really like Basayo. I think he's going to be a stud. Hit his first home run last night or the night before. And so I am weighing on the Orioles today. We know that Dylan Cease can melt down and have these complete blow-ups. I'm going to be on the Orioles. I think that's just too big of a number. It's a numbers play for me.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bradish was great in his first start back from Tommy John. He went 6 innings. He gave up 4 hits, 10 strikeouts, gave up a couple runs. So, I mean, 10 Ks. Like, Bradish was awesome before he got hurt. So that was great to see. Cease, as you mentioned, been up and down this season. He's pitched a little better. The Orioles this season generally have been played their best in the first game of series. Like, if you're going to bet the Orioles, game 1 of a series is when you want to do it. So I agree with you. I think at the price with Bradish on the mound and the way that he looked in his first start against Boston, I think the O's +140 might be a good look tonight against San Diego. Other game we got tonight is the Mariners and the Rays, which is a pick'em in Tampa. Total is 8.5. Luis Castillo against Shane Baz. What would you do in Seattle and Tampa?
I mean, what a gross game. PJ, you know I'm not a Mariners guy this year. I think that they're kind of fraudulent. I have not been willing to back them, whether it be in the futures or really on a game-to-game basis. I don't think they're as bad as their recent results have shown, but I don't think they're as good as everybody wants to make themselves believe. But Shane Baz has been terrible. Shane Baz has been awful. And as Luis Castillo ages, he's getting a little bit worse. He's kind of dropping off from that ace status from a couple of years ago. But he's still pretty consistent. He's still a guy that can give you 6-7 innings of 2-3 run ball. If I had to pick one side, it would only be the Mariners. I think this is probably just a stay away from me. I will say, Randy Arozarena is on one of his patented heaters right now where he just gets like red hot for 6 weeks at a time, then he disappears, but that's a problem for the future Mariners. I think I would look at some Randy props if I was going to do anything in this game. Bases, maybe a home run.
Doesn't hurt that he's facing his old team too, right?
And revenge spot.
Yeah, I mean, so, he probably wants to show out there. I like the over. You said it. Baz has not been good as of late, and Castillo is one of these guys. He's a great pitcher, but he definitely helps. It helps him that he pitches in Seattle because his home ERA, Jake, is about 2.5. Then he gets on the road, and his ERA is above 5. and you're pitching in that minor league ballpark tonight against Tampa, I like over 8.5. I think we see some runs tonight in that game. Finally, Patrick Corbin back in Arizona for Texas. They're taking on Arizona and Ryan Nelson. Rangers are playing good. The Rangers just don't die, Jake. We all think they're cooked. We all think they're done. And then they just pull us back. Here they are. Maybe they'll make the playoff. Here they go. What do you think they do tonight against Arizona?
The Rangers are so frustrating to me, PJ, because I have futures on this team. I have World Series tickets on this team. I was so stoked when they brought in Jake Berger and Jock Peterson. I'm like, all right, they have the stars. Now they're making the margin moves that they need to supplement the rest of that roster, and they're going to be great. And then that rotation was phenomenal, and they've just done nothing with it. You're right, though. They refuse to die. They refuse to just pick a lane. If anything, I would rather back the Rangers because they have been playing better, but I think this might be another over spot.
I mean, Arizona's a minus 150 favorite is a little sus for a team that's won like 5 straight games in 8 of their last 10. Probably be Arizona or pass for me, but I think I'm going to end up passing on the game. All right, more You Better You Bet presented by BetMGM. We come back talking Micah Parsons to Green Bay.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan here with you. You Better You Bet presented by BetMGM. Final hour coming up in about 20 minutes where we will give out all of our plays for North Carolina TCU. We'll break down the final college football game of week 1. We'll look at the updated Heisman odds as Arch Manning plummets all the way down from 5-1 to 16-1. And then we'll give out the rest of our bets for today. Maybe some futures bets. Our girl Naomi Osaka on to the quarterfinals. Gave her out 9-1. Started the show. Now she's all the way down to 6-1. So hopefully Osaka can have a nice week out in New York City. Jake, let's talk about the big trade, though, that happened in the NFL. When did this happen? Was this Thursday already? Was it last Wednesday the Parsons deal went down? I can't even remember.
This was Thursday.
Thursday.
Time is a flat circle. It was Thursday because I was moving on Friday and I wasn't here. So it was Thursday. I mean, it's all flat circle, but it's, yes, that was Thursday.
Jake, scale 1 to 10, 10 being just as shocked as you can be. 1 being really not even all that surprised. That trade, when it happened, when you first saw it, when you first got the note, what number would you place?
Oh, I think PJ, if it wasn't a 10, it was damn close. Because we were, You Bet was on the air on Thursday. Nick was doing 3 hours solo, and I think it was Tyler or Bill Zimmerman had put it in the chat. And my eyes popped. I was like, what? And especially me as a Bears fan, too. Again, far be it to make things about myself, but I'm going to do that right now. I'm the one with the microphone. So as a Bears fan, when I read Packers, I died a little bit inside. It's just I can never have anything nice, PJ. Because then, of course, my friends who are Packers fans are texting me, oh, you thought this was going to be your year. You thought you could win the division. You're so screwed. And it's year 2, Caleb. We're all excited. Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams pairing. We're all stoked. And I could just never be happy. This is just my life, PJ. Now I have to go and watch Micah Parsons be on the opposite side of my favorite team for probably the next 10 years. And it's going to suck. And I'm going to hate everything. And for every little ounce of joy that Khalil Mack brought to me every time he put Aaron Rodgers on the ground, now it's about to be infinitely worse and repaid in spades. And what can you do but just shake your head and cry a little inside?
I would put it at a solid 8, 8.5, I would say. I don't think it's the most shocking sports news I've ever seen. It's definitely up there. I think Luka getting traded was more surprising because that was whoa. Where did that come from? Micah Parsons, there was talk of it. Obviously, he was holding out. He demanded a trade. But you never really thought he was going to get traded. And then you see him actually get traded, and you're like, they really did it. Because this is how the Cowboys do business, right? They don't really go after guys in free agency. They draft players, and they're pretty good at it for the most part. And then the superstars that they get, they just re-sign them. And Jerry takes his sweet time. He signed Dak last year in the morning on Sunday of week 1. CeeDee Lamb was about this time last year or a couple years ago. So you just figured that the Micah deal would get done over the weekend, maybe tomorrow, whatever it would be. And then you see what the Cowboys got back in return for Micah Parsons. And it was only 2 first-round picks in Kenny Clark. And I'm like, seriously, dude? That's the thing, Jake. When Luka got traded and Micah Parsons got traded, I mean, you are trading 2 of the best players in their respective sports in their prime. If you find the right partner, you could get the Cowboys could have gotten 4 first-round picks for Micah Parsons. There's not a doubt in my mind. Somebody would have bitten and would have given him 4 first-round and maybe 3 in a second-rounder, but you could have gotten a much better deal because the thing, Jake, is that you get first-round picks hoping to find a guy like Micah Parsons, and they had one in Dallas, and Jerry didn't want to pay him. And I think what added salt to the wound is that you saw that they gave Richard Bland $100 million the other day, and it's oh, Jerry.
Right after. The
right
next
after.
day.
Brutal. I don't understand, Jake, what Jerry is trying to accomplish, though. You make Dak the highest paid player in the NFL. I understand that some NFL teams are backed into a corner, and there are a reason why Mahomes and Allen and Lamar and Burrow are the top quarterbacks, and there's a reason why there's a Hall of Fame. Those are the elites of the elites, and not everybody has those kind of players, and sometimes you're just forced to pay the Derek Carrs, the Trevor Lawrences, the Geno Smiths, the Sam Darnold. Like, sometimes you just have to pay those guys, and I understand. But you are allocating all that money to Dak Prescott to be the highest paid player in the NFL. And I think Jerry feels like he can win with Dak, and Dak's great in the regular season. He has proven that he can win in the regular season. So wouldn't you do everything you can to try and build around Dak, to try and be successful as possible, not try and pay the guy $60 million a year and then go and rebuild at the same time? I don't understand what he's trying to do. So that part of it is really confusing to me. If you know you're going to give Dak all that money, Micah Parsons is up as well. Like, you got, right? It's like the stuff with the Ravens. Okay, you pay Lamar Jackson, you're going to have to give Kyle Hamilton money, and they just paid him. It's like when you pay Patrick Mahomes, you're going to have to pay Chris Jones money. That's what they did. I just don't know if Jerry ever wanted to pay Micah or if he thought maybe he'd get a better deal. It just seemed like it was really poorly planned on Jerry's part.
I think you're completely right that it was poorly planned. And honestly, to tie it back to the Luka thing, because it is a 26-year-old superstar, got traded in Dallas out of nowhere, seemingly. Like, I can't wait because remember, PJ, when Luka got traded, and then like a week or so later, we started to get the stories of other teams were pissed because they're like, we could have beaten that offer that the Lakers made. Like, we could have 1,000% beaten that offer. I'm interested to see if that happens again, because it does feel like, even though people knew Parsons was holding out or holding in, whatever you want to say, and that he was quote unquote available, it does feel like Jerry just got an offer and said, all right, great, here we go, fine. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing where teams are going to start to leak that, yeah, we knew we could have beaten that offer and the Cowboys just didn't give us a chance. So it's very bizarre. As far as what Jerry's trying to do with the Cowboys, I think you're right. I don't know. Like, this is all very haphazard. It's all very touch and go, back and forth, and it doesn't make a ton of sense for them. And you allocated all this money. And like you said, paying Richard Bland the next day is so insane to me. Like,
yeah.
you're really talking out of both sides of your mouth. You're like, what is the goal here? You think you're a Super Bowl contender now? That's not going to happen. And it's like the meme. Well, yeah, Micah Parsons is Micah Parsons. A first-round pick could be anything. It could even be Micah Parsons. Like, it's so bizarre, and it's just one of those things that as a sports fan, it makes you want to tear your hair out because, like, average morons like us are like, well, I could do that. Like, what are we talking about here? It's so bizarre. I want nothing to do with the Cowboys. I think that it's just going to be an overs team because that defense is probably not going to be very good. And we just bet the overs, bet the team total overs, take some Dak props because, buddy, they are probably going to be throwing a lot.
I mean, they really are the NFC Bengals at this point, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're really...
It's a fair comp.
Yeah. Not a lot of offense. I understand Dak's not as good as Burrow, and I mean, the receivers maybe aren't as good. I would take Chase over Lamb, but certainly CeeDee's great. And I'd take Higgins over Pickens, but Pickens is pretty good too. So, like, you can see the comps there between both of those teams. The Packers. Jake, who was your pick to win that NFC North division pre-Micah Parsons? And who is your pick now to win the division after Micah Parsons, post-Micah Parsons?
My answer is the same for both. I think it's the Packers. It was before, and I still think it is. And again, this is me, jaded Bears fan, Jake Hassan. Like, I think Detroit's going to fall off a little bit. I think they're going to come back to earth a little bit. I think Minnesota can be good, but there's going to be an adjustment period for them, which is going to allow Green Bay to get out to kind of a lead. And even if it becomes touch and go at the end, I think they'll be able to have built enough in the early season of a cushion that they can hang on to the division. And now, certainly, with Parsons there, I know people want to talk themselves into the Bears. I think the Bears are an 8-win team. Just call a spade, it is what it is. But I think this Packers team, like, we've seen the upside of Jordan Love. Jordan Love has MVP upside. Matt LaFleur is a Coach of the Year candidate year after year. Now you have one of, if not the best defensive players in the league as well. I think it's just going to be Green Bay. I thought it was before the Parsons trade anyway, and I think that division's wide open, and they're clearly the best team.
I agree with you. I like the Packers pre-Parsons. I like the Packers post-Parsons. For me, Jake, you look at that NFC North, all the other teams have major questions. Detroit, lose both their coordinators. What's that going to look like? The Bears, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams. What's that going to look like? Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy. What's that going to look like? Like, what was the major question with Green Bay? Is Jordan Love's thumb going to be okay? Is their secondary going to hold up? You know, it's like, we know LaFleur is good. We know Love's good. Is Golden going to be good? It's like, you're kind of like finding like positions. Like, what? It's not like these major things. And now they go out and get one of the best players in football and maybe the best defensive player in football in Micah Parsons, and it's only going to make them better. And you're like, the team that was probably the surest bet in the division just became even more so. I agree with you. They became the betting favorite for a reason, and I think they win that division. So I do like the Packers in the NFC North as well. I did not like the Packers to win the NFC, and I still don't think I would bet the Packers to win the NFC. Did that move the needle for you in terms of the NFC futures?
I mean, how could it not, right? Like, you could add one of the best defensive players, again, if not the best defensive player in the league. So it has to move it a little bit, right? Now, the question is always, would you bet it? I'm good. I think that for as good as Jordan Love is and can be, and as high as his ceiling is, the floor is just as low for him. So, and especially we know he's injury prone. He's already banged up this year, the leg last year. So I wouldn't take them for the NFC. I think they'll be a contender, but I mean, I still like the Eagles more than I like Green Bay. I still like San Francisco more than I like Green Bay as well, but they're in the top three. They're in the conversation for sure.
Jake, what is your Super Bowl prediction this year?
Well, we got about 30 seconds, PJ, so let me hash it out really fast here. I think the Eagles get back. I think they are clearly the best team in the NFC, but I think the Bills finally do it. I think they do it. Josh Allen just gets better and better. I think he finally overcomes the Chiefs and just that curse that he's got on him. I think it's Bills, Eagles, and I think the Bills win.
Could you imagine Bills, Eagles, Super Bowl? Like those fan bases?
The electric.
Oh, baby. That would be something. Power Hour up next. We're talking Carolina and TCU, Belichick's debut in college football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Turn it up, Jake. Welcome in to the Power Hour here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. I'm PJ Glasser alongside Jake Kassan, filling in for Nick and Femi here on this Labor Day. We appreciate everybody spending some time with us. Hope they're enjoying their holiday. Week 1 of the NFL season is only 3 days away. We're that close to the start. Thursday night, Eagles-Cowboys kickoff in Philly. We're also 2 hours away from wrapping up Week 1 in college football with North Carolina and TCU coming up. We'll get into that here in moments. We're also going to look at the updated Heisman odds. Arch Manning was the favorite going in, but after Texas loses and he has an underwhelming performance, Arch slides down the odds board, and we'll give out the rest of our favorite plays of the day. We got the U.S. Open currently going on. Jake, it always throws me off when they have doubles going on during tennis because you're so used to just watching singles, right? And obviously when they play doubles, they get to use the entire length of the tennis court, and they just hit these shots like on the side, and I'm like, that's oh no, that's in. That's out when they play singles, but that's in when they play doubles. And it's just funny how they have to like duck down on the serves and everything.
I was just gonna say that.
When's the last time you've played tennis, you think? How long's it been?
Oh God.
Have you played since college, you think?
Probably not. It's been at least 5 years. It's probably been longer, honestly, PJ.
Do you think do you have a tennis racket like at your new place?
No.
Okay.
PJ, I don't even have all of my belongings in my apartment.
No, you don't?
I'm still slowly getting stuff back from the suburbs from my exile.
Do we still have things to like hang up around the apartment? Is there still some pictures that need to go up and stuff like that?
Yeah, there are pictures that need to be hung up still because I'm also waiting on stuff to come in, and I don't want to like do one by like I'd rather just do it all at once. I'm just like that kind of person where if I'm waiting for a picture to get delivered, I'd rather wait until it's here and then do all of the stuff that I already have too. Instead of go like, all right, let's do 2 today and then do 2 more when they come in a couple of days. Like, just annoys me. But PJ, we did get the TV mounted. That's all set and done. That's huge. That was the biggest thing that we had to do. And now we're awaiting a couple more pictures. We're awaiting a rug as well. But other than that, man, we're cruising.
Look at that. Well, congratulations on the new pad. Hopefully it treated you well during week 1 of college football. It treats you well during week 1 of NFL. Let's dive into tonight's North Carolina and TCU game because it's so interesting for so many reasons. How do you think this is going to go with Belichick and UNC? Are you the kind of person that think it's like he's actually going to be awesome and this like might be kind of fun, or that this is just a train wreck waiting to happen?
I'm not train wreck. I don't know if it's going to be awesome, but I don't think it's going to be a train wreck because I think at the end of the day, he is too good of a coach and knows what he's doing too much for it to be a train wreck. I know everybody wants to say all of the off the field stuff and the girlfriend and blah, 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 blah. I don't really buy into that. I think once it comes down to the actual football, it's going to be probably closer to awesome. I think it's going to be fun regardless. I think it's going to give us as hosts, as people who talk about the sport, I think it's going to give us a lot of opportunity to have a lot of fun, but I don't think it's going to be a train wreck. Now, all of that being said, if I had to make a bet tonight, it's TCU because I do think there's going to be an adjustment process for Bill, and we're going to have to see what it actually looks like on the field and what the product actually is, and they already have offensive line issues and injuries. So if I had to make a bet tonight, it would be TCU, but I don't think we're going to be pointing and laughing at North Carolina all season like some people think.
Yeah, I tend to agree that I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. So their win total is sitting at 7.5, Jake. And I got to say, we're not talking enough about like how easy North Carolina's schedule is this season. The only top team they play this year is Clemson, and they get them at home. Every other top team in the ACC, they avoid. No Florida State, no Miami, no SMU, no Louisville, no Georgia Tech. They don't play any of those teams. Outside of Clemson, their ACC opponents this year, Jake, Cal, Virginia, Syracuse, Stanford, Wake, Duke, and NC State. I mean, like, would you be shocked if they won all those games? I wouldn't be. They also play at UCF, who's probably one of the worst teams in the Big 12. I mean, they nearly lost as like a 21 favorite the other night. They're at Charlotte next week. Jake, I bet on Charlotte on Friday night against App State. That was a big mistake. Charlotte's terrible. They're not good. They also play Richmond at home. Like, this is an easy schedule. You also get Clemson off of a bye week. So Belichick, who's a great coach, who doesn't have the talent that Clemson does, but you give him 2 weeks to prepare for Clemson. I see both sides of it. You know, I think a lot of people, when they're handicapping North Carolina, want to fade this team because of all the distractions and with the girlfriend and what this could look like. But from a football standpoint, like, you just look at the schedule and you're like, where are the losses coming this season? TCU and Clemson are by far going to be the two best teams that they play this year. So when I read out that schedule, win total 7.5, would you go over or under for North Carolina this year?
I'm really tempted to go over after everything that you just said, especially. You know what, PJ? Let's put it this way. Because I think TCU wins tonight. I think that TCU takes care of business. I think and I would bet them. I would bet the 3.5, 1,000%. Do we think that the win total changes at all off of tonight's result, whether it's one way or the other? Like, even if North Carolina wins, do we think the win total changes? And off of that, even if it doesn't, because again, like I said, I think TCU wins tonight, but then I think we bet UNC next week, because I think then everybody's going to say, oh, disaster, it's over, look at this, especially if they lose by, 7, 8, 9, multiple scores. Everyone's going to be anti-UNC, and then I will be betting UNC the following week.
Yeah, that feels like the good play. I don't have a thought on the spread tonight. It feels like TCU's probably the right side, because Shahan's right. I mean, TCU, of all these teams we're talking about at like the top of the Big 12 and who can win the league this year, we're not talking about TCU. This was a 9-win team last year, and they returned like a lot of production. Josh Hoover's a good quarterback. They've done really good job recruiting, good job in the portal. So they're a good team, and they have experience in this spot, Jake. Remember, they played against Deion Sanders in Colorado in his first game, right? A couple years ago. So they're no stranger to like this NFL icon, like going to college and in his first start on the road. Now, it didn't work out for TCU because they lost as big favorites in that game against Colorado, but they do have some experience to kind of lean on in that game against Belichick tonight. I think the win total does drop from 7.5 to 6.5, but I think it's heavily juiced at 6.5. So I think it does drop, but maybe it doesn't, because this is one of the games that they were probably expected to lose. They're an underdog tonight, so maybe it does stay at 7.5, but it's even more plus money for the Tar Heels to go over that number. Because you're right. I mean, you look at the win total, they're probably going to lose tonight, and they probably lose to Clemson. So you're looking at 10 wins max for UNC. For them to not go over that, like, where do the other 3 losses come from? Immediately you go to the road games, and it's like, at NC State, at Wake, at Syracuse, at Cal, at UCF, and at Charlotte. Maybe they lose 2 of those, but maybe only 1 as well. And then Duke, Stanford, Virginia at home. So, I mean, again, it's a favorable schedule for North Carolina this year. I think the win total at 7.5 is about right. Belichick's a heck of a coach, Jake. He's a heck of a coach. So, if I had to bet the win total, I actually think I would go over, especially if you're giving me plus money. I think it's a better shot that they win 8 games than it is that they win 7, I think, at plus money.
PJ, I'm going to say something kind of insane right now, but as you're going through all those opponents, I'm going to be betting Stanford against UNC for sure.
Are you?
Because that is for sure going to be the spot. Like, we all think Stanford stinks. Frank Reich's there just as a placeholder, just to hang out, essentially, and collect the check.
Right.
But wouldn't that just be so football and so hilarious for the headlines if Stanford, one of the worst teams in the country, goes and beats Bill Belichick at home? Like, this is pure narrative. I have nothing to back this up. It just feels like something that is destined to happen and just something that is so sports that it will make me laugh very hard. And I think I'm just going to be blindly betting Stanford in that game.
I think Andrew Luck might come out of the GM position, out of the front office, and just play quarterback for Stanford in that game. Oh, we're going up against Belichick? Okay, I'm in. What are your thoughts on this total tonight, Jake? I talked about this last Monday. I liked under at 58.5. It got to as low as 53.5 today before we finally saw some buyback, and we went over 54.5. Do you have any thoughts on the total?
I'm kind of with the market that I'm back and forth on it. I think you were right about under 58 for sure, but now I think we're kind of just in the right zone. It's so hard to say, and this is just how I go about making bets and things, PJ, when there's so much uncertainty about what these teams are going to look like, or at least one of the teams is going to look like. It makes me want to stay away from the total because, even we've been talking this segment of we don't really know what UNC is going to be. We both think they're probably going to be closer to good than train wreck, but I want to see it first. We don't have any data points. I want this to be a fact-finding mission tonight. And if I lose out on a winning over or something in week 1 on a team that we don't know anything about, I can sleep with that. I can live with that. Everyone else can post their money bag emojis and their green check emojis. That's fine. I just would rather have the information and know and see what my eyeballs tell me first before I make a bet on this team.
I think part of the big reason, Jake, that this is getting steamed so much is to the under is look at all the standalone games or all the big games that we've had this week in college football already, and think about the scores, right? Texas, Ohio State, 14-7. LSU, Clemson, 17-10. FSU, Bama, 31-17. The under hits. Last night or yesterday, you had Virginia Tech, South Carolina, 24-11. Miami, Notre Dame goes under by a half point, 27-24. So everybody's like, well, here we go again. We got a primetime game, week 1, probably going to be a little sloppy. 58.5 seems a little high. And now people are just running to the window betting the under, and then you finally get that buyback at 53. The reason I was on the under basically all month leading up to this game was because, Jake, we have no idea what to expect tonight. And that's the beauty of it. We have no idea what North Carolina is going to look like. But Belichick is one of the greatest defensive minds ever in football, ever coaching football. If there's one thing I can look at with North Carolina, and I think we can count on, is that his defense is going to play pretty well and that they're going to have a good game plan. So I look at that game tonight and I'm like, Freddie Kitchens is coaching the offense for UNC. So I like that for the under for that. And then we have Belichick.
I completely forgot about that.
Yes.
I completely forgot about that.
He's the OC. Get ready for some Freddie Kitchens back in your life, Jake Hassan. And then we have Bill Belichick as the head coach, running the defense with his son Steve, doing, all the things that he does on the sideline with his weird quirkiness and all that. I like the under tonight. I like the under in the game. Don't like it as much at 54.5, especially when you could have got it 58. It was 56 yesterday, and now it's 54. Don't know if I like it as much as that number. But yeah, certainly if you can get 56. This is the way I'm looking to bet North Carolina. We'll see what the score is tonight, but I think Belichick's going to want to win games ugly early on in the season. He doesn't have the offense capable of keeping up with TCU, so this is how he's going to have to win and stay competitive, is to keep it low scoring.
I think you're right about that. I think it's just they're not trying to get style points tonight or for this season. This is your first maiden voyage. You are just trying to get in, get out, stack some wins, get some credibility. It doesn't matter if you win by 10 or 15 or 20. It's just Bill wants to get in there, get his wins, get a couple, and then that'll be it. So I think you're right. It's more about just good, clean football and getting a win.
ESPN just showed him walking through campus, right? All these colleges, their teams walked. I mean, Jake, it's like that. I think that just did it for me. It hit me that oh my God, he's actually coaching college football. That is crazy. My favorite bet in this game, Jake, for people out there listening that can bet college props in the states that they're in, I'm taking under passing yards on TCU quarterback tonight, Josh Hoover. It's at 289.5. I will pay money for a college quarterback to light up Bill Belichick's defense and throw for nearly 300 passing yards. Like, I got to see it. I know TCU's offense is good. I like Hoover a lot as a quarterback. But Belichick's defense, I don't think he's giving up 3 bills to a college quarterback. So I'll bet the under on that tonight for Josh Hoover. Give me under passing yards, TCU and UNC. Should be a fun one tonight in Chapel Hill. When we come back here on You Better You Bet, let's look at the Heisman odds board right now. We'll tell you who the new favorite is and how far Arch Manning dropped after Saturday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to the Power Hour here. You Better You Bet presented by BetMGM with PJ Glasser and Jake Hassan. Brewers and Phillies is a really fun game in Milwaukee. 6-6 in the top of the seventh. They keep going back and forth. Brewers were up 4-0 at one point. Phillies took a 6-5 lead. Milwaukee just tied at 6-6. And here we go. Turner on first base and Schwarber's up with nobody out in the top of the seventh. So we've had a couple of high-scoring games on Labor Day. Mets with a 10-8 win over the Tigers today. Potential NLDS preview, maybe, between the Phillies and the Brewers. Jake, when do you really start getting excited for baseball, you think? Really start to get that postseason feel is on the horizon?
Well, to answer your first question, PJ, I get excited for baseball on January 1st. But as far as get excited for the playoffs, about now, I would say September, that stretch run, especially when you have good races happening and you have the NL Central is pretty much done, but when you have the AL East, for example, which is not over by any means, and I kind of still think there's value on Boston, and I don't think Toronto's going to win that division, but there's still race, even though the Centrals are done, the AL East is still super up for grabs. The NL West is going to be really interesting with the Padres and Dodgers, and I feel like that helps make the postseason vibes even more intense as you get into that September stretch run.
Fair enough. It's great to have a good baseball team this time of the year, Jake. I got to tell you, I miss it. I really do. I got used to it the last couple of years. Not going to happen this year. So if your baseball team is looking like they're going to the playoffs or has a chance, enjoy it, because this time of year, it's great to have a good one. College football's back. It's also a great time of the year because football's back. Week 1 of college football. Week 1 of the NFL starts Thursday. But Jake, let's talk Heisman Trophy, because what was so awesome about having 3 top 10 games this week is that you knew the national championship market was going to shift, but you also knew the Heisman Trophy odds were going to as well. Garrett Nussmeier was one of the top 3 names going into the season, and he is now your favorite over at BetMGM at plus 650, followed by Lenora Sellers at plus 700. Carson Beck, who played really well against Notre Dame last night, 12-1, along with Georgia quarterback Gunnar Stockton. John Mateer is now 13-1 for Oklahoma. Jeremiah Smith, 15-1, Ohio State. Arch Manning, Cade Klubnik dropped down to 16-1, along with Drew Aller, who is at 16-1. Sam Levitt, ASU's quarterback as well. Dante Moore and DJ Lagway are 20-1, along with Jackson Arnold, who played great for Auburn. Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Love, Devin Dampier, Utah's quarterback, 25-1. And then you have Ty Simpson at 30-1, Thomas Castellanos at 30-1, CJ Carr at 35-1. Jake, Garrett Nussmeier, do you agree that he should be the Heisman Trophy favorite heading into week 2?
I do. I think this is right as the favorite. I mean, PJ, we talked in the beginning of the show of how impressed we were with LSU and by Nussmeier in that game and how we were both on LSU in that game. I think he's the deserved favorite. Does that mean he has to win? No, of course not. It's September 1st. We got a long way to go. Week 1 isn't even over yet. So I do think that Nussmeier is the deserved favorite, but I do think that this is going to shift. And my question to volley back to you, PJ, is, do we think that Arch and Texas bounce back? And if so, because the number is going to move like that off of a good Arch performance, do we take the 16-1 just so that we can have some coverage and some assets as far as Arch goes? Because it's most likely that the number changes again.
So it's funny. I was doing a show yesterday inside the betting lines, and the producer, the great Addie Bates, big Texas fan, and we were talking about this subject during the show. And I was like, Addie, I kind of think I want to bet Arch at 16-1. I said, are you in? She's like, I'm in. So we put in a $20 bet, 10 for each of us, on Arch to win at 16-1 to win the Heisman. Because this is the number I was waiting for, Jake. All offseason, I'm like, he can't be the favorite. I get he plays for the number 1 team. I get his last name is Manning. Can we watch the kid play a big game? Can we just watch? And then we did, and it went like a lot of people didn't think it would, and now everybody's just out on him. Everybody thinks he sucks. Well, I don't think he sucks. I think he's pretty good. I just think that it was a tough spot going against a great defense on the road in a top 3 matchup, and the kid will continue to get better. He still plays at Georgia, at Florida. He has the Oklahoma game, the A&M game. He's got plenty of opportunities to have some showcase moments. And oh, by the way, his name is still Arch Manning. So, Jake, I almost think this kind of helps maybe his Heisman ascension a little bit, because if he turns out to be really good, then they can spin the narrative of, look at how much he struggled against Ohio State and look how much he progressed throughout the season to become the best player in college football. You normally don't want to bet the Heisman favorite, and even though he was the preseason favorite, Jake, you're not getting a favorite kind of price at 16-1. So I do think there is some value now on Arch. What about you?
I do too. I agree with you, because for me, PJ, it's the number shift. Like a $10 move. Like, does anyone really think that's right? And I get that some of that is how good Sellers was and how good Nussmeier was, but a $10 move, like, does that sound right to anybody for Arch Manning? I don't think that's correct. I think that, and just as aggressively, though, if he has a big game in week 2, if he has a great game, then it's just aggressively going to move the other way and overcorrect again, and we're going to see him below 10-1. We're going to see him in that 8-9 range. So that, for me, is the reason that I want to make the bet, is because I just think $10 of movement just doesn't sound right off of one game in this market.
I think that's a fair point. Jake, back to Nussmeier, because I think this is an interesting conversation, because both are essentially the same price. Would you rather bet Nussmeier to win the Heisman at plus 650 right now, or would you rather bet LSU to win the SEC championship game? Because you got to figure both things kind of go hand in hand, right? Nussmeier definitely could win the Heisman if his team doesn't get to the SEC title game, but he's probably going to need to if he wants to win it. At the same time, there's a chance that at some point in the season, Nussmeier could be like minus 1,000 to win the Heisman. And he's obviously never going to be that to win. So you're playing this game. Like, you could get a great closing line number. He could be the clear favorite to win the Heisman. And his team's never going to be minus money to win the SEC championship as long as Georgia and Texas are there. So how do you weigh those two bets? Would you rather bet the SEC price or the Heisman price?
I think I'd rather bet the Heisman price, because it feels like I'm at less risk of getting shot in the foot by Brian Kelly or by Texas being awesome, or by Georgia winning a couple of winning the game over LSU. So I think I'd rather go Heisman, because it feels like I put my eggs in the Nussmeier basket more so than LSU as a whole. And right or wrong, that makes me, as the bettor, feel a little bit better.
I agree with you. I'd rather go with the Nussmeier price. I thought the preseason of the quarterbacks that were favorite towards the top, Manning, Nussmeier, Klubnik, who would be the guy that you would want to take? For me, it was Nussmeier. And Jake, I do think LSU has to get into the playoff for him to win the Heisman. I think they're going to. But if LSU has success, it's going to be a correlation to Garrett Nussmeier, right? So you're not going to cash, obviously, the SEC bet. You're not going to cash the Heisman bet, I don't think, if he doesn't get to the playoff. So I think the Heisman bet is probably the better play. And again, with the chance with the Heisman is you could get a nice favorite, him to be a nice favorite at some point, minus 250, minus 325, whatever it may be. You're not going to get that with the SEC ticket. And Jake, some of these teams, I think if LSU got to the SEC title game, they would try to win it. But again, what's the motivation for some of these teams, right? Because there's not a guarantee now all of a sudden that you're going to get one of those top 4 spots if you're a conference champion. If you're an SEC team, it's a guarantee. You win the SEC, you're getting a top 4 seed. But some of these teams, how seriously do they take it? Are they happy just to get in? LSU's schedule is a gauntlet this season. How worn down are they going to be going into that game? there's a lot of factors where I think I'd rather just bet Nussmeier to win the Heisman Trophy. Do you think Sellers should be this short a favorite right now at plus 700? Has the talent to win the Heisman. A lot of people feel like he's the best quarterback in the country. But Jake, South Carolina's win total coming into the season was 7.5, and the over was plus money. They beat Virginia Tech. They were a touchdown favorite. They were expected to win that game. SEC schedule is really difficult, though. I mean, again, with Sellers, like, are you confident that his team's going to win enough games for him to get himself into Heisman contention?
I'm definitely not confident in that. I feel like for me, PJ, when I look at the market, I look at Sellers' name up there, and I think a lot of that is the books kind of covering their own ass because they know if they make him any longer of a price, people are just going to bet him. If you put up a 10, a 12, a 15 on Sellers, people are just going to bet that number because, like you said, he has all the talent in the world. He's an awesome quarterback. And so the books don't want to just hang any old number up there because even if we don't think South Carolina is going to be very good, people are going to bet, and people are going to want to bet Sellers. And if he has an insane statistical year, even if South Carolina isn't awesome, if Sellers puts up insane numbers, they're going to have to put him in the conversation. He's going to be a finalist, and then that's a lot of risk you're taking on.
South Carolina, Jake, has a stretch this season where they're playing 5 straight ranked opponents. At LSU, home Oklahoma, home Bama, at Ole Miss, at A&M, and then they get Clemson to end the year in Columbia as well. So they have a tough stretch to the end of the schedule, which is why that win total is at 7.5 and is why I caution people to bet that Heisman price, because I get Sellers is great. I think he's going to have to win 9 games if he wants a shot at the Heisman. I don't think 8's going to be able to do it. So if you think they're getting to 9 wins, maybe worth a bet. I would probably just take the win total over at plus money over 7.5 instead of the Heisman. But if you feel like he's got a good shot, then go for it. Carson Beck, I think, is so fascinating, Jay. He was the preseason favorite last year to win the award. Here we are, goes to Miami. Everybody thinks he sucks. He's coming back from the injury. Looks great last night. Has a great O-line, great receiving core, great offensive coordinator. I mean, Shannon Dawson turned Cam Ward into the number 1 pick, nearly won the Heisman Trophy last year. He's got a lot of things going for him. Miami looks like a playoff team. We know the ACC isn't as difficult as some of these other conferences, so you think Beck has got a legit shot at 12-1?
I do. I think that he is going to have a legit shot. Sammy P was talking about this as well weeks ago when Beck was, I think there was a 30 out there or a 25, something like that. And I know Sammy jumped on that. So I understand. I think that this is still maybe some hashtag value. Because like you said, PJ, he was the favorite last year. And now we've gone completely the other way of people like, oh, well, he took Georgia down. They went with somebody else, and he's actually not that good. I think he's still pretty darn good. It's just people have convinced themselves that just because he transferred schools in this age of college football where everybody transfers, for whatever reason, people have convinced themselves that he actually is bad. And I just don't think that's the case. I think you're right. He's super interesting. Miami's very interesting, and he's in a good system. I think he's definitely going to be in that conversation.
I agree with you, man. And I'm kind of bummed at myself for not thinking of the angle before the season that everybody thought Beck was terrible and now he's in this great spot because the Georgia wide receiving core last year was so bad, led the nation in drops. They weren't healthy. They had all those arrests in the offseason that everybody knows about. It wasn't a good spot for Beck. But, and I think the way that things started with Miami, right? He's dating the Cavender twin, and then that doesn't end so great, and he's getting all this money, and people are like, what's Miami doing? But he's in a great spot. I still worry about the Canes' schedule, though, Jake, and we talked about it at the top. Which of the 6 teams that were in those top 10 matchups over the last couple days do you think maybe could still miss the playoff? I look at Miami's schedule. They're home against Florida September 20th. Then they're at Florida State, home against Louisville, at SMU, and then to end the season, road games at Virginia Tech and at Pittsburgh on November 22nd and November 29th. That might not look like much, but Jake, how often do we talk about in the NFL when Tua and the Dolphins have to go on the road and play in those cold weather games, right? You think a team from South Florida is going to enjoy going to Blacksburg, Virginia, or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in late November? That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. So those 2 games, ending the year in those 2 spots, I think could be a lot trickier than maybe they look on paper. I know they have that win over Notre Dame, but if Miami loses 3 games, is that going to be enough? I could see Beck having some duds in some of these cold weather, tough road games as well. I think he's going to put himself in contention, but I see some games that are alarming for him down the stretch. Anybody else, Jake, when you look at the Heisman odds, maybe worth a bet? You got Gunnar Stockton, John Mateer, Jeremiah Smith, Cade Klubnik, Drew Aller, Sam Levitt, Dante Moore, DJ Lagway. Anybody else, when you look at the Heisman board, maybe worth a bet?
I mean, Aller has to be the answer, right? Because he's a great quarterback. He's very good. We all think he's talented. He's going to be in the running to be the top quarterback picked in the NFL draft. And we all think that Penn State can win a ton of games, right? And a lot of people like them to win the national championship. So ipso facto, if that's going to be true about Penn State, who gets the credit? It's the quarterback, rightfully or wrongfully, but a little bit down the board, it's interesting to me. That does intrigue me.
16-1, Drew Aller to win the Heisman Trophy. We wrap the show next year. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Jake Hassan, all our best bets up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
O's and Padres underway. Jackson Holiday leads off for the Orioles. Got a 3-1 count. Jeremiah Jackson is on deck for the Orioles, Jake, who has been on an absolute tear. One of my best friends from college played high school baseball with Jeremiah Jackson. And like a couple of years ago, he told me about this guy that he played baseball with that was in the minor leagues for the Angels or whatever. And, you know, I was asking him about it, like maybe like earlier this year or something like that. And I was like, whatever happened to your buddy that was like in the majors? And he was like, he's in the Orioles minor league system. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, he's on the triple. I'm like, what? He's on the AAA team. And nonetheless, Jeremiah Jackson gets called up. Jake, he's on like a 12-game hit streak. He's batting .323. He's become the everyday right fielder batting second. So hopefully he stays on the team and I can get some hookups for some tickets. You know, that'd be pretty,
yeah, you got to think about how this affects you. Like,
how
does
obviously,
PJ Glasser
Jake,
get something out of this?
It's cool and all that the guy's having success, but like I need him to stay playing good baseball. And all. Where are you on the Padres? Because we talked about them a while ago, and your stance was you can't do it again. I mean, it's the same old story with Preller and San Diego and how they do business. The roster's good, then it looks great after the trade deadline, and then it's usually the same result when we get to October. Still the same stance for you on the Padres, or are you warming up to the idea that maybe this year will be a little different?
I am still firmly 10 toes down, PJ, on my stance that the San Diego Padres are going to get everybody to fall in love with them. Everybody's going to get excited. It's going to be October, and everyone's going to say, Padres, here, it's finally time. It's finally their time, especially, PJ. And this is why now I feel even more strongly about this, to be honest with you, especially if they win that division. Everybody is going to be running to bet the Padres. And honestly, I think this is a buy point for the Dodgers. I honestly do. I think we're forgetting how damn good the Dodgers are because they're finally getting healthier. Their rotation is starting to come together. And now Mookie Betts has finally started to look like himself a little bit. I think everybody is going to come back just in time for the playoffs when it comes to the Dodgers. And they're just going to go back to the World Series. I don't know that they're going to win. They probably do. But I think that we're going to do this again. And everyone's going to get so excited. And the Padres are just going to lose to the Dodgers in the playoffs again.
You know, I kind of feel like you might be right. I'm gonna stick with my stance. I thought last year the two best teams were the Dodgers and the Padres. Whoever won that series, I thought would win the whole thing, and that's what happened. Jake, I kind of feel like it's going to be the same thing again. I think those two teams are going to meet up, and whoever wins, I think wins it all. Can't get there with the Cubs. I think the Brewers peaked too early. The Phillies, that lineup I don't trust, and now Wheeler's out for the year. The Mets, I think the Mets are interesting just because I think when that team gets into the playoffs, it'll be a different animal. You know, if Alonso can be the guy he was last postseason, we know what Soto can do. If Lindor steps up, and I think the Mets will have a little different vibe to them, and Citi Field's such a great environment during October. I think it'll be a little different. The Mets, I think, are intriguing outside of the Dodgers and the Padres, but I really think it's going to come down to those two teams. The American League, Jake, are we still Team Astros in the AL? I mean, they're starting to get a little healthy too, but I am concerned about the bullpen and the Hader injury.
Just to close the loop on the National League really fast, I also am intrigued by the Mets. And I think I said this to you, PJ, that the Mets, to me, what they're doing with the rotation and the bullpen, just give me a very 2015 Royals vibe, where they don't need Sean Manaea to throw 7-8 innings. They need him to go 5, and then they'll squeeze the life out of you with that bullpen, and we know, like you said, what that lineup is. So I agree with you that the Mets are a little interesting as well. As far as the American League, listen, Eddie Bates is getting a lot of run on this show today, rightfully or wrongfully, but I'm still very much in on the Astros. I think this team just has it. They know how to win. They've been there. Correa's back, and they fixed him. He's been awesome for them. Yeah. Jeremy Pena's been one of the best players in baseball since they moved him into the leadoff spot in that lineup back in April. And now Yordan Alvarez is back too as he gets healthier. We know when he's right, one of the best pure hitters in baseball. And for me, the Astros too, it's the rotation. Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are one of the two best combos in all of baseball. But now you have Christian Javier back as well, as he starts to round into form, as he gets healthy and he starts to stack starts back to back to back. We know what his upside is. I will say though, PJ, and I brought them up earlier, and I do think that they could be very, very good. I think the Red Sox are real dangerous.
I agree.
I think the Boston Red Sox are real dangerous, especially if you're getting this from Garrett Crochet, if you're getting that from Lucas Giolito and Brian Bayo. But also that lineup, oh my word. Roman Anthony is a madman. He looks every bit like the number one prospect in all of baseball right now. You know what Alex Bregman can do. You know what the other guys in that lineup can do. You know what Trevor Story is. I think that this Red Sox team is very dangerous.
Dude, I agree. Those are the two teams that I look at. And I think the American League, Jake, it's almost by default. You and I feel the same way about the Blue Jays and the Tigers. Like I'm more than good on those two teams. I think those two teams are overrated. So I want no interest in either of them. I would more so lean towards the Tigers because of the pitching. Blue Jays, I'm more than good on. The Yankees, I kind of think are intriguing a little bit because nobody wants them. They've been playing much better. The bullpen's been much better. Stanton's a monster in the playoffs. I mean, Judge is so good. Like, eventually you think he'll be Aaron Judge in the play. You know, it's kind of like the Lamar thing with Judge right now in the postseason, but maybe he'll turn it around a little bit. I'm with you on Boston because they have a top-tier starter in Crochet. They have one of the best relievers in Chapman's been unbelievable this year for Boston. And that lineup, dude, I mean, Bregman's got a ton of experience. Duran's really good. I mean, they're hitting the crap out of the baseball right now. Roman Anthony's as good as advertised, so... And Cora's still, I think, one of the better managers. So, like, check manager.
PJ, I'd make the argument Alex Cora might be the best manager in baseball. I was having this discussion with Isaac Trotter, who is a friend of the network, obviously. And we were having that discussion. He goes, is Alex Cora the best manager in baseball? And I think the answer might be yes.
I think I'd take Hinch over him. But he's top three. I mean, he's top three. I think, which shows you again why the Astros are probably so successful with those two guys kind of on that coaching staff. But I mean, the Red Sox, right? All the boxes that they check: Cora, manager; Crochet, frontline starter; Chapman, reliever that you are going to use every day in the playoffs; big bats in the postseason. And then, I mean, October, baseball back in Fenway. Like that'll be a tough place to win that time of year. So I'm with you. Red Sox, Astros, two of the teams that I'm looking at. But, Jake, it might be like, I mean, we might have a repeat of what we had a couple years ago with Dodgers, Red Sox. We might be heading that way again with those two teams.
I think we are on a collision course for some kind of rematch of Dodgers, Astros, or Dodgers, Red Sox. But did you see the thing, PJ, that Aroldis Chapman now figured out how to aim his pitches, and that's why he's been so awesome. Like, they tweaked his delivery so that now he actually aims when he throws, and apparently he just wasn't doing that before. Like, just outrageous.
I have not seen that. That's kind of hilarious. What is he, like 37 years old? Took him 15 years to figure that out or whatever it's been. It's actually pretty funny. Toronto, I mean, they're only 2.5 games up on Boston and the Yankees, so that'll be a fun sweat the rest of the way as we're just getting started in September. The Blue Jays, of all the teams in that division, Jake, they got to win that division because I could see Boston and New York going on the road and maybe, you know, winning a wild card series, but the Jays, they got to win that division. So that's going to be important for them to take care of that. Tigers are going to win the Central. Astros only 2.5 up on Seattle and 5 games up on the surging Texas Rangers, but feel good about the Astros winning that division as well. Let's get into some best bets for tonight, Jake. 2 more baseball games tonight on the docket. We talked a little bit about them earlier, but any plays for you in Mariners, Rays, or Rangers, Diamondbacks tonight?
I'm not going to have anything in Mariners, Rays. I would lean the over, maybe the first 5 over if I had to do anything in that game, but I'm going to be on the Rangers. Ryan Nelson as a minus 140, like, just doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't sound like that is the correct line. And like you said, the Rangers have been playing really good baseball lately. So I'll be on the Rangers on the money line. I know it's Patrick Corbin, and that does make me a little queasy signing up for that. But it's just, at the end of the day, Ryan Nelson should not be a minus 140 favorite. Like, that's just incorrect.
Rangers are getting bet. I mean, it was up to like minus 155, so it's starting to come down a little bit. But again, that line just kind of reeks, so I'm staying away. I'm betting the over in Seattle and Tampa Bay. You get Baz, who's been awful as of late, and then Castillo's been not as great on the road, 5 ERA, whereas he's 2.5 at home. So I'll take over 8.5, Tampa and Seattle. College football tonight, Jake. One more game to wrap up week 1. Belichick's debut, UNC against TCU. Horned Frogs, a 3.5-point favorite on the road, and the total in the game is 54.5. What's your play, TCU, UNC?
I would only ever do TCU. That would be the only thing I do in this situation. But like I said earlier, this is going to be a fact-finding mission for me, PJ, tonight. I'm going to watch this game just as a data point exercise and just see if we can get any kind of insight into what the rest of this is going to be for the rest of the year. There's too many unknowns. I don't want to sign up for that. I don't want to sign up for whatever this Bill Belichick system is going to be. Like we were talking about earlier, I think they'll be a decent team, but I'm going to wait and see it with my eyeballs first before I try to get financially invested. Very nice.
No play for me on the side. I bet the total at 58.5, so it's tough for me to give it out at 54.5. I said anything up to 55 I liked, and of course it's up to 54.5, so I'd stay away from that. Love a player prop, though. Jake, I'm taking Josh Hoover, TCU quarterback, under 289.5 passing yards. TCU's going to want to throw a lot. They want to go up tempo. They create explosive plays. But I'll pay to see Bill Belichick give up 3 bills to a college quarterback. Go for that many yards against them. So Belichick, one of the great defensive minds ever. I think he'll have a great scouting report, game plan, multiple weeks to prepare, getting ready for this game, making sure his team is ready to go and in the right spot. So I like under passing yards for Josh Hoover tonight. But should be a lot of fun, Jake. Can't wait to watch it. College football's back. NFL's back. Awesome time of the year, my friend. And September baseball as well, heating up. So October, I feel like, is your favorite sports month of the year, right? Because you get playoff baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's October. You get playoff baseball. You're in the thick of NFL and college football. It's great. It is unparalleled.
That's totally fair. September, solid month too, and it's great to have all this sports back. Thanks to our guy Zach Kroll pulling double duty today, doing VP, producing the show. Jake, shout out to you hosting the show, running the board in Chicago. I was just talking the whole time, so I appreciate you guys making me look good, putting us on the air. Enjoyed it. Hope everybody else did too. Enjoy the rest of your Labor Day. I'll be back tomorrow 3 to 4. Nick Costos 4 to 7. We'll see you then. Corey Parsons, Sean Bell coming up next. BetMGM tonight.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up? What's up? Let's get it on. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight, Labor Day edition, holiday edition, weekend edition, the extension of the weekend edition. And I love this because guess what? It's not just baseball, and I love baseball. But Labor Day means all the sports are back. College football is back. The NFL is back. And even if you want to pay attention to basketball, training camp is around the corner. NHL, training camp is around the corner. All the sports are coming back to fruition. All the sports are right around the corner. So we got a lot to talk about. It's no more boring stuff. It's no more lists and making up things. No, we get to talk about actual games. And that's what we're going to do today. I am Sean Bell. Kicking it with my man, Corey Harson. Corey, what's cracking with you, man? How you been?
Feeling good, Sean. Happy Labor Day to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the day, having a good time, enjoying football. And like you said, we are past the talking season, which I believe we was in the middle of the last time me and you were so blessed to have this real estate. And now we are time to get ready for some action. Time for some action. And we got a good week one of college football coming up on the first week of the NFL. So it's time to break that stuff down, get ready to rock and roll as well. So definitely glad to be here with you all today and the masses, and let's get it in.
That's right. Like Corey said, a lot of NFL talk today. Okay, it's week one. So we got to preview all the games. We got to give you awards. We got to give you predictions. We got to break it all down and give you our best bets for the week one games coming in to Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. You know how the NFL does. They're going to play all days of the week in a couple years. Trust and believe that will happen. So we'll discuss a lot of that later. Again, a lot of Major League Baseball games on today. Okay, most of the slate was earlier. We do have some late games that we'll talk about. One game that I forgot about in college football, because of course we're going to talk college football, is Bill Belichick. Corey, he's about to be back out there. I forgot. And again, that's coming up at 8 o'clock. They're taking on TCU. First game is going to be a tough game. There was a whole lot of noise with Belichick, a girlfriend on the sidelines and interviews and documentaries, and they let all that slide because he's Bill freaking Belichick. Corey, that game is coming up at 8 o'clock. Again, we'll preview that game. Is this a must-win for Bill Belichick?
Well, I don't think we have must-wins this early in the college football season for Bill Belichick. Obviously, this is more about program building right here. But what we have seen is in true Belichickian fashion, he's trying to build the North Carolina Tar Heels from the inside out, be good in the trenches, and then worry about the rest later. We'll see what the quarterback, Gio Lopez, brings to the table, see what the environment is like in Chapel Hill. Can this turn into a big time football program? We all know the lore of North Carolina basketball, and obviously if Bill Belichick can get this thing rolling and leave it off in some good hands, then we possibly, and I think this will happen, if North Carolina football does become good, I think we do see the SEC go pick them up, because the SEC has a yearning for more basketball schools as well. But with that being said, I wouldn't say that it is a must win, but it is going to be very interesting, because I'll be honest with you, Sean, we do not know what to expect.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a preview. I'm giving you a preview, what they call a tease in the business. I do think it's a must-win for Bill Belichick, and I think there's a lot of reasons why he won't have the patience, and the program won't have the patience that they normally have with normal head coaches, because of a lot of things that he's done in previous times. So we'll get to college football coming up next in our whole preview of college football. But Corey, I believe you are a Cowboy guy. I believe you are a Jerry. I don't know if you're a Jerry Jones guy, but you had to stick by his side for a lot of years, okay? Micah Parsons gets traded. That's the biggest news. He comes in, and apparently he's going to play in week 1. There's talks about his injury in his back, but that he's going to take an epidural and try to play anyway. So apparently that back injury is real, but he's going to play regardless. That's what the reports are as of now. So before we get to those reports, before we get to everything that's going to happen on Thursday, I need to hear your reaction. Again, I haven't heard it yet. I need to hear how you reacted to Micah Parsons and all the comments afterwards.
Well, definitely it was the story, I guess, that stole the NFL summer, and then the trade that kind of shook the world, or the NFL world, this past week. As normally what we see with Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, we get these semantics and he plays these games all the way down to the 11th hour. And then the next thing you know, the player is signing the big contract, and the Dallas Cowboys are one big happy family again. But that's not how it played out this time, and that kind of took me by shock. And I found that to be quite interesting. Listen, the bottom line of the matter is, that this was something that was rumored as early as going back to after Micah Parsons' rookie season, that this was going to be something that could happen because of the kind of pressure it's going to put on the salary cap, especially when you have quarterback, wide receiver, and now a defensive player all making top dollar at their position. It was going to be hard to kind of keep the role players and the developmental players getting their paychecks as well. And we've seen Dallas be able to do this with guys like Deron Bland, who they just extended. We've seen Brandon Aubrey, who's one of the best kickers in the NFL, and even Kevontae Turpin, who's one of the best return men in the NFL. The Dallas Cowboys find a way to pick and plug pieces, but we have seen, guys like Trayvon Diggs and Dak Prescott, deal with injuries, and Jerry is carrying these big contracts. Ultimately, as a fan, I would like to see the player remain, but I'm going to stick by the organization, as crazy as that may sound. I'm going to stick by the organization, because one thing they do is they do draft well, right? This gives them some flexibility under the cap. One player doesn't make the team. Obviously, you look at the Dallas Cowboy playoff performances, no matter how much talent is on this team, they still can't seem to give over the hump. And some of their bigger, more high-profile players show up the smallest in the bigger, more high-profile games. Ultimately, that January 24, 50-0 loss, that's what I call it, might as well have been, to the Green Bay Packers, seems like it broke the organization, and they're still feeling the ripple effects from that right now. So it's a tough spot, tough time coming into a season for the Cowboys, where they're going to have to deal with the two best divisions in football in the NFC North and the AFC West. So I don't expect much. I don't have high expectations, even if you do get a healthy Dak Prescott. But if I'm Micah Parsons, this move feels like the right thing to do and the immediate move for right now. But one of the best parts of being a Dallas Cowboy and being connected to the Dallas Cowboys is being connected to the Jones family and your retirement. And, those guys are always around Jerry. They're always around Steven. Now, by the time Micah Parsons gets to be, in his 50s or so on and so forth, Jerry Jones more than likely will have turned the ownership over by now, unless he's found a fountain of youth, which you never know down there in Jerry world. But Jerry got what he wanted. He dominated headlines, and the relationship didn't work out, but he was able to move on, and now the Cowboys can try to put a team together instead of a collection of individuals.
Oof. You know what I think about when I saw this, and I've said this for a little while in regards to Jerry Jones, and the Jerry Jones, the business, is still going to be Jerry Jones, the business. The Cowboys, that star is going to make a lot of money regardless. It's like the New York Knicks with James Dolan. They lost forever, right? They only have, 2 championships to their names. That was back in the 70s. And so they're still the number one team. They're still the Mecca, all that other stuff. But the star power is going down. Like, I think to myself and go, okay, Dallas used to be a place when me and you were growing up, Corey, where free agents, that's where I want to go. The number one free agent was like, I'm going to go there. Whether it was Charles Haley, trade me there. Whether it was Deion Sanders, I just want a Super Bowl, and I still want to go there. T.O., right? But now it's a situation where because of Jerry Jones and because of the way he treats his players, the way he deals with these contracts, now it's like, wait a minute, when's the last time the Dallas Cowboys got a tier 1 free agent? Like, free agents ain't dying to play for Dallas anymore. The younger generation ain't dying to play for Dallas anymore. He's lost that. But now he may be losing something else where, yes, they draft really well. But now, wait, does his own players not really want to stay there anymore? Is that going to be the next thing that happens to Jerry Jones because of the things Jerry Jones does where, yes, he drafts elite players and he was able to keep Dak and he was able to keep CD. But now are these guys who he does draft going to start saying, nah, I'm trying to leave? Are they going to treat Dallas like they're the Atlanta Falcons or one of these Minnesota Vikings, like these other organizations where you're going, nah, I'd rather play somewhere else because I don't want to deal with Jerry Jones and things that Jerry Jones does. And so that's where he has to be careful with all the stuff that he's doing that, okay, you're no longer getting the top free agents. Now your own players might start saying, I don't want to stay here. And that's I know it's not hurting the brand right now because you're still number one, but eventually it's going to hurt the brand.
I'll push back on that, and because of the fact of number one, you mentioned it's still the most prominent sports franchise, not in America, but in the world, right? So let's take that. As far as getting the big name,
soccer exists. We can't do that. We can't do the Chelsea and all that.
If you look at the numbers, they're more fit. They make more money than those big soccer teams.
Gotta fact check that. We gotta fact check that.
Please do. It's just the truth of the matter. As far as the big name free agents go, right? It's been years since Dallas has been a spot for big name free agents because who are you going to go sign? You basically drafted players better at every position, right? And so it was no free agent that didn't say, oh, well, that the Dallas went after that said, okay, I'm not going to sign with the contract. If Jerry wanted them, they were going to go and get them. That star in the middle of that field, that star on that helmet still means something, right? Now, the biggest star is Jerry. But when you look at TV ratings at the end of the year, majority of the top 10 programs on television are NFL contests. And guess who's normally playing in those NFL contests? You might as well say they're the best show on television because people tune in. Their quarterback goes from the field to the broadcast booth because of the familiarity that the audience has with these players of Tony Romo or Troy Aikman. Not sure if that's the way that Dak's going to go. So I don't think it's going to affect the brand at all. I think the brand is still strong. As long as they can continue to draft well, the brand will still be strong. But we've seen as a New York Yankee guy, is that brand dying? It's been 2009 since they won anything, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't going to happen this year. So, you got your two preeminent, and those organizations are linked actually through concession deals. But the truth of the matter is this, the brand is still going to be strong, but the product on the field has not lived up to expectations when it matters most.
Yeah, I agree with you on that before. Like I said, they're like the New York Knicks. They're not going anywhere. But again, I do think it's going to start affecting your money to the kids that are under 25 and 30 years old as they grow, because I would disagree. Like a Saquon Barkley or a guy like that or Rolando McClain, like the top guys aren't like, let's go to Dallas. Even if Jerry Jones won.
I don't think those kind of players were even on the Dallas Cowboys radar with the talent that they in their own locker room that they had to sign.
No. Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't Saquon, Rolando McClain, and the top guys? They don't have the top talent at every position.
Yeah, but okay, so they don't have the top talent at running back, but you got to pay the quarterback $60 million. You know the big time linebackers coming up, so you got to cut corners at a place. So and I would push back against that. I think if Dallas really wanted a player, they would still be able to get him. It's still an honor to wear that star on your helmet.
Okay, again, you say that as an older head like me, but it's been a long time. That's all I'm saying. Let's get to some of the stuff that happened today again in Major League Baseball. And by the way, again, I don't know who follows tennis. Naomi Osaka beat Coco Gauff in the U.S. Open. That is huge. And Naomi Osaka, again, she's dealt with a lot of issues when it came to emotional. She had a baby, tried to bounce back from that, and she hasn't been the same like it's been for 4 or 5 years. It looks like she's back, because when she's at her best, she could be the most dominant in all of sports and all of tennis. So I'm glad to see her back. But again, we got to go back to around the baseball world. The Philadelphia Phillies tied with the Milwaukee Brewers right now, 8-8. Again, the two best teams in the NL duking it out right now. The Mets beat Detroit. Again, that was a high-profile game also, because Detroit is the best team in the AL. The Mets beat them 10-8. Again, most of the games were earlier today. Was there any game in or outside of baseball that you were looking at today, Corey?
Nah, I'll be honest with you. I really turned away from the MLB slate once they kicked the pigskin off. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? So, and then with my Yanks, not really. It's not going to happen this year. Let's put it like that. So, but Major League Baseball, I kind of turned away from the slate, got into the college football, into the NFL pretty heavy the past couple of weeks.
And let me just say, baseball, there's a reason for that. For me, it's not just football. It's just because baseball is stupid. Like, why haven't you have 3 holidays? Take advantage of those 3 holidays and market games. Why aren't the Yankees playing, let's say, the Mets in a Subway Series on Labor Day prime time at 7 o'clock? Why aren't the Dodgers playing the Padres at prime time at 4 o'clock? Why aren't you saying this is Labor Day, this is the holidays, and I get it, people are out, people are doing their things, but it's still the holiday. Why don't you have some game prime time, even if it's late night, right? Like everybody's out drinking during the day, you get back from the cookout. Why not have something right now for them to play and for them to do, for us to watch? But Major League Baseball, again, never does what they need to do on particular holidays. All right. That's a wrap for this first segment. When we come back, we got to look back at the college slate. Again, we got a college game tonight in UNC and TCU at 8 o'clock. That's going to be a big-time game for Bill Belichick. And we got to discuss Arch Manning, right? We got to discuss Penn State. We got to talk about all the top teams that went to the gridiron last night.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? It's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the...
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Once again, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Corey Parsons, Sean Bell, kicking it with you until 11 o'clock tonight. And make sure you catch BetMGM Tonight any and everywhere. Tune in, Odyssey, iHeartRadio, anywhere you listen to, you can listen to us. So make sure you tune in and make sure you do so. Again, a fun college slate. Week 1 last week. I know there's a week 0, week 1, week 2, yeah, whatever the numbers they want to call it. But week 1 was a great week 1, okay? You had some upsets. You had some big-time games and a lot of ranked games. I feel like there was more ranked games this year, Corey, in week 1 than there normally are. But we got to start with the biggest one, Texas, Ohio State. Arch Manning. Arch Manning was the Heisman favorite. Now he's 7th on the list. Now he's 16-1 after that poor performance against a great Ohio State defense. Again, Ohio State won that game 14-7. I'm sure they'll be the number 1 team in the land when the rankings come back out. Corey, what did you make of that game?
Yeah, this right here to me is a little bit concerning. Now, listen, I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment, but Son looked flat out bad, to be 100% honest with you. And I know people are going to say, well, he kind of stabilized in the second half, but it's no excuse for how poor he looked in the first half. That didn't look like a Heisman Trophy candidate / number 1 overall pick in the draft. Nonetheless, somebody carrying the name Manning. Now, I understand the conditions on the road, first real start, going up against the defending national champions, in their building, but that makes your footwork bad. That makes you start side-arming balls. Like, I didn't expect that at all. I didn't think he was going to go out there and beat Joe Montana and tear the joint up. But you would have at least wanted to see something that would qualify as a reason to back the hype that he has had. Now, I'm in Las Vegas right now, and it just really sent shockwaves through some of the casinos and sports books and stuff like that to see Arch Manning struggling like this on the big national stage. Obviously, it dominated the talk on social media. People saying he had more commercials than completions. This was a tough outing right here. And also another thing, never bet a Heisman Trophy or MVP favorite before the season, because you're going to get a much better number when the season starts because of situations like this. I would be concerned, right? I would definitely, now obviously schedule weekends and, you get lesser competition, but I would definitely be keeping a keen eye on what's going on down there in Austin as we continue to follow the Manning saga.
Yeah, and again, Texas, the first number 1 seed to lose in week 1 since 1990, since the Miami Hurricanes. Now, in all fairness, usually the number 1 team in the land doesn't face the number 3 team in the land this early. Normally, it's cupcakes this early before they face a real team. But again, it's been a long time. I'm with you. Everyone, he has a Manning name, right? So everyone assumes he's going to be great. And you assume, and all the experts were saying he is generational. That's what Dan Orlowski said, generational. And from that game, and not just that game, last year, I'm like, I'm not seeing it. I haven't seen anything that lets me say that this kid is great, this kid is generational. I haven't even seen the all plays, right? Like the plays where you go, oh, he's bad right now, but I see it, right? There's a guy, like I remember I was just watching, oddly enough, Drake May tape. There was on Twitter, Drake May in his UNC debut, and it was just like, oh, you saw it. You saw like, all right, the kid ain't great right now, but you can see why people think he's going to be that great. I haven't even seen that from Arch Manning. So again, I go, okay, people who analyze the game for a living, okay, former quarterbacks, I'm listening to you, but we haven't seen it yet. So it's almost like a lot of stuff that Shedeur Sanders has to endure, that they've been talking about, this kid should be enduring, and he's starting to get some of that smoke right now. Again, Ohio State is probably a top 3 defense in all of the land. But actually, Ohio State and Texas are 2 of the top 5 defenses in football. So you can't just throw Arch Manning out the building. I'm sure he's going to get better. I'm sure Texas is still going to compete for a national championship. But that, like you said, was concerning. On the other flip side, Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith, another guy who was one of the top Heisman candidates, didn't have a great day. He dropped down to 15-1 odds to win the Heisman Trophy. What did that game say to you about Ohio State?
Ohio State is Ohio State. They look tough. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, they're playing up against a great defense like Texas. You know what I mean? The young quarterback, Julian, saying he did enough to pull away and walk away with the victory. But that defense, and then playing in the Big Ten, is going to have them in the national championship picture. They'll be in the college football playoff. Obviously, we got to talk about what Penn State is going to be this year, right? And a lot of people are feeling very high about Penn State right now. So that's going to be an interesting talk as far as Big Ten football goes. But Ohio State, they went out there, they got the job done. You would like to see some more explosive plays, but going up against a defense like Texas, I mean, it is what it is. But the truth of the matter is, Ohio State, they got to win, and they're building. Now, does this catapult them to the number 1 team in the country? I don't think so at this time. I think there's a better team.
Ohio State right now has the best odds to win the championship, 5-1. Penn State, like you said, they blew out Nevada. They're 6-1. Texas, still the 3rd best chances, tied with Georgia at 7-1 to win it. So again, the bettors still seem to think Texas has a great chance. But the other team we got to get to, the biggest surprise, maybe it's not the biggest surprise, but Alabama. Dog, I know Nick Saban ain't there no more, but geez Louise, Alabama has had a steep drop over the last couple years. And I heard Johnny Manziel talking about this also. He said no one fears them anymore. And I can't believe it. Again, Nick Saban gone, so I kind of get it, but I can't believe Alabama has a team that people are licking their chops at. Like, I don't care about them. They're not dominant anymore. To you, is Alabama, again, still has a great chance to get into the playoffs, still ranked the 1, 2, 3, I believe, 9th best odds to win the national championship at 15-1. Should we just throw Alabama out the book? Are they done?
Put it like this. You're a hip hop guy, right? The Jay-Z line, once you tag lame, the game must follow the leader. You see, so much of what Alabama was very similar to what Mike Tyson was. When he walked to the ring with that cut-off robe and no socks and the black trunks, it was like, oh man, I lost. When Alabama walks into your stadium, it was like, oh man, I lost. That ain't the same Alabama no more. And Manziel was right to point that out. The intimidation factor, the fear that Alabama brought is no longer there. Florida State bullied them. A Florida State team that was horrific last year bullied them, absolutely bullied them. They were more physical. They were dominant. They punched them in the face. They didn't let go. This is as horrible as I've ever, to be honest with you, seen the Alabama Crimson Tide look. Also, very concerning. Kalen DeBoer squarely on the hot seat right now. Yeah, this is going to be a tough thing for Alabama to bounce back from, playing a SEC schedule, so they don't really have, I don't believe it's too many more big-time games, but they do play Wisconsin. I believe that game is in Alabama. But they're in a spot right now to where this can be a 4-loss Alabama team this year, and that's not going to cut it in Tuscaloosa. So I think that we are in a spot right now where Alabama and Kalen DeBoer are in trouble, because that just looked pitiful.
Yeah, dog. We don't fear you anymore. We don't. Mm-hmm. You ain't Nick Saban, and it's like, yo, all the times you beat us, all the times you smacked us, this is payback time. Exactly. Now people are looking for payback to get at Alabama. Mm-hmm. Again, a long way from Nick Saban days. The other upset, Miami over Notre Dame. Not really an upset. Again, 2 top-ranked teams, but again, I didn't know if there was going to be any team in the ACC that's that serious. I didn't really is there any team in the ACC that's going to be real and that's going to go into the playoffs and actually win a game? Miami's trying to say that's them. You saw that Miami game. You saw what they did. Again, tight game against Notre Dame. Is Miami a real threat, or is Notre Dame just not it?
No, I think Miami could be a real threat with Carson Beck playing QB. You know what Miami has on their football team is tons of talent, is tons of athlete, is speed, and is NFL players on both sides of the football. And, in their lean years, didn't really have the quarterback play or the pedigree on the sideline and the head coaching spot, to be the Miami of old, the Miami that we grew up on. Are we returning to that? I'm not going to say all of that yet, but Miami is going to be in contention in the ACC. They're going to be in contention to get a college football playoff spot. So if you're a Hurricane fan like Michael Irvin and the rest of those dudes out there wilding on the sideline, you got to feel pretty good about that big-time win over Notre Dame. And it's not like Hard Rock Stadium has this big, tremendous home field advantage. So you can't even really chalk it up to them playing the game at home, because I don't look at Hard Rock as being a place where you get a big advantage, particularly in college football or the NFL. But you do got to go down there into that Florida heat, and maybe early in the season that could have threw Notre Dame off. But I think Notre Dame will still be fine. Just lost a tough game to a good team.
Yeah, again, Notre Dame should be fine too. Miami, again, it's interesting. I don't know if I believe that they're going to really compete with the big dogs of the SEC. But again, they're back to being a team that's going to be ranked in the top 15. That's going to be very good. And you're right, Carson Beck. That's what NIL does. Like these guys, I'm going to go pick a quarterback who would normally go.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever.
Has played well. Obviously, his talent at the skill positions at LSU. And then when you look at their schedule, I believe they have to go to Ole Miss later on this year. They have to go to Alabama. But I think for the most part, the rest of their schedule kind of lines up to where LSU can likely go on a run all the way to the SEC championship game. So LSU is a legit contender, not just to be the SEC champions. LSU is a contender to win the national championship this year. So I would hop on a LSU future right now to win the SEC and to win the national championship. If health prevails, Brian Kelly's group is going to be in the mix this year. They were very impressive.
They look great this year. Back again, I love Brian Kelly as a head coach. Again, not necessarily my type of guy, but as a head coach, all he does is win. Again, he hasn't won the national championship yet, but every program he goes to does great and has a chance to get to the national championship, and they have a chance once again. I said before, again, 8 o'clock, North Carolina, TCU coming up. And I said, you know what? I think there's pressure on Bill Belichick to win this year, to win right away, because we forgot all the drama that happened this offseason. And Bill Belichick really looking funny in the light. And again, some of that is the other stuff, the young girlfriend and what is she doing on the field and what is these interviews and what's going on there. And I know a lot of people go, hey, that's his business, whatever he want to do. But this is college football, right? So when you're talking about recruiting, when you're talking about all these other things, yeah, it's just like, hey, your business is their business, and they want you to look squeaky clean, even though we know they're not squeaky clean. But at least you're supposed to have it behind closed doors. So he has a lot of drama stuff going on in the back that they've ignored. And so if that rears its ugly head, if he has a situation where she's on the field or she's doing something that she shouldn't be doing and she's catching highlights and he starts losing, they may go, hey, we're going to pull the plug early on this because you're making our program look a certain way, Bill Belichick. So, and we don't have a real history of NFL coaches going to college and being great. So it's a combination of things where it's like, Bill, you got to show us something early because the drama you brought, hey, we don't like it.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you 100% on that. I think this is the first time that we have ever really seen cracks in the Bill Belichick facade. You know what I'm saying? He's always talked about with law and reverence and respect. But now it's people like, hey, you know, he got that young girlfriend, right? So you got all kind of stuff like that. Yeah, that was me whispering. Excuse me. I got the best thing to do on the radio. But you know, he got that young girlfriend, right? Stuff like that is being said, and it seems like she maybe has a little bit more control of this situation than maybe the administration would want her to. It's going to be very interesting to see what goes on in Chapel Hill, and I love that though. I love the Chapel Hill thing.
Hey, yeah, it sounds great if he wins. If he doesn't, it's going to be a problem. All right, listen, when we come back, we'll also preview all the 8 o'clock games, but we got to get into fantasy. We got to get into the NFL. We got to pick some people to make you some money. That's coming up on BetMGM tonight.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC. But this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
So it made me think about some of the guys that might start and sit. I had a really good fantasy too, Corey. We'll have to talk about it off air. But let's go with these first ones here. Two top quarterbacks. Josh Allen versus Baltimore or Joe Burrow versus Cleveland. Corey, who you sitting, who you starting?
Well, first of all, if you got both these quarterbacks on your team, you did a poor job of drafting. That's first of all, because there's no reason to have QB1 on your team and have like QB4 or 5 on your team as well. If you got Josh Allen, your backup should probably be somebody like a J.J. McCarthy or a Trevor Lawrence, somebody of that nature. But if Josh Allen's my quarterback and I use draft capital with Josh Allen, I'm rolling Josh Allen out there in week 1. One thing we know about Allen, he is going to give you the rushing upside, possible rushing touchdowns, rushing yards. And, also he does his thing with his arm throwing the football as well. Now, you can say, well, Joe Burrow might throw the football 60 times in week 1. And that's 100% possible, knowing how the Bengals play. But here's the thing. On the road versus the divisional opponent in the Cleveland Browns. And Burrow has struggled against the Browns before. I would roll with Josh Allen.
See, I'm going opposite there. I'm looking at it like, okay, and again, this is how I think the games are going to go. I think Baltimore is going to buzzsaw somebody. I think it's the Lamar Jackson revenge game. I think that was my MVP. Whether you believe that or not, that's what he believes. That was my MVP. Everybody play this game for me. We got to buzzsaw them and say, hey, I'm the guy and not Josh Allen. On the flip side, I look at Joe Burrow, and again, Cleveland has a great defense, but with Trey Hendrickson and Jamar Stewart coming in late because of all the contract stuff and being distracted, that you know what I mean? Like it's going to be okay. This is going to be an offensive affair between both teams, right? It's just like, okay, we have to score in order to win games, and so I think Joe Burrow may put up a lot of things because his defense is going to let up a lot. So it's going to sort of have to be a shootout affair, and that's why I like Joe Burrow to put up those numbers. Even if he throws the 2 interceptions, I can see him also throwing for 4 TDs.
The thing about it is, when you look at the final numbers, it shouldn't, let's just say this, make or break your day, because both players should have comparable numbers. I just think Allen has a better shot at passing and rushing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. I do have both of these guys in one of my league, but it's a 2-quarterback league.
How did that happen?
It's a 2-quarterback league.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
So,
then you start, well, obviously you start both of them then. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't believe Burrow was there on the turn. In a 2-quarterback league, I'm starting them, but in a 1-quarterback league, if for whatever reason I had both of these guys, I'm going with Joe Burrow versus Cleveland, just because I like the matchup just a little bit better. Joe Burrow led the league in passing yards last year. He's probably going to do the same thing again this year. I like Joe Burrow a lot, one of the more accurate passers in all football. Plus, the weapons that he has are just, far superior than that of what Josh Allen has. So that's where I would go, just based off of the matchup. Let's go this one. 2 more quarterbacks. Jordan Love versus Detroit or Caleb Williams versus Minnesota? Let's start with you this time, Sean. Who you starting? Who you sitting?
This one's tough for me because Minnesota has such a good defense, and Detroit doesn't traditionally have a good defense. But I don't feel like Jordan Love is necessarily the type to put up big time numbers, especially because again, you did well in drafting somebody, drafting a wide receiver in the first round. But your wide receivers are young, your wide receivers are hurt. Your wide receivers are your problem. You give the ball to Josh Jacobs, you have some play actions. I don't know if he's going to have big time numbers, but I do believe Caleb Williams will have some numbers. Again, Minnesota is a tough defense to play with, so I'm really hesitant. So you can talk me off of this. But with Ben Johnson coming over, I don't know if he's a great head coach, but I know he's a great offensive mind, and they have some great weapons. So I can see Caleb Williams having some trick plays, having some big explosive plays to put some numbers on the board. And so I'll give a slight edge. But again, you could talk me out of that.
I think Jordan Love could be an MVP finalist this season. Jordan Love was hurt most of last year. And I've seen leagues where Jordan Love is going undrafted, and that's a mistake. Now, Brian Flores is familiar with Ben Johnson. Brian Flores also is familiar with Caleb Williams. Brian Flores gives offenses fits the way he has that Minnesota Vikings defense schemed up. Like we've literally seen players after the game walk over to Brian Flores and was like, man, that scheme is pretty good. You really know what you're doing. Really confuses quarterbacks. I'm going to start Jordan Love. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Caleb is going to have a good season, and I think the Bears are going to be much better offensively. But I'm going to go with Jordan Love right here. If Jordan Love is healthy and can control these turnovers, and this Packer team lives up to the expectations that's been placed on them since getting Micah Parsons, Jordan Love is going to be in the MVP race this year. He had a bad year last year, but let's not forget how he finished the year before that.
But that's the scary part, too. Malik Willis was supposed to play in this game. Jordan Love's going to have a brace on his thumb, so who knows what he actually is.
Yeah, the reason why I would probably lean Jordan Love in this, and I'm a Bears fan, I would lean Jordan Love just because he doesn't have Braxton Jones as his left tackle, which is why Micah Parsons, I should say, is giving me fits and making my eye twitch thinking about Braxton Jones trying to block him twice a year. So I would lean Jordan Love just in this game alone. Brian Flores is going to blitz the hell out of that left side of Caleb Williams' line. You're going to have guys coming from every direction on his blind side. I don't like the way that this sounds. So I'm going to go there. Let's go over to the running back position, though. Let's go with a tougher one. Let's go Najee Harris versus Kansas City or Travion Henderson versus the Las Vegas Raiders. Corey, who you starting, who you sitting?
Yeah, this is an interesting one right here, right? Because we all are in love with the upside of what Travion Henderson can bring, some of the exciting plays that he has made in the preseason, and he is really a guy that's rising up draft boards as we head towards kickoff to kick off as I'm out here right now in Las Vegas for the Fantasy Football World Championships, and you're really seeing an inflated number on Travion Henderson. But Ramondre Stevenson is the starter. So I want to take a wait and see approach with Henderson. So I would go with Najee Harris. We know Najee Harris is going to be involved, and we know the Chargers are going to run the football very heavy. Now, they have Amarion Hampton, the young man that a lot of people are excited about as well. But this is a very good question, B. Diddy. But I would give the edge to Harris because I think the touches will be consistent. But Henderson has the ability to break the big play.
Yeah, I think I'm going the same way. Amarion Hampton I think he's going to have a wonderful year, by the way. I think by the time we get midseason, it's going to be best non-quarterback when it comes to rookies in the entire league. I think he's going to get a lot. But when it comes to week one and Najee Harrison having the experience and Najee Harrison, he's going to get the red zone touches, I think I'm going to go with Najee Harrison. If I have to pick between two backup guys, I'm going to go with Najee because of his experience, because he's going to be able to do the run blocking. He's going to get the red zone opportunities. So I'm going to go with Najee Harris because I think he gets a little bit more opportunities because he has a rookie in front of him.
Yeah, I worry a little bit more about Omarion Hampton and whether or not he's going to take some some touches away from Najee Harris, especially when it comes closer to in the red zone. That's why I would lean Travion Henderson, especially because he's also going to be returning kicks as well. So if he breaks one, he gets some points there as well. So I'd probably lean Travion Henderson in this one.
But P. Diddy, if he's returning kicks, how much work is he going to get in the backfield?
He's going to get plenty. I mean, who's back there with him? I mean, Ramondre is. Are they even going to be looking his way?
If he's healthy.
Yeah, I think Travion takes that role over. I don't think that they trust, and that's why they went with Travion Henderson, because I don't think they trust Ramondre. I don't think they like Ramondre's run style. He does drop the ball quite a bit.
Well, he does.
All right, 60 seconds, 30 seconds or less each of you. Chuba Hubbard versus Jacksonville or Alvin Kamara versus Arizona? Sean?
I'm going Chuba. Just because I think the Panthers are just a better team. And so Jacksonville's not a great team. I think the Panthers are a better team. They're gonna have some momentum from last season. So I think he comes in and does his job. Alvin Kamara at the Saints stink.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Alvin Kamara because I think he is going to be a safety valve for what's my man Spencer Rattler. So what he's able to do in the passing game, check baby 1-2 as a check down option for Spencer Rattler would probably lead to more points, even though Hubbard has more touchdown upside.
All right, that's it for now for sit or start fantasy style. We're gonna have some more of that coming up later on the show, but in the next segment, in the 8 o'clock hour, let's break down some of these games. We're gonna start with the early slate, the 1 o'clockers, and the early games, obviously Thursday, Friday, and break them down and tell you what we like and what we don't like. That's coming up next on BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Once again, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Again, listen to us everywhere. Odyssey app. You know what I mean? Follow up with us on YouTube. You can find us any and everywhere that you're trying to listen or watch any and every thing. Once again, holiday edition. You got the holiday crew, Sean Bell, Corey Parson, kicking it with you. Week 1 of the NFL. It's right around the corner. We got a game on Thursday. We got a game on Friday. We got a game on games on Sunday and on Monday.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats.
All right, let's break them down all. We got to start with the first game on Thursday. Eagles and the Cowboys. The Eagles favored in this game by 7.5. And oh, by the way, it's banner night here in Philadelphia where I am. They will be putting up that banner. They already got their rings. It's going to be emotional. It's going to be loud. It's going to be everything Philadelphia wants it to be. And the Dallas Cowboys could be going into a buzzsaw. But some people feel like there's some money in the upset. Corey, I'll come to you. Your squad, Dallas Cowboys, going to Philadelphia. 7.5 is the spread. Again, plus 300, the money line. What would you do in this game? How do you break down this game?
Yeah, I think this is a spot right here that I'd take the 7.5 with the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, see, I look at the way when I'm betting against the spread, right? What I'm really doing is a lot of times I'm looking at certain trends and certain things that I want to go against the book specifically. Like, for example, a primetime standalone game featuring the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys. So in a spot like this, I'm not really ever going to lay the favorite, and I'm not going to lay across the hook with the favorite. So let's start there. And then on the second hand, I mean, for as much as I think wins are a quarterback stat, and for as much of a hard time I give Dak Prescott is phenomenal against the NFC East. So I don't think Dallas will get the win. I think the final score is somewhere around 26-20, 27-20, and I think the hook is the key right here. If I'm getting Dallas plus 7, and if I'm getting 7.5, I'm taking the Cowboys in the 7.5. Now, if you on Philadelphia, you buy it down to 6.5, a little bit more juice. So that's how I would play this one right here. But for the most part, you're never really going to have me get behind a favorite in a primetime spot. Well, everything is in sports betting is not absolute. There is some scenarios, but I'll break those down as we move along.
Yeah, this is a backdoor situation for me. I can see the Dallas Cowboys backdooring their way. I think the Eagles will sort of own this game, but for Philadelphia, it'll be annoyingly close because traditionally that's how Philadelphia has started off their season. Again, I've been in here covering Philadelphia for 10 years. Was at the stadium after they won the Super Bowl. 2017, they win the Super Bowl. The next year in 2018, the Philadelphia Eagles fans were booing them by halftime. Because that's what Philadelphia does. They won a close game against the Atlanta Falcons, 18-12. Now, this team is much better than that team, but traditionally the Philadelphia Eagles have started off a little bit slow. They got a new offensive coordinator, and so that may cause some issues. They're trying to hold back Saquon Barkley a little bit after having all that mileage. And the Dallas Cowboys are a little bit better than you think, right? Like, they have a top 3, at least a top 5 wide receiver combo in football with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. And they too are CD spectacular. George Pickens is a head case. I call him Mr. ISS, Mr. In-School Suspension, because I'm sure he had a lot of those growing up. But he's a very talented wide receiver. And here in Philadelphia, they've had problems with the cornerback 2 spot because they want Cooper DeJean to play the slot. So they've had issues all preseason long finding that number 2 guy, and he can be a problem for that team. So I think there'll be an annoyance, but I think they'll backdoor cover. I'm with you. Again, on my radio show here in Philadelphia, I picked it to be. I'm genuinely asking you guys that. Like Corey, Brandon, is that a YouTube game fully?
That's interesting. I did not know that, but I would imagine
it is fully a YouTube game.
What are we doing? Now everybody has YouTube, but what are we doing?
That's interesting. How are they going to play that in the sports books? I guess they're going to hook the TV up to the computer.
Yes, they have to, and I guarantee my mom and dad and my uncles are going to be calling me like, "Yo, where's this game? Where are the Chiefs
100%
on YouTube?"
Exactly.
Okay, once you get on YouTube, what do you press? I'm like, we don't use YouTube. Like, what do we? Come on, man. I get you doing that to make some money in some other games, but not the prime time Kansas City Chiefs game.
Well, I'm sure YouTube will have a banner when you log on, though, so you can go right to the game. So that'll make things a little bit easier for the boomers out there. Hell, for me too.
Again, you dealt with older people. Like it'd been like the banner could be right in front of their face, and you're like, yeah, you got to click that, and then you got to yada yada yada. Then it's like, and then they're gonna be asking me. I'm sorry, I'm complaining. How do I get YouTube on my television? Is my television capable of getting YouTube? I'm like, yes, it is, but you got to do this. Can you FaceTime me so I can show you what you're doing?
Yep.
Oh, it's just annoying.
Family members.
Anyway, Chiefs at the Chargers, but in Brazil. All right, the Eagles had a Brazil game last year, and it was a kind of a quirky game because, it's a little bit different betting-wise when people are playing all the way out there, right? So it's Chiefs-Chargers. The Chiefs are favored in this game by 3.5. Chiefs coming off a butt-whooping against the Philadelphia Eagles. Rashid Rice not playing. 6-game suspension, so they will be without him for the first 6 games of the year. That can impact Patrick Mahomes' numbers. That can impact the Chiefs' numbers if you're betting. Corey, again, I'll start with you. Chiefs, Chargers, where do you look at in this game?
So right now, that number's at 3.5, or is that number at 3? Because I think that's a big difference right there. If it's at 3.5, I'm taking the Chargers I'll take the 3.5 with the Chargers. If it's at 3, then you're probably looking at a push. I believe this is a field goal game right here. But now, the Kansas City Chiefs, they kind of harken back to when the Warriors were in their heyday. They were terrible. They would win games, but they were a terrible team against the spread. Historically, the Chiefs, while they're in the middle of this, let's call it what it is, dynasty, right? They have not been very good against the spread unless when they're short favorites. Now, when the Chiefs are a short favorite, that's the time to bet them. Like around this number right here of 3 would be the perfect spot to go after them. But against a divisional opponent in a neutral location, if I'm getting the hook, I'm taking the 3.5. The under might be the play, though.
Yeah, and if we're just talking about straight win versus losses, I think the Chiefs win this game because, again, this is in Brazil, right? And so it's again, we dealt with this last year in Philadelphia and how to deal with it and how to prep for it. It's all a little bit different. People are outside of the routines, and the Chiefs, as champions, are used to playing in different locations. They're used to having to do different things. So they may be a little more used to, again, they've never played in Brazil before, but a little more used to what this is and how this goes down. So I'm going to pick the Kansas City Chiefs to sort of win this game, and I'm going to pick them to cover. Again, it says 3 here. Again, I was looking at something else that said 3.5. It says 3. So I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs to win the game, do what they need to do, and to win outright. I think it's going to be a tough game because I think the world of the Chargers. I think the Chargers, again, that's something later down the road, are going to be a 12-win type of team. But I think this first game in Brazil, I think the Chiefs get a win because they're angry about how the Super Bowl left off. All right, let's go to the next game. Let's go to week 1. Again, Sunday, the first Sunday games, the first 1 o'clock slate games, Buccaneers and the Falcons. This is at Atlanta right now. The Buccaneers are favored in this game. The number I believe that I'm looking at is -2.5 right now. So again, a close game in Atlanta. I'll start off with this one. I think the Buccaneers are going to be a hell of a freaking football team. I spoke to some reporters down in Tampa Bay, and they said this is the best offensive team that they've had in quite some time. Right. And that says a lot with Mike Evans and Godwin, Bucky Irvin. They say that rookie out of Ohio State is going to come in and be a beast right away. Guess what? Baker Mayfield, I'm calling it now. He's going to be in MVP discussions. Last year, he threw for 41 touchdowns and his 4,500 yards, and his completion percentage was 70%. That is MVP-like stuff. So if the Buccaneers win a little bit more, he'll be in the MVP conversation, and I think the Bucs are going to be really good. Hassan Reddick, a sneaky pickup for that defense. I think Tampa Bay wins, and I think they win confidently. What do you think about in this game, Corey?
I don't know how much of an internet trouble. I don't know how much of the breakdown of the Chiefs game. I think I give a very detailed analysis. I don't know how much of that you actually caught. But this right here, this Falcons and Buccaneers is one of the more interesting games on the week 1 slate. Obviously, division rivals, that makes things tough, and you got a short number. I do not like to bet short road favorites, but I was listening to what you were saying, Sean, and I'm hearing the same thing. It's a lot of people, sharp guys out here in Vegas and people all around, period, saying that the Buccaneers are being the NFC Championship game this year. This is probably a good teaser leg, more so than a bet straight up against the spread. And the Ohio State receiver, Emeka Egbuka, from what I'm hearing, he is the real deal. And he could be a major part of this offense right away. So if you have him in fantasy, or if you haven't had your draft yet, he's a player that you're going to want to target. Like, I'm starting to see drafts where he is getting drafted before his former running mate and Marvin Harrison Jr. So it's probably better as a teaser leg because the short road favorite, and not to mention the fact that it's a divisional contest on the road. But yeah, a lot of people think the Buccaneers are the real deal this year.
So listen, I certainly do. Again, we'll talk more about, NFC Championship game and all that a little bit later on the show. Let's move on to the Bengals and the Browns. Again, that game is in Cleveland. Cincinnati favored 5.5 in that game. The point total is about 47.5, so should be decent amount of scoring. Two teams in disarray. Cincinnati in disarray when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. Cleveland in disarray when it comes to the offensive side on the ball. What do you think about this one, Corey?
Yeah, this right here, this is a nasty spot, but I'm taking this one to the window. I'm taking the Browns plus 5.5. I don't do the early season Cincinnati Bengal thing. A lot of people haven't learned their lesson yet. And then 5.5, a 5.5 point underdog is a spot that I'm always going to take. I'm always going to take a 5.5 point underdog. It's just something that I've seen. And not only do you take a 5.5 point underdog, you sprinkle the money line as well. Go all in on a 5.5 point dog. Quarterback is really the major issue for the Cleveland Browns. The rest of their roster, in my opinion, is very serviceable. But Cincinnati and their slow starts, the fact that they want to play, football, the fact that they play basketball on grass, that 7-on-7 nature of it, I just can't get with the Bengals in the early part of the season, and I'm not laying points with the Bengals versus a division opponent. So give me the Browns at 5.5, and like I said, I'm taking that to the window. That ticket will be purchased.
I'm with you on the Browns covering. I think Cincinnati wins this game. I think, like you said, I believe the record is 1-11 in September, right, over the last couple seasons. So they are very aware of how they start. And that's why they played in the preseason. That's why it wasn't, no, you're not going to just sit. You're going to play in some of these preseason games to warm up and what's going to be sort of old school, right, like they used to. Now you're going to play some quarters. You're going to get some reps. And that's why I think they're going to start off a little bit better. Again, it's still a divisional game. Cleveland still has a really good defense, and I still think Joe Flacco can throw it around. All right, Joe Flacco can throw that rock around and do some good things. I know because in Philadelphia, they came and did some inter-squad skirmishes here and during the summer, and when Joe hit the field, Joe looked good. Again, I don't think he'll last the entire season because he's old, right? He's going to get knocked out at some point, so you're going to see some backups. But I do think they're going to compete, and I do think Cleveland's going to look pretty good in the first game of the season. So, again, Cincinnati wins this game because they score enough points, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything. Over or under, let me ask you, again, we only got about 40 seconds, so let's stick to this game. Over or under, Shedeur Sanders playing 3 games this season?
Under.
Okay. Are you looking at none? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I don't think he sees the field as a starting quarterback this season.
Okay, I got you. I actually think he does because I don't Joe gets hurt. Yeah, I think Joe gets hurt, and then I think something happens with Dylan Gabriel. I don't wish anybody to get hurt, but I can see that happen. All right, coming back, we'll continue with the Week 1 slate of games. A lot of good ones, a lot of great ones actually, but also some duds. We'll get to that coming up on BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in Week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in Week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your Week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders Week 1.
feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
What's up, y'all? Once again, BetMGM Tonight. Sean Bell, Corey Parson on this holiday Labor Day weekend. Finishing it off right. Again, NFL. It's Monday. NFL on Thursday. Can't wait. Art's got style. So we're going through all the games. We're on some of the 1 o'clock games now. Next game is, to me, a little bit of a swaggerless game. I'm not going to lie to you. I call it swaggerless, not a lot of vibes, not very entertaining. Probably not a game that you're going to watch, but it can be a game you make some money on. That's the Dolphins taking on the Colts. That's in Indiana. Indiana favored in this game, 1.5. Daniel Jones, not Anthony Richardson. Do you believe in Daniel Jones to lead this team to a win, Corey Parson?
He have a better shot at doing that than Anthony Richardson was. Anthony Richardson's going to end up getting somebody fired because when you are this early in your career and you're losing your starting spot to Daniel Jones, which we all know it is, there was a mistake in this draft pick right here, and it's going to be something that's going to hinder the franchise. Richardson probably will catch on someplace later on and develop into the quarterback that the Colts thought they were getting, but they reached on him. And you're right to call this a swaggerless game. I don't know what to make of neither one of these two teams, to be 100% honest with you. If I had to, and trust me, I'm not touching this game. If I had to do anything, I would take the home team in Indianapolis. But this is a horrible spot. Also, another nice teaser leg, though. So maybe you want to tease the Falcons and tease the Dolphins, get them up to about 7.5 apiece. And maybe that way, you can get it to about -110. Maybe that's your best way to play this. If you want action on these two games, if you want action on this game right here, better as a teaser leg. None of these teams are this game will be within a touchdown. So it's a good teaser leg.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I'm picking the Colts in this game. I think the Dolphins are going to be in sell mode. Mid-season sell. I think Mike McDaniels is on the clock, right? Like, you came over from the San Francisco 49ers. You were supposed to bring over that type of offense. Well, guess what? The Niners offensively run the ball and they're tough. The Dolphins are soft like Charmin. They are soft like Charmin. And every time they face someone real, they get punched in the face. And now we're going to be looking at them like, okay, well, who are you, Mike McDaniels? Is it time to move on? Tua, you just got a fat contract. I mean, it seems like you had an injury-free year last year, but are you actually a great starting quarterback? Can we get you over the top? Tyreek Hill, can you bounce back? Because you had a poor year last year. I think this team is on not just fraud watch, but break it all apart and start over watch.
Well, the team is not built for the AFC East. The team is not built to go into Buffalo, New York, New England late in the season. And when it gets to the postseason, it's not built to go into Pittsburgh, Denver, Kansas City. The team really is built to have home field advantage, to bring you down to Florida and gas you. The problem is they can't never get the home field advantage. So that's really where their issue lies. I don't really think it's McDaniel. I think it's more of the team isn't built right. Like, they would be a great team in the NFC South.
Yeah, because the NFC South ain't tough. They ain't got physicality. Like, anybody with physicality. And to me, some of that is just a coaching mindset. And Mike McDaniels ain't got that mindset. So again, I think the Dolphins, this could be a close game, but I think Tyreek Hill will be on the chopping block for a trade. He wanted to trade the end of last year. I think midway through.
What do you think about what happened with Anthony Richardson?
I think they're out on Anthony Richardson. I think people forget that he subbed himself out of a game last year. And so now some of his teammates like, you subbed yourself out? Like, you that's what we doing? You too tired? You're the quarterback? And I think he lost the locker room.
Yes, that was the nail in the coffin right there, honestly. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So, and again, a couple plays, and maybe we'll talk about individual plays that we can make later. My man, Tyler Warren, 36.5, Brandon saying, and I'm a Penn State guy, but I don't love Tyler Warren. I'm going to be honest with you. But I do think he can get 36.5 and be decent. I don't think he's going to be great long term. Let's get to the next game. Let's get to Raiders Patriots, another game. But you do have Ashton Genty as the running back who's going to get a lot of carries. You got Geno Smith teaming up with his old head coach and Pete Carroll, so the Raiders can be a decent squad, while the Patriots feel like there may be some comeuppance, right? They're a little bit better than they were last year. How do you rank this game?
This is the great thing about the NFL. Here it is, week 1 of the season, and we literally have a game that very well could have playoff implications, because I think both the Raiders and the Patriots are kind of going to be in the mix for maybe that 6th or 7th seed in the AFC. Now, likely more so the Patriots, because I don't think the AFC West can take the whole division to the playoffs. I guess mathematically that'd be very difficult to do. This is going to be one of the more interesting games to see which one of these AFC teams is the real deal. I can't go to the window on this one. Probably also a good teaser leg. I can't go to the window on it, though, because I look at it and I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be close game, closely contested. You know, two teams, both with brand new head coaches, but the new head coaches have head coaches that have had success in the NFL before. You might as well say that Pete Carroll's a Hall of Fame head coach, and Mike Vrabel, you know, his Patriot Renaissance could send him that way as well. I like both teams, where they're headed, where they're going, how they rebranded and reshifted their culture. Maybe the under is the best play in this one right here. As far as against the spread, I can't make a pick. This is going to be a game that I'm going to observe, but I do think both of these teams particularly as underdogs moving forward, would be good bets.
New England favored in this game by 2.5. I'm gonna go Raiders just because of Geno Smith, right? I just think the veteranness of this entire thing, right, and the experience of being with Pete Carroll before. I just think there's a veteran presence that they'll have in game one. Again, it's Raiders going to New England, but it's week one, so that whole West Coast East Coast thing ain't really gonna matter in week one. So I think just because, again, I think you're right in the closeness of it, but I'll give the edge to the veteran quarterback. And the veteran quarterback that's with a veteran head coach that he's been with before. So I'll give the edge to the Raiders in this game. Cardinals Saints, another game. Again, the Cardinals are favored in this game 6.5, even though it's in New Orleans. That tells you how much people feel about Spencer Rattler and the Saints. What do you feel about this game? Where are you betting on this game? 6.5 is big.
I take the 6.5 with the Saints in this one right here because you know what? It's week one. Everybody is 0-0. Everybody has a 0-0 record. So you know what that means? There's not going to be no bags on the heads of the fan in the Superdome, right? So one thing that we know about the Superdome, that joint can jump, that joint can rock, and it's one of the really great home field advantages, not just in football, but in all of sports, when the Saints are right. Now, come week 5, 6, and 7, when we know the Saints ain't going to be right, it's going to be a little bit more tougher. You remember the Eagles going down there early in the season last year, and the Saints gave them hell until Saquon Barkley bust off that couple big runs to win that game. I take the Saints with the 6.5. I think they keep the game close because, you know, it's early and there'll be some juice in the crowd. But the Saints are probably going to struggle this year. And I don't know what to think of the Cardinals, to be honest with you. Now, would I take the 6.5 and go to the window? Probably not. But I'm talking to y'all here. So I got to say something.
Yeah, I think, again, the Saints are going to be really bad. So I think the Cardinals are going to win this game. I think the Cardinals are going to be a middle-of-the-road team. Not a playoff team, but maybe an 8-9 type of team that's going to compete and maybe win some games that you wouldn't think they're going to win. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't have the huge year last year that people wanted, that his talent shows because, again, Arizona ain't that good, but I could see him doing that before. I believe his over-under right now is 57.5 for Marvin Harrison Jr.
He's got to have more than 64, 65 receptions this year. That's not acceptable for a player with the talent and the draft capital that he has.
Yeah, again, but that's based on the Cardinals being the Cardinals. So I do think he'll have a bigger year this year. I do think they are putting him low with 57.5. They're starting him low based on, you know, the Cardinals and what they were last year. So I think you're not going to really be able to get him at 57.5 midway through the season, right? Like I think he's going to have a bunch of games where you're no longer going to get his yardage to be that low. And I think he'll prove a point in the first couple of weeks of the season. So I got the Cardinals in that game. An interesting one. This is the payback game. Each quarterback trying to get a little bit of payback. Steelers, Jets in New York, actually in New Jersey. Steelers taking on the Jets again. Aaron Rodgers trying to get revenge on his old team. Justin Fields also trying to get revenge against his old team. Pittsburgh favored in this game 2.5. Again, the Jets, they got Aaron Glenn. They got a new head coach, an entirely new system. They're going to be in disarray a little bit, while the Steelers, it's Aaron Rodgers' era in Pittsburgh with DK Metcalf. What do you have in that game, Corey?
Yeah, another real interesting AFC game, and everything inside of me. What's the point spread on this one? Is it 2.5?
It was, what did I just say? 2.5, yes.
Yeah, Pittsburgh,
3.
2.5.
It looks like it is bubbled up to 3.
Pittsburgh is a short road favorite, right? So I don't like short road favorites. I would take the Jets with the 3. Wouldn't take it to the window, though. Here's the deal. I don't like betting against the Pittsburgh Steelers because Mike Tomlin is their head coach. I think the Jets are going to have a better year than the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. I just can't do it in week one of the Aaron Glenn era. I think it's going to be a very hotly contested game that will likely come down to a field goal. So, you know, you got to look at both squads' special teams. A 3 is probably a push. So I would probably buy the hook and take 3.5 with the Jets. If you like the Steelers a little bit more, buy the hook and take -2.5. I think it's a field goal game. Just what side of the field goal that you want to be on. If you want to take the 3 outright, it's going to push. Now listen, a Jet 2.5 can cash too, right? because I think the game is really that closely contested. But I would say not going to the window on this one, but I would take the Jets at 3.5.
I'm with you. This is either way. I'm gonna go with Pittsburgh. Yeah, I'm going Pittsburgh because of the veteranness again. Like, just okay, Aaron Rodgers, veteran QB. Mike Tomlin is going to have that team playing in week one the way a team should be playing. And so I like Pittsburgh in week one against a head coach that is new at head coaching. Right? Again, Aaron Glenn did a great job as a defensive coordinator with Detroit. And he's been a really good player throughout his career, a guy who's smart, a guy who knows a lot. But again, Pittsburgh is a veteran team that I think will come in and play at a certain level while the Jets are going to play catch up. Next game, Giants, Commanders. Commanders at home and favored 6.5. What you got in this game, Corey?
This is an interesting one right here too, right? Because I'm going to tell you guys something crazy that I'm getting ready to do in week one. I'm going to take the Commanders in Survivor, but I would take the 6.5 with the Giants in the game. The Giants always play the Commanders close. If you remember the game last year, I believe the Giants didn't have a kicker, or it was something about somebody was missing the kicker, and basically the team scored 3 touchdowns and lost to a game and didn't score no touchdowns. So these teams do play each other very close, but I think the Commanders at home have enough to get the win. But I do believe the 6.5 at this point is too high. So I think the Commanders get either a 3 or 4 point victory, enough to move you along in Survivor. But I do think that the Giants are the play versus the spread.
Yeah, I think the Giants cover the spread. I think the Giants are going to be competent this year. I think they just weren't competent over the last couple of years. This year, they're going to be a competent team. Washington's the better team, but Giants competent. I think Giants will arguably have the best front seven in all of football. The front seven, when healthy, was really good last year. Abdul Carter has already looked great out of Penn State. So I think they're going to have a solid front seven. Russell Wilson isn't going to be great, but he's going to be a veteran quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over. So and Malik Neighbors is a stud. When he gets the rock, he knows what to do with it. So I think the Giants will be a competent team. I think they cover in this game. Okay, final 1:00 game. Panthers, Jags at home, favored 3.5. What do you think?
Money line. Carolina Panthers on the money line, and go down into Jacksonville and beat them outright. Don't even fool with the points. Take the money line with Carolina. They're going to get the win in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you too. I mean, again, Jaguars. This is a proven year for Trevor Lawrence, right? Like, all right, Trevor, you were the golden child. You were the prince that was promised. Okay,
he was Archman.
Yes, he was Archman, right? And all the coordinators are like, okay, you've had different coordinators. You've had a Super Bowl winning head coach that was a former quarterback. Okay, what are you? This is going to be one of your last chances, not to be necessarily a starting quarterback in the league, but to be considered great. Jaguars may move on from you if you don't show something great this year. So with that said, I don't know if he shows it. And I like Carolina, like you said. I think Bryce Young showed something at the end of last year. Good running game with Chuba Herbert. And they finally found what they need to do. They finally found their base, and I think they improve on that this coming year. So I'm with you. I think the Carolina Panthers go in. I think they get a big win, and I think they do what they need to do. All right, that's a wrap for the 1:00 slate. We got to get to the late games. We got to get to the 4:00 slate. We got to get to the Monday nighter. All right, we're going to break all of those games down, especially the primetime games, and have a lot of fun while doing so. That's coming up on BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week one last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week one, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week one survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC. But this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Last year. Leave it with Hood. Hood for the goal line, stranding and goes in, standing up. Touchdown Heels.
And that is how Bill Belichick started off his college coaching career. UNC goes on top of TCU the very first drive, 7 to zip. That's how you better start Bill Belichick. After all that happened, you being the GOAT head coach, apparently, you better start that way. And he did. Currently, that game is tied up, though, 7-7. TCU came back to score, so we'll keep you updated on that game throughout the show. That game might end during the show, so we'll break it down if it does. But again, we'll keep you updated on the score. Let's get back to NFL action. Again, we're breaking down all the games. Me, myself, Sean Bell with Corey Parsons. So let's continue to break down the games. Time to break down the 4 o'clock slate. Corey, first game we're going to break down is the Broncos and the Titans. This may be the biggest spread of the week. 7.5, Denver at home. Denver added a lot of things this offseason. Added Talanoa Ufungo. I averaged a couple things on defense to make them better, and they're hoping Bo Nix makes another jump. And oh, by the way, that went up. It used to be 7. It is now 8, as you see on the screen in a minute. That's what the spread is right now. Corey, you taking the 8?
Yeah, I'm going to lay the 8, and I'll go to the window as well. This is a little bit too much defense for Cam Ward in his first start in the NFL. I think it's going to be a tough environment for him to hang in, not using the Broncos in Survivor because I want to save them for a little bit later on in the season. I know there's some discrepancies about what their record was versus good teams last year, but I got Sean Payton as one of the 2 best coaches of the quarterback in the NFL. That defense is legit that the Denver Broncos have. I honestly think that the AFC Championship game will be hosted by the Denver Broncos. That's right, hosted by the Denver Broncos.
We are on opposite end of the spectrum. I actually think the Broncos and Bo Nix are overrated. And when I say overrated, I don't mean that they're, going to go 4-13 or something like that. I mean, CJ Stroud, what happened to him last year may happen to Bo Nix. And CJ Stroud, I think, is going to have a bounce back season and be great, but it's sort of, okay, the second year slump for a lot of quarterbacks. It's, okay, we learned your tape. We are going to implement some things you haven't seen before. And he has Sean Payton behind him, so it's not going to be too bad.
Exactly.
But you're going to take a little bit of a step back. But again, that's a Peyton Manning. See, Peyton Manning has done it before. Like, traditionally, quarterbacks go through the sophomore slump. And so I believe he goes through it again. I don't think it'd be a big slump. The Texans, CJ Stroud, still made the playoffs. So don't get it twisted. I just think it's going to be a little bit of a step back.
Listen, you guys have heard me say this before. The great Marty Schottenheimer once said, if you can get the second-year quarterback to play as good as he played in his rookie year, consider it an improvement. Let me tell you, I think Sean Payton being the quarterback, the guy who's in charge of the quarterback, makes the quarterback second-year slump-proof.
Yeah, see, I think it's Peyton. He can do as much as he can say, but not enough. You're going to have that slump regardless. That's how I look at it. So we'll see. And again, when I say slump, when I say like step back, I don't mean like, 7 wins, 6. You're still going to have double-digit wins. It's just maybe you don't make the jump. Again, I think it's similar to what CJ Stroud went through last year, where I was still really good, but not necessarily what everyone expected. Let's go to the next game. Let's go to 49ers Seahawks. That game is in Seattle. Sam Darnold is going to make his debut for the Seattle Seahawks. That game is a 2.5 spread for the San Francisco 49ers. What do you see in that game?
Yeah, nothing I can do with this one right here. Can't take this to the window. Obviously, the short road favorite, the San Francisco 49ers. I tend to fade short road favorites. Seattle, terrible at home last year. They're going to have to turn that around this year. I can't see a side that I like in this one right here. I'll probably lean into some George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey props in this game right here if I do want some action on this one. If you are forcing me to take a side, I would take the 2.5 with the Seahawks, mainly because I fade the short road favorite.
Again, I'm opposite again. I think the 49ers handle the Seahawks, and for a couple of reasons. I think a lot of people forget the reason the 49ers weren't great last year was because of injury. Not because they didn't have talent, not because they had bad coaching, is because they had injuries. Now, they still have a couple injuries to their wide receiver position, but for the most part, they are a healthy football team. And when Kyle Shanahan has a healthy football team, they're really great. The other dynamic here is Sam Darnold used to be in San Francisco. That whole defense knows him. Kyle Shanahan knows him. So I think it's going to be a little bit of that. Like, I know your little triggers. I know the little things you do. I know your little signs. I know your little, again, it's going to be different calls, but he has little things in his footwork that they may know. And so I think it's going to be a little tough for Sam Darnold, being that San Francisco knows him so well and basically revitalized his career. So I like the 49ers winning this one.
What's the status of Trent Williams? That's the most important thing. If Trent Williams is healthy and active, then the 49ers very well could win the game. But if Trent Williams does not go, Seattle will win the game. Trent Williams is the 49ers' most important player.
Listen, he's a beast. From my understanding, they had great news and that he is going to play. But again, you're right. He's that important. Juwan Jennings will also play for them after being injured and having some contract disputes. So I think the 49ers are going to be all right in that category. All right, let's get to the next game. Let's get to the Lions and the Packers. Micah Parsons, again, had some issues with his back, but they're saying he's going to take an epidural and he's going to play in that game. Lions, this will be their first game with new coordinators. Aaron Glenn gone, Ben Johnson gone. This will be in Green Bay. Green Bay favored 2.5. What do you have in this game?
Man, this is a tough one right here. I'm going to take the 2.5 with the Detroit Lions, right? Because in the Dan Campbell era, the Detroit Lions have been a moneymaker versus the spread. And listen, and I get it. There's a lot of reason to be excited about what the Green Bay Packers are, but I'm going to slow it down a little bit, at least for this week. I still think the Lions, listen, obviously they're going through new coordinators and stuff like that, but let's not act like the Lions haven't been a beast against the spread since Dan Campbell was there. So I'll take the 2.5 with Detroit. I won't go to the window with it, but I'll take the 2.5 with Detroit.
Yeah, again, I'm opposite in Green Bay. I'm going with in this game because of the high of Micah Parsons, the high that they're going to have and how they're going to play. And also, I think Detroit takes a step back because of those coordinators. Again, here in Philadelphia, they went to the Super Bowl in 2023, lost both of their head coaches. Both went on to be head coaches somewhere. Both of their coordinators, went on to be head coaches. And they had a rough time. They had a rough time because those coordinators weren't good coordinators that they selected, and they weren't on all cylinders like they were the previous year. Matter of fact, they fired both of their coordinators before going into the next season, which they won the Super Bowl. So I think that coordinator thing is real. Again, a lot of talent, but I do think that coordinator thing is real and can be a problem. So I'm picking the Packers in this game. Next game, another big one, Texans-Rams at L.A., 3.5 for the Rams. What do you think in this game?
Let me tell you a secret about the Houston Texans. Bet them when they're a short dog. That's the best time to play the Houston Texans. Never bet the Texans as a favorite. As a matter of fact, always fade the Texans as a favorite. So I will take Houston plus 2.5. And this one right here, I think they go on the road, maybe even pull off the upset. I'll take Houston getting the 2.5.
Yeah. I think I'm also going Houston. I'll go back and forth. I think the Rams are a phenomenal team, but I also think think Houston is. I think they're both teams that you're going to be contenders when it's all said and done. I think the Rams are going to be contenders and contend for the Super Bowl. I think the Texans are going to contend for the Super Bowl. I think we're getting a great game here. I'm going to lean towards the Texans. I think they're a little bit more talented, and C.J. Stroud's bounced back from his sophomore issues. So I'm going to pick the Texans in this game. Let's go to this one, maybe the biggest of big games. Ravens, Bills. All right, again, they're two teams that have been victimized by Kansas City, two teams who want to get over the hump and win a Super Bowl, especially for that fan base, but especially for those quarterbacks. Which one you going with here?
It's a tough call right here. This right here is a coin flip for me. It's going to come down to a final possession game, and it really just matters on who has the ball last and if they're able to execute. Obviously, got a little bit of a difference in the kicking game for the Baltimore Ravens this year. They don't have the foot goat and Justin Tucker, but the new young man can kick the ball pretty good as well. You forced me to make a pick in this game. I'm going to pick the Baltimore Ravens, but this is a game that I will sit back and watch and enjoy. No shot at me putting a dime on this one right here. So you're setting yourself up. This is going to go either way. Very difficult to handicap.
Yeah, listen, Baltimore is favored in this game Buffalo is favored in this game by 1.5. The total is 50.5, the highest total in the NFL in week 1. I'm going with the Ravens because I said it before. I think both will be great. I think it'll be a tough game, but I think Baltimore sort of is win this for Lamar. Lamar should have won the MVP. Whether you feel that way or not, that's how they feel. He should have won the MVP. He was robbed. Baltimore, let's get this done for Lamar Jackson. Let's show them who's a real, quarterback behind Patrick Mahomes. And I think it's going to be one of those games. And again, Malachi Starks, safety that they drafted, I love that kid. And I think that defense is going to be great because they have that kid. It already was great, but will continue to be great because of that kid. All right, the final game. All right, the Monday Nighter, Vikings Bears. JJ McCarthy jumping on and being the quarterback after having a successful year last year with Sam Darnold. It's JJ and the Bears. New coordinator, Ben Johnson. What do you have in this game?
Yeah, I'm going with the Minnesota Vikings in this game right here. I think this is the Vikings spot. Like I said earlier, I do believe that the Bears will be improved, and I think that we'll see them flourish on offense. But it's just Brian Flores going up against a team that he is familiar with, a player that he is familiar with as well. And I think that the reason why the Bears are the favorite in this game is because people are sleeping on J.J. McCarthy. Just like I said, Sean Payton is one of the one or two best coaches of the quarterback in the NFL. The other one is Kevin O'Connell. And we saw what he's done with Cousins. We saw what he did with Sam Darnold, even though he turned into a pumpkin towards the playoffs. But J.J. McCarthy is a young quarterback. I think he's a fresh slate. I think this is the guy that O'Connell wanted. The team loves him. He's got weapons all over the field and a great defense. Minnesota Vikings are going to be a good team this year. They were a good team last year. They should be good again this year.
Listen, I respect it, but I am one of those J.J. McCarthy haters. I'm picking the Bears on the strength of I went to Penn State. I'm sorry, Michigan guy. I'm not going for the Michigan guy. I'm going to go against him. J.J. McCarthy, I think you're overrated. That's my Penn State hate, so I'm picking the Bears in this game. All right, coming up next, in BetMGM tonight, guess what? We got to talk more about the Packers because, wow, Michael Parsons is there. So we're bringing in a Packers specialist. Doug Russell will join the program, host of Packers Game Day, sports director of 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. He'll join us and break it all down. That's coming up on BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? It's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
To bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Once again, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Sean Bell, Corey Parsons kicking with you on this holiday Labor Day weekend, on Labor Day, and again, football season. It's days away, all right? So that's all we're talking about. We're talking about the regular season. We're talking about week 1, and we're having a lot of fun doing so. And, of course, Dallas always provides us with a bang right before the season. And this bang was Micah Parsons going to the Green Bay Packers. Now, reports say today that he'll possibly get an epidural shot so he can play in week 1. How serious it is, what percentage he'll be at, I don't know, but I know it's going to be electric in Green Bay land. So with that said, we got to bring in a guy that knows everything Green Bay and that knows everything Green Bay Packers, and that's Doug Russell. That is the host of Packers Game Day, sports director for 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. Doug, I know it has been a frenzy over the last week out there in Milwaukee, out there covering the Green Bay Packers. Talk about what it's been like since they got Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Corey, Sean, thanks so much for having me. It's been a wild week, let me tell you. It's been a lot of fun because one of the things that Packers fans have always asked of this team is just give us a chance, go all in. There's not one owner that has to be satiated. There's not one owner that has to watch his penny. There's not one owner that needs to buy another yacht. The Green Bay, Wisconsin exists for one reason and one reason only, and that's football. And if you're not winning football, you're not doing it right. And if you're not winning, you at least got to be trying to win. And one of the things that Packers fans demand of this Green Bay Packers organization is chips in the middle of the table at all times. And that's what you've seen with the trade of Micah Parsons to come to Green Bay for a monster deal. And, Packers fans right now, as they should be, are just elated right now with the opportunity that the one aspect of their game that hasn't been up to snuff in the last several years has just gotten a huge shot in the arm with Micah Parsons.
Hey, how you doing, Doug? As as a fan of the Dallas Cowboys, I want to change the subject. I want to talk about this receiving core, and who do you think is the leader in the bunch, and who could possibly have the most targets this year?
Ooh, that's a great question because I think there was two different answers. One of the things that Packers fans have been trying to identify is who is the top wide receiver in the room, right? Going into this past offseason, it was probably Jaden Reed, and he's had a pretty good first couple of years of his NFL career. Romeo Doubs has had a first couple of really good years of his NFL career, and there have been some other guys that have at times stepped up. Christian Watson at times has stepped up. I mean, a couple of years ago against the Dallas Cowboys, that's kind of Christian Watson's coming out party with 3 touchdowns in Mike McCarthy's homecoming. But he's been injured more than it seems as though he's been able to play. And, he tore his ACL in November of last season. It was like, all right, well, you kind of have to hit the reset button. So going into this season, who is the top wide receiver? It's probably Jaden Reed, but I don't know that that's going to be the case for a long time because, tell you what, Matthew Golden, I know he's a rookie. I get it. I understand. And it's a tough position to play as a rookie, but Matthew Golden has caught everything thrown his way. He's got speed to burn. He's not the biggest wide receiver in the NFL by a long shot, but he might have elite hands, upper echelon hands in the NFL. And if you can pair someone who has more speed than just about anybody else, certainly in this past year's NFL draft, and the hands that could be elite, he could be the guy who gets the most targets from Jordan Love this year.
Well, what is Jordan Love? I mean, he has the injury. He has a thumb. I mean, a week or two ago, it was assumed that Malik Willis would be the starter. Jordan Love is going to play in this game. What have you heard about his status? Again, I believe he's playing, but what percent he'll be and how he'll be with that thumb issue?
Yeah, Malik Willis was never going to be the starter against Detroit. I don't know where honestly, I'm not sure where you heard that, but I would check your sources. That was never going to happen. It's non-throwing. It's his left thumb. Is it going to slow him down? Maybe a little bit. Excuse me. Sorry about that, Corey and Sean. But Jordan Love's going to play. And if he's slowed down a little bit, you might see some right-handed handoffs as opposed to some left-handed handoffs. But yeah, he's going to be the guy. Listen, no shade against Malik Willis. Malik Willis, after Jordan got hurt in week 1 last year against the Eagles in week 1, came in and saved their season as far as being a playoff team. Came in, simplified playbook rather, having spent just 19 days with the Packers before he had to start in week 2 against Indianapolis, then went back at Tennessee, his former team, in week 3, was able to beat the Titans. The Titans were terrible last year, but still 2 wins with Malik Willis as your starting quarterback. Week 8, close game against Jacksonville after Jordan Love got hurt, and Malik Willis was able to stem the tide and get the Packers a much-needed win. Malik Willis has been great as a number 2 quarterback, but Jordan Love's the guy. Jordan Love is QB1. He's going to start without question against the Detroit Lions coming up on Sunday. Is he a little bit slowed? I guess, I suppose, but again, if it was his throwing thumb, if it was his throwing hand, I might have a different answer for you, but I think he's going to be as close to 100% as you could possibly be. Do you want him to have an injury? Do you want him to have hand surgery a couple of weeks before the start of the season? Of course not. Absolutely not. But all things considered, it could have been a lot worse.
I'm going to go to the backfield, and what's Josh Jacobs looking like health-wise? And if Jacobs was to miss time, who do you think would be the back that they would lean on?
The back they would want to lean on is Marshawn Lloyd, but he's not healthy, and that's been a problem over the year plus he's been in the NFL, coming out of first USC Southern Cal, and before that he was at the University of South Carolina. They like what he's got, but he just hasn't been able to stay on the field. So Emmanuel Wilson right now is your second running back, then Christopher Brooks, who they love out of pass protection. He's going to see a lot of time on the field this year, but Josh Jacobs is the guy. He's 100%. He's as close to 100% as you're going to be. Yeah, they've had some dings this training camp. There's no question about that. But, yeah, Josh Jacobs is going to get the lion's share of the load. The Packers, one of the things that you got to understand is this is a very cautious team. This is a very deliberate medical staff that they have. But Josh Jacobs is going to be full bore, Barring anything that happens during the game on Sunday against the Lions, he's going to be your guy. He's going to be your feature back. But if he's not getting the rock and it's a running play, I would look for Emmanuel Wilson to get a lot of plays, out of the backfield. Christopher Brooks is in there for pass protection as much as anything. They really do hope that Marshawn Lloyd, though, isn't going to be an injury that's going to, linger deep into the regular season.
Now, I know you talked earlier when we talked about getting Micah Parsons about, giving you guys a shot. And quite frankly, around the country, when we looked at Green Bay, it was, okay, playoff team, basically a perennial playoff team now, but not a real shot to be with the big dogs. Now everyone's giving you a shot to be with the big dogs. When you look at this team, when you look at where they stack up against the Philadelphia Eagles of the world and some of the other teams, now that you have that missing link to rush the passer, what is the outlook for you as a media person and the fans the fans out there? Do they feel like, okay, we're as talented as anybody, this could be our year?
Yeah, I think so. It's a good question because Philadelphia still, until somebody knocks them off, right? They're the upper echelon. They're the NFC team to beat. And I don't want to take anything away from the Eagles. They've earned all their flowers. They get whatever accolades come to them. Defending Super Bowl champions, they're always, excuse me, guys, they're always in the mix. That having been said, the one thing that was really missing from the Packers has been a pass rush. And they're in a really difficult division right now, and I think it's going to be difficult, specifically with Detroit because Aiden Hutchinson is coming back. And that's a huge shot in the arm for an already really talented Lions team. So I think the NFC North is going to be really, really competitive this year. I don't know who's going to win on Sunday. I really don't. I think it's going to be really competitive. Aiden Hutchinson is going to give Detroit a lift. Micah Parsons in the limited action that he's going to get on Sunday is going to give Green Bay a lift if it's anything more than just psychological. But it's the one area where the Packers just haven't been able to really make any inroads. Rashawn Gary has been paid like a guy who gets 10-plus sacks in any given year, and that just hasn't happened yet. One of the criticisms is, well, he gets double-teamed a lot. So does T.J. Watt. So does and did Micah Parsons. So if you can put Micah Parsons on one side and then Rashawn Gary on the other, somebody's going to get home. So I think that gives the Packers really a huge leg up. And that's not to say anything bad about the player that they gave up in Kenny Clark, because Kenny Clark's a fantastic player. He's also going into his 10th NFL season. So they got a lot younger. I think they got a lot better in an area that they really needed to get a lot better in. But the NFC is tough. It's not supposed to be easy to win a championship, and I don't think it's going to be easy this year to win a championship when you've got both the Lions and the Eagles in front of you. And, yeah, I mean, let's strap it up. Let's ready to go. That's what we love about the NFL. I think there are a lot of competitive teams in the NFL, and the Packers are now one of them.
Out there covering the team, I'm curious. Obviously, you think it's probably at least a double-digit win team. Can you think they can get to 13, 14 wins this year?
Yeah, that's going to be tough. They went 1-5 in the division last year, which is really difficult because they were a playoff team a year ago, right? But all of those losses that they had, whether it was against the Lions a couple of times, whether it was against the Vikings a couple of times, whether it was against the Bears one time and they barely beat them the second time, they were all close losses. Even their loss against Philadelphia was a close loss. All of their losses last year were really, really tight. Can they be an 11, 12, 13 win team this year? I think they can be. I also don't necessarily think that's going to win them the NFC. I don't think it's necessarily going to win them the division. This is a tough division, man, and this is an NFC that's very, very top-heavy. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. Week 1, I don't think is going to be a harbinger of the rest of the season because there's so much football left to be played. But when you put what I think are the two best teams in the division against each other in Green Bay and Detroit, I think it's just going to be a fun afternoon for everyone who loves football. And, obviously Philadelphia is going to be in the mix. Washington is going to be in the mix. The Commanders, I think, are a really, really great football team. Jaden Daniels in his second season, I can only imagine how good he's going to be this year. Yeah, it's going to be a fun year, but the Packers are right in the middle of it all. And I think that this Micah Parsons trade makes them a contender. Doesn't make them NFC champions, but it does make them a contender. And I think that it's, like I said, there's going to be so much fun football to watch. And don't forget, the Packers have the Commanders, on Thursday Night Football in week 2. So that's going to be another benchmark game for them. So they come right out of the gates with games against the Lions and the Commanders. Even if the Packers go 0-2 in their first 2 weeks, I'm not necessarily predicting that because they're both home games. But even if they do, I don't think it's the end of the season because those are really, really hard teams that they've got right out of the gate.
That is an incredibly tough first 2 games.
Let me
just.
Week 4. Don't forget about Dallas in week 4. They're still a good team too.
Yeah, they got a lot to deal with. We only got about 2 minutes left, so let me just ask you about the NFC North because you've broken it down about how good it's going to be. Again, I'm a Penn Stater, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a bit of a J.J. McCarthy hater, so you can't really take my opinion on that. How do you sort of view this tough NFC North that came down to the wire? What's the hierarchy there now? Because I believe Green Bay has jumped everybody with the addition of Micah Parsons. But again, you still got Detroit, you still got Minnesota. How do you look at that?
Yeah, I'm with you there with J.J. McCarthy. I think that I think you and I will both be surprised if he turns into a great NFL pro, especially early on in his career. Maybe he'll develop into something. I don't know. But I'm skeptical about that. It's a tough division. I think that it's Detroit and Green Bay, 1 and 1A. I think the Bears are still trying to figure out who they are. I think they'll be better this year with Ben Johnson as their head coach. I think Caleb Williams has a year of learning how to be an NFL quarterback. I think there's a lot of talent there. I just don't think that it was harnessed very well a year ago. So maybe Ben Johnson can get something out of Caleb. I think that the Vikings are still significantly behind. As talented as they've got some great individual players like Justin Jefferson, who's probably the best wide receiver in the NFL right now. I just don't know that he's going to get a quarterback that's going to be able to showcase his talents. I think it's Green Bay and Detroit, then Chicago, then Minnesota, but that's why they play the game. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun this season.
I love it. Listen, Doug, I appreciate you hopping on with us. I appreciate you kicking it with us, giving some of your Green Bay Packer knowledge. And again, it's going to be an amazing season. I know you the first few games are going to be like that for y'all. So good luck, man.
Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate it. It's going to be a lot of fun. They don't have any patsies coming out of the gate, and I love it. Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, man. That was Doug Russell, again, host of Packers Game Day, sports director for 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. Again, hit him up on Twitter. I still call it Twitter, at Doug Russell. That's 2 S's and 2 L's. Again, amazing stuff. Again, Green Bay Packers, I can imagine being that fan base and getting a player like that right before the season started. I would go absolutely insane, absolutely nuts. All right, when we come back, again, back to the NFL, and we're going to play a little game of fade or follow, okay? Who's going to have over 300 yards? Who's going to have over 200 rushing yards? Who's going to do all these special things? We'll tell you who you should stick with and who you should go away from coming up on BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, back up and at 'em. BetMGM Tonight. Corey Parson, Sean Bell. You already know what's good. Rocking with you on a Labor Day. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us, and to all the people that go out and labor every day. This is your day to enjoy yourself. I'm out here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm currently working, but I will be giving my money to a roulette table shortly. So we'll see how that goes down. Hopefully the kid can come back with a little something extra to put on the docket for week number 1. Still got plenty of stuff to get into on the program. Let me be talking some week 1 prop bets a little bit later on, or right now actually. Then a little bit later on, we're also going to get into some college football. TCU and North Carolina live right now. TCU up 17-7. TCU live right now is a 12.5-point favorite. But let's get to some week 1 NFL prop talk. And to do that, my man B. Diddy, our producer, a.k.a. Baby Daddy.
I always appreciate your introductions, Corey. I don't know about the B. Diddy thing anymore, Baby Daddy seems to be my nickname with both of my ex-wives, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get past all that stuff. Let's get back into some NFL talk, man. Fade or follow. I'm already looking at props, guys. Like you guys just went over all the games, everything that you're doing. I love all that stuff, but I'm more into the props this week. Because week 1, man, especially with the spread, crazy stuff happens in week 1 of the NFL. I would not. I'm staying away. There's no way in hell I am taking God. I'm forgetting now who's playing the Saints. There's no way I'm betting against the Saints. The Cardinals. Sorry, there's no way I'm taking the Cardinals against the Saints because that's just weird things happen in week 1. So the survivor pool, I am off of the Arizona Cardinals. So, but I like the props, man, and let's get it here. Let's start with Dak Prescott, your neck of the woods, Corey.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott over 246.5 passing yards versus the Philadelphia Eagles is minus 115. I love this prop. Are you fading or following me, Corey?
I'll follow you on this one right here. I don't know how what the Dallas Cowboy rushing attack is going to look like, and I do know what the Philadelphia Eagle rushing attack is going to look like. I mean, with the addition of Kenny Clark, you feel as if Dallas should be able to stiffen up their run defense a little. And obviously, Saquon Barkley is going to have a regression this season. All 2,000-yard backs regress the season after. Now, the level of that regression is yet to be determined. But I do like Dak to go out there and air it out. Obviously, got weapons in the passing game, and he always plays very well statistically against Philadelphia. So I'll go over that number right there. I will follow you. Follow me.
Yeah, I'm going follow too. I think Dak Prescott goes over again here in Philadelphia, covering the team, talking to the coaches. They've struggled to find a cornerback number 2. Again, Cooper DeJean they're using in a different way where they have a combination of him playing in the slot, safety, etc. So he's the second best secondary player, but not the cornerback number 2. Also, safety is a question for them, and also their pass rush is a question. Like the Philadelphia Eagles lost a lot defensively last year. Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, the best pass rushers, not there anymore. They don't have a guaranteed pass rusher. So Dak Prescott's going to have some time with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. And so I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to be able to do some things. And what's his name? Jacob Ferguson, right? They're tight end. So I'm going over.
Yeah, I love this prop because I don't love the running back room in Dallas. Like, Javonte Williams is a nice back, but behind him having Miles Sanders, and you don't know what Jaden Blue is yet. I think you're going to be throwing the ball a lot because I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to win this game. I think they're going to be up pretty big, and I think you're going to end up you're going to be chasing points, and you're going to be seeing Dak Prescott throw the ball all over the field. So that's why I love that prop this week. Another quarterback that I really like the prop on is in that game that I mentioned, New Orleans Saints and the Arizona Cardinals, and that is Spencer Rattler. It is because nobody believes in Spencer Rattler, so his number is only at 184.5. So I love the over 184.5 on Spencer Rattler. Fade or follow, Sean?
I'm with everybody else. Fade, please. Like, so who? Spencer? Who? Y'all are battling for Arch Manning, and now you might not be battling for Arch Manning, depending on how that goes, but. Nah, I can't see it. Again, they do have some good wide receivers in that room, but I think it's going to be heavy Alvin Kamara. Give him 35 touches in this game, and then hopefully get some play action to get something in the pass game. But I don't see them passing very much. I see them passing the rock maybe 20 times.
Yeah, this is a tough call right here because the number is low, and I do think the Saints are going to put up some resistance to this number. I'll follow you, and I'll go over, mainly over because of Alvin Kamara and what he's going to be able to do in the passing game. He may catch a short pass, but we all know Kamara still has that electric ability. So I'll take the over with you. I'll follow you on this one as well. And if it's not Arch Manning, it's going to be my man, Lenoris Sellis, who put on a show once again in his latest game in the win over Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do over there in New Orleans. Everybody's expecting them to be bad. I think they're going to be bad, but I don't think they're going to be like 1 or 2 wins bad. I think they're going to be 4 or 5 wins. I think there's going to be a couple games where they sneak up on people and they just find a way. I think that defense is a little bit better, and I love Alvin Kamara, so we'll see. But I do love this prop just because the yards are low. 184.5 in the NFL is not very much, and they're going to be trailing the entire game, so they're going to be passing the ball. So that's why I'm going to take that one. Next one, Travis Kelce to score a touchdown, plus 180. Newly engaged man. We know what happens once you get engaged. Life goes down. I'm just joking. But plus 180 to score a touchdown for Travis Kelce. Are we fading or following, Corey?
Oh, at plus 180 for Travis Kelce, I got to follow. That's a high number for Travis Kelce. Let me tell you something. It's been Super Bowls where Travis Kelce to score a touchdown has been minus money. So you're getting plus money on Travis Kelce. Is he still the same player he was early in his career? No, he is starting to slow down, likely, I believe, his last season. But to score a touchdown in week 1, now, let me tell you something. The Chargers have an elite red zone defense, But Travis Kelce is an elite red zone option. I'll take the plus 180 because I like how juicy it is.
That's a good number, but I'm fading. I think Chargers, again, a really great defense. Really physical at the attack. Like he said, great red zone defense. And so Travis Kelce is going to be bracketed. Travis Kelce is going to be, again, especially with Rashid Rice not being there, there's not going to be a lot of room for Travis Kelce to work. And again, he's older, he's slower, probably less motivated. And so I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for him to get his in this game, which is why the number is what it is.
Yeah, in the words of our fearless leader here, Brad Evans, daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it, because this is a sledgehammer bet right here. Travis Kelce, not only is he going to catch it, I would also like to see if I can find a prop on the fact that his touchdown dance is going to be where he gets down on one knee. That's going to be his touchdown celebration. He's going to get in the end zone. He's going to catch a pass from Mahomes. He's going to get down on one knee with the ball, pretending like it's a ring. It's going to be stupid. Everybody's going to hate it. And then they're going to show Taylor Swift 75 times on Friday night. It's going to be terrible. All right.
Add in the commercials with Taylor Swift. Add in the Taylor Swift songs.
Yes.
It's going to be everywhere.
Yes. So much hype. Speaking of hype, Travis Hunter, over 47.5 yards receiving versus the Carolina Panthers, minus 115. I think he's going to be their number one target. I think this is a slam dunk. Sean, what do you think? Fade or follow?
This is going to be a tough one. Who's checking him? Is it going to be J.C. Horn? Does J.C. Horn have that responsibility?
They got to put J.C. Horn on their number one target, Brian Thomas Jr. Yes, he's their number one target. That kid is elite. Now, I'm sorry to step in, but go ahead.
I'm gonna say no. I think Travis is a better cornerback than he is a wide receiver. I think the Carolina Panthers have a really good defense. I think they're going to be geared really well. Again, J.C. Horn is going to be out there. Okay, he's going to be in single coverage. That means you're going to have to deal with it. If you get anything, you're going to have some brackets. You're going to have to learn some things. I'm not going to expect them to have a great first game out of the gate. So I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I'm going to fade this one as well. I mean, basically everything Sean said, copy and paste. I think this is a good spot for Carolina right here. I think this is a slow warm-up to the wide receiver position for Travis Hunter. Don't get me wrong, elite talent, but Brian Thomas is an elite NFL wide receiver. We already know that. He is going to get the bulk of the workload in the passing game. And listen, 47.5 is really one long bomb catch for Travis Hunter, but I don't think the rookie gets off. I'll fade that one.
Yeah, that's why I like the 47.5. Like you said, J.C. Horn's going to be focused on Brian Thomas Jr. They're probably going to be doubling Brian Thomas Jr. because he's going to be the focus of that defense. I think it's going to open some stuff up, and I think it might open some stuff up for Travis Hunter. He might get it all in one catch. He might get it in like 4 or 5 different catches, but I think 47.5 is doable for Travis Hunter against the Panthers. Let's go back to Kansas City. Xavier Worthy, over 4.5 rushing yards. They love to use him out of the backfield. Minus 105 for over 4.5 rushing yards for Xavier Worthy. Fade or follow, Corey?
I'm going to follow that one right there. That's a jet sweep. It's a play that Andy Reid will probably pull out twice in the game. And if they can crack it and catch it one time, it'll probably get you at least 7-8 yards. So I would say I will follow you. That's a very short play, too. I'll follow you on that one right there on Worthy rushing yards over 4.5.
Yeah, that's a definite follow for me, too. Again, that's one play. And that's going to be in the playbook, especially, again, with Rashee Rice being out. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to have to be creative in this game to get yards, to get points. And that's going to be one of the ways that they're creative in finding ways to give him jet sweeps. Again, they're going to have to find ways. He runs a 4.2. They're going to find a bunch of ways to give him the rock. And that's going to be one of the ways.
Yeah, no Rashee Rice. You're going to see a lot of Xavier Worthy, and the jet sweep is a Chiefs special, Andy Reid special. They pull, like you said, 2, 3, sometimes 4 times in a game. You'll see it. So Xavier Worthy over 4.5 is a slam dunk. Bijan Robinson, 100+ yards rushing, is plus 110 for Bijan Robinson. 100+ yards rushing. Fade or follow, Sean?
This is a tough one for me because, again, I think Bijan Robinson is going to be a top 3 running back, maybe top 2 running back this year. If you combine what he's going to do in the receiving game, again, I know Atlanta ain't great, but he is great. When Saquon Barkley comes out after having the year he has and says that guy is the quickest cutter in the game, that means something. And so Bijan Robinson is that. Because I think so highly of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'm going to say no. Don't get it twisted. I think he's going to have over 120 yards from scrimmage, including the passing game, but I think he's going to fall short because, again, everything's going to be geared towards Bijan Robinson. I still think he probably gets 85, 90, but they're going to gear up against him, so I'm going to go against the 100 total rushing yards.
Once again, copy and paste what Sean said. And then the number is so juicy, it's so tempting, especially with everybody coming out of fantasy drafts and taking Bijan early in the draft, and they see that juicy number right there, they're going to hop on it. But I can see over 100 yards from scrimmage being more likely than 100+ rushing yards. So I will fade that number right there.
Yeah, his number is set at 74.5. I like the 100+ just because of the juice that you're getting with it. I know it's a risky play, but I think Bijan is going to have a phenomenal season, maybe offensive player of the year type season. We've talked about that a couple times on this show. So I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. It's worth a squeeze. Maybe it's just some pizza money on it because it's plus money. All right. Tua Tagovailoa, under 254.5 passing yards, is minus 115. Fade or follow, Corey?
This is an interesting one right here. This is very interesting. Going up against that Indianapolis Colts defense on the road, but you're on that track. I think he can get over this number. I'll go over this number right here. So I will end up fading you on this one right here. I think the over is in play right here.
Ooh, it's tough because the Colts were in the bottom 10 of the league when it came to pass defense last year. So they weren't very good. They did bring over Charvarius Ward, cornerback from the 49ers. When healthy, he's a very good cornerback. So they're improved on the defensive end. But based off of last year, based off of it being September, and Miami will shine a little bit more in September, I still think they're going to lose this game, but I could see Tua getting around 270 in this game because – again, they're going to pass the ball. They're going to be cute. They're going to do some things. And so I'll go the over in this game, even though I think Tua's going to lose this game.
Yeah, I'm all the way out on the Dolphins this year. I think that there's going to be some regression, even more than what there was last year. I think Mike McDaniels gets fired sometime mid-season as well. I think this is a dumpster fire waiting to happen. So I'm fading.
All right, there you go right there. Thanks a lot, Brandon. When we come back on the other side, we're going to get back into some college football action. I'm telling you who the new number 1 team in the country is. You'll find out next. BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC. But this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, BetMGM Tonight. Corey Parsons, Sean Bell, rocking and rolling with you on a Labor Day. Week 1 of the NFL season kicks off in a few short days. BetMGM Tonight, the network right here, got you covered, rocking and rolling throughout the whole football season, throughout the whole college football season. As a matter of fact, it was just yesterday. It was live. My boy PJ Glasser, and we hit Lenoris Sellers' first touchdown scorer at plus 650. So that's the type of action you get right here on the BetMGM network. So you want to make some money, you make sure you keep it logged in. Holding it down for tonight for Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath. And they do a great job as well, getting you the fantasy advice, getting you the betting advice, whatever you need to have a successful season. The entire network has you covered. All right, college football week 1 in the books, week 0 also in the books as well. And Sean, we had a couple of interesting results. First of all, it was a week that was real big on the underdogs and the marquee matchups. Too many of the favorites didn't get home. I think it's stuff like that you need to look at when it comes to these marquee matchups, particularly these standalone games where the whole public pours in on one side. Remember, the first tenet of sports betting is to fade the public. You want to be on the side of the house, particularly in college football. Obviously, the story, Sean, of the weekend was Arch Manning. Not so much that Texas lost to Ohio State, but more or less the fact that Arch Manning looked so bad in Texas losing to Ohio State. Now you got the Arch supporters that will push back and say, oh, he only looked bad for a half and he's on the road in Columbus versus defending that, yada, 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 all of that stuff. I was on the Arch bandwagon too, so I'm not going to sit here and say that people are wrong to think that way. But my eyes were not deceiving me. And what I saw was bad footwork, bad mechanic, skip passes, not things that I would expect to see from a player with the name Manning on the back of his jersey, Sean. But let's move away from the one singular player, the quarterback. The defense on the team looked good. You know Texas is a program, particularly in the NIL era, where you can go out there and acquire the best players by recruiting, NIL, transfer portal, whatever the case may be. They're only one to start the season. It wasn't a horrific loss on the road at the shoe in Columbus. Is Texas still a national championship contender?
They are a contender. They are not a pretender. Listen, I'm with you on the Arch Manning stuff, and it looked this way and it looked that way, but those things that people call excuses are real. They went on the road to Ohio State and lost by 7, right? And had a chance to win the game. That's real. That's the defending national champs. So this isn't some situation where he looked bad against another team that isn't going to go be a playoff team, isn't going to be a championship team. No, he lost to a team again, Texas, and not just Arch, lost to a team in a close battle on the road. That's what they call a great road loss. I know no loss is great, but when you talk about rankings, when you talk about college rankings in the past, that's what you would call a great road loss. And they would sort of put that to a side and say that's okay. So Texas, yeah, Ohio State did that. How many of you other teams can do what Ohio State did to Texas? Right? Like, yeah, it's all good and cute, but do y'all got the talent? Y'all got the skill set to execute what Ohio State executed against us? No, because Texas also has a top 5 defense in the country. That's why Ohio State, that's why Jeremiah Smith, who was a Heisman candidate, who was top 3 or 4 in the Heisman candidacy when it came to betting, did nothing in that game because Texas defense is so good. So Texas is still going to be a team to reckon with. If Arch Manning improves and becomes a quarterback that he needs to become by the end of the season, then they're going to be scary, especially if they end up playing at home. So I think Texas is still a contender.
I don't know why I still don't view Texas as an SEC team. Then I looked over at their next 3 games: San Jose State, UTEP, and then Sam Houston. Interesting. And then when you get into the meat of the schedule, they go on the road at Florida. Then they have the annual Red River game versus Oklahoma, the neutral site game. Then they go at Kentucky, at Mississippi State, very winnable games. Vanderbilt comes to their building. But then the big one, they go at Georgia in the early part of November, right? Before that, will they lose again before that Georgia game?
Of course not. Their defense is too good.
Will they lose that Georgia game between the hedges?
It's early on to say, but if their defense continues and does what they did against Ohio State, and Arch just gets things together, doesn't let the bright spot overwhelm him like he did in that game against Ohio State, I think they beat Georgia. Because Georgia's not the Georgia that we know from a couple years ago either. Still great, but not the dominance that they were when they were winning national championships.
You don't think Georgia is still the class of the SEC?
No, they're still one of the top 2 or 3 team programs, but they're not. Again, Georgia for a 3-year stretch was pure dominance. They're not that anymore. People aren't as scared of them anymore. I think Texas is a better team.
Interesting. I still would give the slight edge to the Bulldogs. Texas still feel like a Big 12 team to me, but that just could be me and my Southeastern Conference bias. Speaking of the Southeastern Conference, the former rulers of the Southeastern Conference, the Alabama Crimson Tide, lost to an unranked Florida State team down there in Tallahassee. Now, Florida State being unranked was probably ended up being a mistake. But Alabama just looked bad. They looked bad in the trenches. They looked like they were out physical. They looked like they wasn't prepared. Ty Sampson, the quarterback, did not play well. Alabama is always best when they are hitting explosive plays down the field. We didn't see too many of those explosive plays down the field. That intimidation factor that the Crimson Tide normally bring just doesn't seem to be there. Now, with that being said, it is only one loss. And, Kalen DeBoer was hired after Nick Saban. It's not like anybody at the time thought that was a terrible hire. Now people are being armchair quarterbacks, hindsight being 2020. When you look at the Crimson Tide, though, are they going to work themselves back into the national contender category, or do you think it's Dunsky for Alabama this year?
Pretenders, they're done. I'm sorry. Right? Again, they're in the SEC. They got to deal with the SEC. I don't have the schedule in front of my face, but pretenders. All right? The effort was poor and the coaching was poor. Right? So when you put those two together, that's what you're going to get. You're going to lose to an unranked team like Florida State. And again, even Florida State, maybe they're a little better than you thought, but I don't really think they're that much better than you thought. I just think they were better on that night because of Alabama's effort and Alabama's coaching. So, no, pretenders.
When you look at Alabama's remaining schedule, well, the whole schedule is remaining. They got a couple of games at home, Louisiana, Monroe, and Wisconsin. They should be able to get through those 2 games, but, Wisconsin is a power, it does come from a power conference. And then the last weekend in September, they play a night game between the hedges at Georgia. They'll probably get their doors beat in that night because, listen, even though Alabama has historically played Georgia well, even while Georgia has been on this winning streak and dominating the SEC, Alabama has been their kryptonite, but this just ain't the same Bama. Then it's Vanderbilt, then it's at Missouri, then it's Tennessee, then it's at South Carolina, then it's LSU, then it's Oklahoma, and obviously the Iron Bowl where they are on the road this year to end the season. This could be a 4-loss Alabama team, Sean. I agree with you 100%. They are prickety pretenders, and that schedule is the real deal too.
I'm with you on that.
It's like everybody except for Texas. Number 9 ranked team in the country, LSU, in my opinion, had the most impressive win of week 1. They go into Clemson. I don't want to say dominate them, but Clemson was a team with national championship aspirations, and I think we can say it's still a team with national championship aspirations. We know Dabo Swinney's bunch always gets it done. I'm not a real big Cade Klubnik guy, but a lot of people are. But LSU goes in there, dominates defensively, show that they had enough on offense to go into a tough spot like Clemson at night and get a W. The number 9 ranked LSU Tigers, Sean, think that this is not only a team that can win the Southeastern Conference, I think they can win the whole shebang.
I'm not on board. I think they're a very good team. I think they're a playoff team. I don't think they're a championship team. So I guess it depends on what are you talking about? Contender to be in the playoffs or contender to win the entire thing? I just think they are a level below the Ohio State and Texas, but they are sort of the best of this, one of the best teams of the second tier. And oh, by the way, they got a pretty tough schedule. South Carolina is going to be a really good team. They got to face Florida. They got Ole Miss. They face a bunch of ranked teams that they may have some problems with. So it can go back and forth. Again, playoff team, contender, championship pretender.
The schedule is tough, but Florida and South Carolina and Texas A&M all come to Death Valley. And if those games are at night, that's the toughest environment in college football. Now, they do have to go to Ole Miss and they do have to go to Alabama, but we both agree that going to Alabama does not have the same effect as going to Tuscaloosa is in the past. You're right, that schedule is tough, but I do like them. I do like them a lot. Before we get ready to hit, no, you know what I'm going to do? I still got some more teams that we need to discuss their qualities. I want to talk about Miami. I want to talk about Penn State. I want to talk about Michigan and this true freshman quarterback, Donovan Edwards, that looked very impressive this weekend. So I want to continue to break some of these teams down, get Sean's opinion on if these teams are going to be pretenders this upcoming season or contenders this upcoming season, because I'm starting to feel a certain way about the Penn State Nittany Lions that I've never felt about before, right? I've always looked at them as the little sisters to Michigan and Ohio State. But are the little sisters, little brothers going to get ready to step up this year? That's an interesting question. And I got a Penn State alumni that I'm doing the show with. So I know what his answer is going to be. I know what his take is going to be. But I'm going to give him my opinion, right, on why I may be having a change of heart. And then I'll let him gloat about his Nittany Lions. It is BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM network, enjoying a good old Labor Day with your boys, Sean Bell and Corey Parson.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, making it legendary right here on the BetMGM Network. Corey Parson, Sean Bell, talking a little college football. Week 1 got underway, and you know what? Had some interesting results. Right now, talking about some of those results and which teams can be contenders or pretenders for the upcoming college football season. Already agreed that Texas will get back into the mix and be a contender. Alabama losing to unranked Florida State, no shot at being a contender. I like LSU a lot. Think they can win the SEC and ultimately the whole thing, the national championship. Now, the Miami Hurricanes came into the season ranked 10th, beat a very good Notre Dame team in their building. Now, being in their building to me doesn't make that much of a difference because I don't look at their building as this, traditional college football home field advantage, tough spot to play. But they beat Marcus Freeman and a very good team, Carson Beck, coming over in the transfer portal from the University of Georgia. They get one of the big upset wins of week 1. Sean Bell, are the Miami Hurricanes a contender this year?
Nah, they're a pretender. I mean, if we're talking about championship, they're a pretender. They're a second-tier football team. They just don't have as much talent as the big dogs and that we've been talking about, Ohio State and Texas and Georgia. Like, nah, that ain't happening. Again, I think Notre Dame was a tier 2 team. I think Miami is going to get in the playoffs, but I think they're going to be an easy out. They're going to be an easy out, and someone's going to take care of them pretty quickly.
So you think the ACC can take 2 teams into the college football playoffs this year?
Potentially. I think Miami could just win the ACC.
Oh, down on Clemson, are we?
Yes. I think
That's
Miami's a really good team. I think Carson Beck will mean a lot to that team. Again, beating Notre Dame's one of the 3 best wins in college football in week 1. So I think the ACC gets one, and I think I like Miami to be that one. I'm not hard set. I'm not guarantee go bet it, but I like Miami.
All right. When you look at the Kings, they just got the big win over Notre Dame. Then, of course, they get into the Bethune-Cookmans in the South Floridas. Then a big rivalry in-state matchup versus Florida. That game is in Hard Rock, but that's more or less like a neutral site. Then they go at Florida State. Tough spot right there, Florida, then Florida State. Then Louisville's not a bad team. Stanford in their building. Don't have to go across the country. SMU, who was in the ACC championship game last year, they have to go down to Dallas for that one. Then the Syracuse, North Carolina State, at Virginia Tech, at Pitt. They miss Clemson. So I do think they can be in the ACC championship game, but I also agree. I do not think that they are a contender to win the whole thing this year. I think Miami will be a good team, flirt with the college football playoffs, but maybe an upset loss here or there can keep them out of that, and not winning the ACC could be problematic depending on what some of the schools in the SEC do as far as, the SEC is going to. Some of those teams that have those tough schedules, like a South Carolina, could very well end up taking a spot that the Hurricanes would think that would be for them, being that they were in the ACC championship game. For Carolina to get to the SEC championship game, it's going to take a hell of a run. The next team, the Penn State Nittany Lions, 46-11 win over Nevada to open it up. Maybe the most experienced team, the number 2 ranked team in the country, could push up the number 1 this week. I have always looked at Penn State as a program that's not going to be able to get over the hump because of, the Michigans and the Ohio States and now the Oregons in the conference. But with this experience, I think Penn State is a contender, Sean. I really, for the first time ever, think Penn State could very well be the real deal.
Listen, man, I'm a pessimistic Penn State fan, right? Like I just am, and most Penn Staters I feel like are. Ask Brandon, right? Like it just is what it is. But they've since James Franklin came to Penn State, they've had the talent a lot of years to hang with anybody. I'm talking about Ohio State, right? They had a year where they had Saquon Barkley, Miles Sanders, Mike Gesicki, like all on the same roster with, I believe it was Chris Godwin. Like it was just high-level starters all over the offense. But James Franklin not being able to coach in big games didn't allow them to win those big games. So, again, you saw them in the playoffs last year. They have a schedule that, to me, isn't too tough, right? They got Oregon, but they got Oregon at home. And then they got Ohio State. Those are the 2 only tough games, in my opinion, on their schedule. Maybe they lose one of those. To me, they're a guaranteed team in the playoffs, and they may win a couple games just like they did last year. So they're technically a contender, but in my mind, they're still, like you said, kind of a pretender because James Franklin and Drew Allard never really won a truly big competitive close game.
It's interesting to talk about James Franklin and Drew Allard as a person that doesn't really, follow Penn State up always. I don't want to say look negatively, but always had looked at Penn State as second rung. I don't really see where the criticism for Franklin and Allard comes from. I think maybe sometime the fan base of the Nittany Lions are too harsh on their head coach and quarterback.
You got to watch all the games. These bad in-game decisions. He's a great recruiter, great hype guy, great preparation guy. But just think about the games in his history with the Penn State that have been big games. They always lose Ohio State in a big situation. They always lose to Michigan in a big situation. They've always lost to the big-time programs in situation. And it hasn't been because they haven't had the talent. Like I gave you a roster that had the talent. It's because in-game coaching, James Franklin isn't great at. So, again, it's not like he's a bum coach. He's a really, really, really good coach. But he keeps getting beat at the top of the hill.
Interesting stuff right there. And maybe that's what it could be, but it seems like things are set up to go in their favor this year. Going to be interesting to see how the season plays out for the Nittany Lions. Up next is the Michigan Wolverines Week 1 victory over New Mexico, 34-17. True freshman quarterback Donovan Edwards came out smoking, playing well. Now, obviously, the competition was not the top competition, but yet and still solid opponent. But they go out there, they get a convincing victory. Is Michigan a team that can make it to the playoffs and possibly make a run at the championship game?
Yeah, absolutely not. They're pretenders. Again, they don't have the talent. They don't have the roster. They ain't got Jim Harbaugh. I mean, again, the salute to, his predecessor. They did a good job last week. But again, I don't expect them to continue to make runs. And again, they have kind of a soft schedule, but I think there's going to be a couple upsets in there. Watch out for, Wisconsin. They're going to lose to Ohio State pretty handily. I wouldn't be surprised if they lost to Oklahoma next week.
Interesting one right there. That's going to be one of the marquee matchups on the slate next week. We'll see what the Wolverines do. Illinois, they beat Western Illinois 52-3. I'm surprised they made the list, but they are the 12th ranked team in the country. The Fighting Illini. The Fighting Illini are not contenders, are they? Are we saying that because this is a Chicago-based network that we're putting them on the contender list? Or pretender list?
I think it's more of being the Indiana of last year. They're not a contender to, in my opinion, to actually get to the playoffs and win it. But they are a team that can be really good that you don't expect them to be, and maybe they can have an upset against someone. Again, they play in Ohio State. They play some teams where you go, okay. And by the way, their schedule's awfully soft. Like they only have to play Ohio State and I want to say Indiana that mean anything. So they can rattle off and have a 10-win season. So it's more about can they upset maybe Ohio State and give them a competition.
Interesting right there. I like I said, I wouldn't even look at them as a team in that realm. Let's talk about some other teams. And we got a chance to see South Carolina in prime time. Obviously, the Gamecocks with Lenora Sellers, who a lot of people like as a Heisman Trophy candidate this season. To say that they can take this schedule and get to a SEC championship game and possibly make it all the way to the national championship, that seems to be a bit of a stretch for Shane Beamer's bunch. But with the way that Sellers plays, with the way that defense plays, if they can get some kind of steady, consistent play from their wide receiving core, it looks like Nick Harbor is finally ready to step up. Can South Carolina, the Gamecocks, be a team that makes it to the college football playoffs and is a contender?
I mean, again, it's similar to Illinois. It's more of a, hey, this team is really good. This team can upset these people. This team can make a shakeup, right? They're not on the level of to getting to the playoffs and getting to the championship, but they are on a level where you go, hey, South Carolina as a program, we're back. We're back. We're a problem, and we can be a problem over the next couple of years with this young quarterback. But again, not necessarily to make the playoffs and win a championship. They got a rough schedule. They got to play LSU. They got to play Oklahoma. They got to play Alabama. They got to play Ole Miss, Texas A&M, right? Like they got to play Clemson. So they have that type of schedule that's going to be tough. But they're going to show you, hey, we're a problem, and we're a program that's going to be around for the next couple of years, giving a lot of people problems.
Last year, this time, right after week one, there was a lot of questions and a lot of, not even questions, that seat that Billy Napier sat down down in Florida, down in Gainesville, heat up pretty good. It got pretty hot. Well, now, rattle off a couple of wins, excitement about second-year quarterback DJ Lagway. Now you're looking at a Florida Gator bunch coming to the season ranked 15th in the country, Sean. And now the Gators, they got to feel pretty good about where they stand. Obviously no big-time matchups yet. They play South Florida this week. Then they have a stretch where they're at LSU, at Miami, home for Texas, at Texas A&M, and then Georgia a couple weeks later. Oh, not to mention Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Florida State. The schedule matrix really, really hurt the Gators. But if they can get hot in this schedule, they're not only a contender, they're going to win the whole thing because that's a hell of a schedule.
It's interesting because I was asking the other day, like, how come the Florida teams aren't dominant like they were, again, when we were growing up? when it was like Florida State, Miami, Florida, all going to have something to say about the national championship. And it would sort of rotate and take turns getting to a national championship. And they've been on the downside for the several last 6 or 7 years. This year, all of a sudden, all sort of teams that are competitive, Florida State may end up being ranked, teams that can say, okay, we're sort of not back to being what we were in years past, but back to being a threat. Let me ask you this. Who's the best Florida team?
That is very interesting. Who's the best Florida team? That is a very good question right there. I think right now you would probably have to go with the Hurricanes, but I think we'll still see enough of each other that we'll be able to figure that out. Right now, I would lean Hurricanes, but it could be the Gators, it could be the Seminoles. I think that's a very good question. It's interesting to see how those games play out this year.
Yeah, again, I would go Hurricanes too, and it's interesting because post Tim Tebow, Florida has had this like overrated stench to me, right? Like there's been a lot of years where they've been ranked, and by the end of the year they weren't because they weren't very good. It's almost like the people wanted to say, oh, they got the talent and we want to rank them as a high team. We want to say they're going to be contenders, but they've always been pretenders. Florida just has a overrated stench to me. And even, again, I'm not going to claim that I know the most about Florida and their team and their entire roster, but they've had a stench to them that has been overrated, and I'm still going with that stench. So let's see if they can shake that off.
What about Lane Kiffin's bunch, the Ole Miss team? It seems like a lot of people always have a lot of stock in Ole Miss, but it never seems like Ole Miss is able to live up to the expectations. Now they get close, they play well, but when you least, it's like that upset loss that take them out the running is always there. Ole Miss very well respected, Lane Kiffin very well respected, SEC school, so they get it. If they're a 3-loss SEC school, they could be in line for the playoff, depending on what those losses are. What do you think about Ole Miss?
Again, we've talked what we've been talking about. What we've been talking about is tier 2 teams, right? Like I think Lane Kiffin has them being a tier 2 team. They're going to be a team that's ranked between 15 and 25 every year at this point with Lane Kiffin. But they haven't been able to get the right talent in the right situation to jump and be a legit top 10 team, a team that's going to end the year top 10. They just haven't been that. So again, they're a good team. They're going to have some good wins. They're going to have an upset, but you're a tier 2 team. And that ain't going to get you. And being an SEC, that ain't going to get you into a playoff.
Yeah, and listen, 100%, I kind of agree with you. It's going to be tough for them to get there from that point of view. Like I said, well-respected team, a team that's going to be in the hunt in the SEC. A couple of wins here or there can get them there. But overall, as far as Lane Kiffin taking his team all the way to a national championship or even an SEC championship seems a bit far-fetched. Probably nothing that I would be willing to bet my money on as we move down the stretch of the college football season. But there you have it. We do get that out the way, get you some college football contenders or pretenders. Hopefully you could take this advice and pad your bank account. Still got plenty of more stuff left to come up on the program. And I got a gentleman that I think is going to be an MVP finalist this year. I'll let you know who that player is. It's BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? It's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, back up and at 'em. Labor Day edition, BetMGM Tonight. Corey and Sean holding it down for Brad and Ryan. Listen to BetMGM Tonight on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's your go-to spot for the upcoming NFL and college football seasons. Speaking of college football, things not going well for Chapel Bill in his first game. TCU all over the Tar Heels right now, 34-7 in the third quarter. Looks like Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels team struggling offensively. So as we get closer to the end of the show, we'll get you a final on that one. Hopefully you cash your ticket went into this game TCU as a 2.5-point favorite. If they don't cover that number, something crazy happened. Maybe Tom Brady came in and took over for the Tar Heels down the stretch. All right, let's get ready to look at the NFL award market, Sean. I want to talk about, the guys who could be lifting the hardware, the personal hardware, when the season comes to an end. Season getting ready to kick off now. Let's start with the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Right now, the leader in the clubhouse to win the award is Las Vegas Raider. They ain't been Oakland Raiders in years. Las Vegas Raider running back Ashton Jeanty, followed by Cameron Ward. Then we have Omarion Hampton, Travis Hunter, Travion Henderson, Ted McMillan, Emeka Ibuka, and Matthew Golden, Jackson Dart are all in that 20-1 and lower mix to win the most prestigious award for a rookie this upcoming year, at least for an offensive rookie. I like Cam Ward. I don't think the Texans are going to be that good, but I think Cam Ward will be impressive this year, impressive enough to win the award. What do you think about the Offensive Rookie of the Year?
I'm not mad at Cam Ward, but again, I think the Titans are so bad around him that it's going to look rough. I think he's going to have his bright spots, but he may not have the numbers for me to win. I'm going to Omarion Hampton. Again, I'm high on the Chargers. I think the Chargers, again, wherever Jim Harbaugh goes, whether he's cheating or not, you're going to get wins and you're going to get into the playoffs. And I think Omarion Hampton is the number one. Again, Najee Harris is behind him, but Najee Harris is coming off an injury right now going into week 1. So it's going to be a lot of Omarion Hampton all the time. And if you know Jim Harbaugh and what he likes to do, he likes to run that rock. Also, Omarion Hampton is going to have a lot around him. Justin Herbert, again, I know what they do in the playoffs, but in the regular season, Justin Herbert can put up some numbers. He can get it to his guys and Ladd McConkey, and that opens things up for Omarion Hampton at the same time. So I think he's going to have a really good year. Again, great college career that was underrated. I think he's going to have an 1,000-yard season as a rusher.
Interesting stuff right there. Oh, what do you think about, we spoke earlier in the program about Tampa Bay Buccaneer wide receiver Emeka Ibuka. He is rumored to be a very good player so far. He's also rumored as a guy that is going to be heavily involved in this Buccaneer passing attack. Super duper talented young kid. I don't think a sprinkle on Ibuka is a bad idea either.
Oh, no, tremendous. You're right on that. Like he would be, if I had a number 2, he would be my number 2 because, again, Mike Evans is going to get his, but he's a little bit older. Godwin is always injured. So I think that's going to be the guy who can get a lot. The only problem is he's the number 2, I guess, but couldn't be the number 3 on certain nights if everyone else is healthy, which can take away from his touches. But again, he's going to be, by the end of the year, the number 1.
Yeah, I can see that being the case as well. We spoke earlier with our guy Doug that covers the Green Bay Packers, and he did mention Matthew Golden, even as a rookie, can be the leader in that wide receiver room. Golden right now 20-1 to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year award. I think it's some stiffer competition ahead of him, but if he can break out and his Packer team lives up to these newfound expectations, Golden may be worth a couple dollars too on this wager.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that either. Again, I think they're going to run the ball. Again, it's Josh Jacob and then get what you get in the play action game first. But I'm not mad at that. Again, we're all picking guys that are set up in good situations, right? Like you talk about being teamed up with Baker, with Mike Evans and no guys. That's a great situation. The Chargers with Herbert, great situation. I just think it's going to be hard for Cam Ward because of the terrible situation he's in. Ashton Jeanty's in a decent situation, but still not as good of a situation as everybody else, which is why I wouldn't go with him either.
All right, when we head over to the defensive side of the ball, Abdul Carter is at plus 225, former Penn State pass rusher extraordinaire, supposed to be pass rusher extraordinaire for the New York Giants. He's the leader in the clubhouse, and nobody else is even close.
Yeah, I mean, you know why. Like he's again, as a Penn State, he's a special cat, right? Like he's a special cat, and he's going to be with a great Giants defense. If I had to go with someone that isn't Abdul Carter, I would go with Malachi Starks. over there with Baltimore. Again, he's part of a great defense, and they're going to challenge him because he's not Kyle Hamilton, and he's one of the guys that on that scary defense, you're going to want to go after the rookie, and he's coming out of Georgia. He's prepared. And so I really think he's going to be a really good player, and he can step up. He may not get the interceptions and the sexy things that Abdul Carter would get, which is why Abdul Carter is number one. But I do like Malachi Starks and what he brings.
All right, going over to the defensive player of the year, leader in the clubhouse right now is the newly minted Green Bay Packer, Micah Parsons, followed by Aiden Hutchinson at plus 750. Then we got Myles Garrett and TJ Watt, who's won the award before. Max Crosby at 13-1. Will Anderson Jr. also 13-1. Then guys like Nick Bosa, Jared Verse, Jalen Carter, Trey Hendrickson as well in that mix. You know what, Sean, when I look at this award right here, Micah Parsons has never won this award for, how great he is. Really never really even been in contention to win this award. Aiden Hutchinson was on his way to win it last year, but I want to see how he rebounds off this injury. I would look at the two guys at 13-1. And Max Crosby and Will Anderson Jr. I probably would put a little something on each of them.
Yeah, I really like that Will Anderson Jr. pick because I think the Texans are going to be really good. And so, being really good on a defense that's going to be top, 5 or 6 in the league that, like I predict, it means you're going to be in the running. I think Max Crosby might not be in the running because the Raiders won't be good enough as an entire team. I'm going to go with a surprise pick. And for me, I'm going to go with Derek Stingley Jr. Again, just like Will Anderson, on that Texans defense. I think that Texans defense is going to be really good. I think a lot of that is going to be because of how locked down Derek Stingley, again, one of the 3 best corners in the entire league, who's going to be pushing to be the number 1 corner in the league after this year. He's going to be on a great defense on a team that's going to, in my opinion, win 13 games because the division sucks. Right. And so I think that defense and the stars of that defense will be in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. And again, if Derek Stingley, cornerbacks may not get a lot of interceptions because, they get thrown away from. If he can get a few, maybe return 1 or 2, he'll be in the conversation.
I also, to your point on that one right there, if you look a little bit further down the board, I also like Baltimore Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton. He's a phenomenal defensive player attached to a good defense, attached to a good team. This number should be a little bit shorter than that. Really tough for him to win the award because, he's really going to have to be outstanding in tackling and get some interceptions and stuff like that and maybe try to be a leader of that defense. But he's a player that can create havoc, and those are the kind of players that will win this award. What do you think about Kyle Hamilton getting a sprinkle?
He's actually the guy I bet for last year. How about that? So being a year late would piss me off, quite frankly, but I do think he has that type of ability in him, especially because I think the Baltimore will return to being a really good defense. So I'm with you on that. But again, the problem with the corners and the safety is always, can you build up enough stats, fumble recoveries, forced fumbles, interceptions? That's what makes it hard, and which is why I'm like, I'm going to go with Derek Stingley, but I know it's far out. Again, Derek Stingley is 66-1. But again, I like the Kyle Hamilton pick because I picked it last year, but it's going to be tough.
Day late and $1 short. Hopefully that is not the case. Offensive Player of the Year, Saquon Barkley, the reigning Offensive Player of the Year, the leader in the clubhouse, is at plus 750. I've talked about it ad nauseum. The 2,000-yard back always regresses. I'm not saying it's going to be injury or poor performance, but there will be some regression in Saquon Barkley. It's just too much of a workload for a running back in 1 year and then come back and try to do it again. I think it's a little bit too much, so I won't be placing a wager on him. Dennis Jamar Chase at plus 850, Jahmyr Gibbs at 10-1, Derrick Henry at 12-1, Bijan Robinson 14-1, Justin Jefferson at 16-1, and then you have Puka Nacua at 18-1. One thing about Puka, when Matthew Stafford locks into a wide receiver, they tend to have special years. We've seen it from Calvin Johnson. We've seen it from Cooper Kupp. And Nacua, even though Devontae Adams on the team now, Nacua is, to me, still the WR1 on that team. With that being said, though, my pick is going to go for the guy who I think is the best running back in the NFL, and that's Jahmyr Gibbs at 10-1. If I had to go somewhere else, too, I would look at Nico Collins at 20-1. Nico Collins is the engine behind the Houston Texans offense. Last year before injury, Nico Collins was on pace for a 2,000-yard season. He's the whole taco over there. I like Nico and I like Jettas as outsiders, but Jahmyr Gibbs would be my guy.
Yeah, the only beef I have with Jahmyr Gibbs is the Lions screwed me betting wise a whole lot last year because he split time with Dave Montgomery, and Montgomery would get these yards and get these touchdowns that would take away from some of my anytime bets or some of my yardage bets. So it can take away from his ability to win Offensive Player of the Year if they continue to do that. Again, Jahmyr is A1. You know what I mean? One of the, like you said, one of the 3 best running backs in the league, but he gets robbed sometimes when it comes to touchdowns and times, depending on who they want to put in different spots. I'm going with Jamar Chase. I know it's an easy, it's not anything out there, but to me, he's the biggest guarantee, right? Like he's going to get 180 targets. He's going to get 100 yards. He's going to get 1,500 yards, 100 catches, 10 TD. Like he's going to be force fed that much. It's a guarantee, as opposed to Saquon Barkley. They're trying to bring him back, reel him back. We don't want to tire him out. We don't want to give him this amount. Puka Nacua now has Adams, so what happens there? With Jamar Chase, he's the only one out there. I'm like, you are guaranteed to get your numbers no matter what. So I'm going with Jamar Chase.
NFL season kicking off later on this week. Got you covered for the whole ride right here on the BetMGM network. Talking a little NFL awards now, Corey Parson and Sean Bell. And we are up to the comeback player of the year. Got co-favorites in this award, Dak Prescott and Aiden Hutchinson, followed by Christian McCaffrey, Trevor Lawrence, J.J. McCarthy, and Nick Chubb. Then you get Daniel Jones and Max Crosby, Stephon Diggs at 30-1, and so on and so forth. Now, when I look at this award, obviously this award kind of goes to the player coming back off an injury. I wish it would have been the player coming back off having a bad season, because I think Bryce Young could have been live in this category right here. But no Bryce Young. I'm never taking Dak Prescott. Aiden Hutchinson is interesting, but that injury was kind of big. I'm going to go with J.J. McCarthy as the comeback player of the year, quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
I know you don't agree with me.
Yeah. You just made me mad. You pissed me off. You know my Penn State hate won't even listen to that. I'm going Christian McCaffrey. Let's not forget he is one of
CMC.
You can argue he's the best running back in the league when healthy, right? Like we forget what he did 2 years ago because of what he does in the passing game also. He's basically a wide receiver out there. So if you're telling me Christian McCaffrey is fully healthy, I like him for the comeback player of the year. Again, the year he had before was over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. He's not going to be used as much as they got Brian Robinson to be his backup, but they're going to lean on him, especially with Brandon Ayuk and some of their wide receivers being out to start the season off. So I like Christian McCaffrey to come back healthy and to have a really good season.
For the MVP award, the league's most prestigious award, before we get ready to wrap this up, I'm going to go way down the board, and I'm going to grab my main man, Bo Nix, at 35-1.
You are a Bo Nix guy. Listen, I can't do it. To me, jury's still out, but I'm not far from you in the betting. Bo Nix is 35-1. I said earlier, I'm going Baker Mayfield at 30-1. Again, here's his numbers last year. 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, 71 completion percentage. If I didn't tell you who that was, you would be like, oh, those are MVP numbers. He just didn't win enough to get MVP votes. So if they win 3 or 4 more games, he's going to be in the conversation with those type of numbers. So I'm going Baker Mayfield at 30-1 because I like the value.
All right. Good stuff right there. A little bit of racetrack left to go on the program. Still got some more NFL talk we want to get into. Get you an update on what's going on in the world of college football as well. And we may have a few surprises as we get ready to rock and roll and send you into the first Tuesday of the NFL season. Normally a player's day off, but we'll be rocking and rolling, working right here on the BetMGM network to make sure that your bag is straight for week 1. It's BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like what we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets, and I still see a ton of opportunity. And Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week 1 based on the performances we saw.
I think -6 is what it should be. I think the line's fair. I still probably lean Oklahoma. Bryce Underwood's super talented, but this is his first road start. And again, we saw what a lot of these young quarterbacks look like in their first road start in a tough environment. First half under might be the play in this game as well, but I do lean Sooners -6. Your thoughts?
I'm completely with you, PJ. I know Michigan won by multiple scores against New Mexico. That's great. I'm good. I didn't walk away from that game thinking that, oh my God, I'm in love with Michigan. I'm in love with Underwood. Not to say that they can't be a good team or they can't be in playoff contention, but like you said, PJ, Bryce Underwood is super talented, but going in a hostile environment for the first time, and for this to be your first hostile environment road game, it's tough. It's not the best landing spot for him. So I'll be on Oklahoma in this one for sure, especially at 6. I think inside of a touchdown is way good for this team.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, final segment of the program, BetMGM Tonight. Thanks for having us. Corey Parsons, Sean Bell holding it down. Getting ready to hop up out of here. University of North Carolina Tar Heels put another one on the board. Score is currently 41-14 as we get ready to head into the fourth quarter of action. Had all the Tar Heel luminaries out for this butt cutting tonight. Michael Jordan in the building, Roy Williams in the building. I believe I saw Lawrence Taylor in the building as well. So North Carolina getting their stars up. Team need to get a little bit better, though, clearly, as TCU went into their building and taking them to the woodshed. Let's get ready to get up out of here. Let's bring my man B. Diddy in here, a.k.a. Baby Daddy, so we can do a little GTFO or Oh Yeah.
Let's do it. GTFO, oh yeah. That's probably my favorite segment ever. Maybe because of the name.
Of course.
I don't know. All right. Let's start off with this one, guys. Let's go to something I talked to you guys about in break. I think this team's going to be really good. I think they might actually win their division. The Carolina Panthers will be a playoff team. GTFO or oh yeah, Sean Bell?
Get the F out of here. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I don't know what you see. If you just look at the playoff landscape, again, you're looking at the West that probably has the Niners and the Rams. You're looking at the East that probably has the Eagles and the Commanders. The North, who had the most teams in. Green Bay's definitely getting in. I think Detroit and Minnesota both better than whatever the NFC South has to offer. So the only way they get in is if they win the NFC South. And I'm telling y'all, I picked Baker to be an MVP candidate. I think the Buccaneers are the real deal, an NFC Championship type of team. And so, no, I think the Buccaneers won't let the Panthers do that.
I am going to say, oh, yeah. I think the Carolina Panthers are going to be a playoff team this year. Built well in the trenches. Improvements from Bryce Young. Less foolishness from the ownership. So the organizational structure should run a little bit better. I am going to say, yeah, I think the North takes 3 teams. I think the East and the West take 1 team. And I think the South will get the 2nd team.
Yeah, look, I like Carolina. I like what they've done. I love Ted McMillan, Xavier Legette. That wide receiver core is really good. Might be the best wide receiver core in the division because Tampa Bay's receiving core can't stay healthy. I think with their schedule too, man, when you look at the front end of their schedule, there is a real possibility that this Carolina Panthers team starts the season out 5-0 before they run into the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Jets and Buffalo Bills. They play the Jaguars, the Cardinals, the Falcons, the Patriots, and the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are regressing, as I've said. I think the Patriots are going to be a much better team, but I think this Carolina team is better than the Falcons. I think they're better than the Cardinals, and I think they're better than the Jaguars. So I do think that there is a possibility that this team could start the season 5-0, and I just telling you, when you look at Tampa Bay's schedule as well, they don't play Tampa Bay until 2 of the final 3 weeks of the season. I think heading into those 2 of the final 3 weeks, it's going to be for the division, and I think Carolina wins one of those games and they take this division.
Here's the thing. It's not so much about being better than Jacksonville and Miami. Are they going to be better than San Francisco? Are they going to be better than Seattle? Are they going to be better than the Washington Commanders? That's kind of how they're going to be able to get that spot. I'm not sure how much of those teams are on their schedule this year, but they're going to have to win those games against NFC opponents that could be in that playoff race with them. So like I was saying earlier, every week in the NFL, you have a game that could have some kind of playoff implications. And so they need to win not only their division round games, right? When they play a team, when they play like the Rams, when they play the Seahawks, they need to win those games. They can't slip up against the Saints. You know what I'm saying? They got to beat the Cowboys, who they're probably are going to be better than this year. So I think those are the key matchups. What they do against the Seahawks, what they do against the Rams, what they do against the 49ers, that's going to determine, and those games are all late in the season, that's going to determine if Carolina is going to be a playoff team or not.
No way, no how.
Now, there you go.
All right, let's get to the next one. All 4 NFC North teams will make the playoffs. GTFO or OEA? Corey?
GTFO. And it's, I just think that the Chicago Bears are just a tick behind. I'm not taking a shot at the Bears. I think they're going to be improved this year, but and then how does the math work on that? I don't think it's mathematically possible for that to happen for an entire division to go to the playoffs. I could be mistaken on that, but I think you have elite teams in the NFC North as far as Detroit, Minnesota, and Green Bay. I think the Bears are good, but not elite.
Yeah, come on, no. You know what I mean? No. Again, I know, Corey, you may think the West and the East have one team, but again, the Commanders, the 49ers are much better, in my opinion, than the Chicago Bears. All right, so if that's what you're talking about, the Rams, Niners, Washington Commanders, all better teams in Chicago, all better up front, all have better head coaching. And so, no, I don't think the Bears – I think the Bears will be an improved team. I think they can be an 8-9 win team, but I don't think they're going to be a team that wins double digits and gets themselves in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think the Bears are a playoff team either, and I'm a Bears fan. Ryan Horvath, who's a Packers fan, is betting the Bears to win the division this year. So I just don't see that happening. But I think Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings are going to be better than people think. And I know you're not a big believer in J.J. McCarthy, Sean, but J.J. McCarthy under Kevin O'Connell, were you a big believer in Sam Darnold last year heading into the season? Probably not, right? But you look at the job that Kevin O'Connell did with Sam Darnold, and you bring J.J. McCarthy, even if he only does half the job that he did with Sam Darnold, you're looking at a team that won 14 games last year that could win 10 games this year, that could be a playoff team. So I think maybe 3 out of the 4. I don't think all 4, though, because I'm with you. I don't think the Bears – I think the Bears are I said their ceiling is 9-8 and their floor is 8-9. That's where I'm at with the Bears, so –
right quick, the Bears, it took the Commanders a Hail Mary to beat the Bears last year.
It did. And then they lost 10 straight after that.
That's true too, but I'm just saying, I don't know if I don't know, a Commanders Bears matchup would be what would you put a spread on that game? If the game is played in Washington, Commanders Bears, maybe I say Commanders -3.
Yeah, well, you're gonna find out because that's their week 6 matchup is against the Commanders, and that's actually
probably a line out for that game already.
Yeah, that's on Monday Night Football as well. So you're gonna find out pretty quickly what that spread's going to be heading into that game. It's a revenge game for the Bears. We'll see what happens. Look, I like this Bears team. I'm not going to lie. And I like what I'm seeing, but I need to see them do it on the field because there's been plenty of times, we watched Matt Eberflus and his stupid haircut and his stupid beard last year, and everybody got all excited about how good they were going to be, and then we saw what happened to them. So
what date is that, Commanders?
They play October 13th.
I can get you a line on that game right now. Commanders Bears October 13th, right after my birthday weekend. The Commanders are a 4.5 point home favorite.
There you go. I would take the Bears plus 4.5.
I would take the Bears at 4.5. By kickoff, that game would probably be 3.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, it's going to depend on what happens the first 5 weeks too. You never know. I mean, the Bears could come out swinging, and the Commanders could come out struggling. So there's going to be a lot of things that are going to determine, but we'll find out, man. It's going to be fun to watch this NFL. I can't wait for Thursday night. All right, let's go to your neck of the woods again, Corey. The Cowboys will win under 7.5 games. GTFO or OEA?
I was optimistic on this Cowboy team in the spring and at the early part of the summer. But the reality is not even to do with Micah Parsons. The reality is the schedule is brutal. The games against the NFC North and the AFC West, the Cowboys are not ready to compete with those teams yet. And I know Dak Prescott has done a marvelous job in the regular season of getting wins for this Dallas Cowboy teams, meaningless wins. But the schedule is just too tough this year. I think Dallas can be improved, and I think Dallas will play well. But I would take the under on 7.5 for the Cowboys, as crazy as that may sound.
They do have a tough schedule, but I'm going to take the over. Again, Dak Prescott, I believe the number is 33-8 against the NFC East when healthy. I mean, when Dak Prescott is healthy, they win. Right? They don't win in the playoffs. They don't know how to be clutch then, but when he's healthy, they win games. Again, Michael Parsons not being there is going to affect that because that defense isn't going to be as good. But when that team is healthy, Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs, again, I still have some issue with them, but when they're healthy, they know how to make plays. So they usually win 10 games when healthy. And so I think they can go out there and win about 9 games out there and be competitive in that schedule and win games because that's what they normally do when they're healthy. Their issue hasn't been talent. Their issue has been not being clutch.
Yeah, about a month ago during what Corey calls talking season, I actually bet the Cowboys under at that point, and they still had Michael Parsons. The schedule is brutal, man, and I'm not a huge believer in what the Cowboys are doing, especially defensively. So that's why I'm still staying under there. We got about 60 seconds left here. Let's go to this one. This is my favorite bet of the year. The Chiefs will not win the AFC West. GTFO or oh yeah? Corey?
Oh, yeah. Denver Broncos win the AFC West. AFC Championship game will be held at Empower Stadium in Mile High.
GTFO capital F. Y'all must have forgot. Remember that Roy Jones song? Y'all must have forgot. And that's what Patrick Mahomes is about to show y'all. Y'all must have forgot. The Eagles may have done us like that, but I own the rest of you chumps. And that's what I think you're about to find out with Patrick Mahomes and a pissed off Andy Reid.
I'm on the Broncos or the Chargers. Chiefs don't win it.
I'm all in on Bo Nix. I'm all in on Sean Payton. I'm all in on the Denver Broncos. And I'm all in on BetMGM tonight. For Sean Bell, it's Corey Parson. For B. Diddy and my man Mike, thanks for rocking with us. Brad and Ryan back with y'all tomorrow. Enjoy week 1.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Jake, a lot of us were knocked out in week 1 last year thanks to the Cincinnati Bengals, who I was one of those people that took them against the Patriots. Here I am thinking, I know the Bengals are bad in week 1, but the Patriots are so bad. Like, surely the Bengals won't lose at home to the Patriots. And nonetheless, we all saw how that went. With that being said, though, right now, what is your week 1 survivor play in the NFL?
PJ, at risk of running into this jackknife again, I kind of want to go against the Patriots. I kind of want the Raiders.
As a dog.
We both think that the Raiders can win that game. I think a lot of people are, like we said last segment, I think a lot of people are overrating the Patriots a little bit. And I think that, because for me, PJ, it's also, maybe I'm getting too cute, but when are we going to use the Raiders again? You know, it's like, let's get one of those mediocre to bad teams kind of in that lower tier. Let's get them out of the way for me. I know like Femi's big on the Raiders. He thinks they could maybe be in the playoff hunt. I'd rather get them out of the way so that I don't have to worry about them later on down the line. And if I think they can win the game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to bet the money line, I kind of like the Raiders week 1.
It feels like the ACC, I know it's 1 week, but Clemson lost as well at home to LSU, who traditionally under Brian Kelly does not handle openers well. But it feels like the ACC is now wide open. And in particular, again, as I look at some of these futures bets, because conference championships maybe don't mean as much in the 12-team playoff era, I look at some of these to make the playoff bets. And I still see a ton of opportunity, and Florida State is right there for me at the top of the list, almost 5-1 to make the playoff. When you look at the rest of their ACC schedule, when you look at the way they handled Alabama this past weekend, I'm feeling really good about the Noles.
I'm right there with you, Chris. Plus 475 to make the playoff.
Yeah.
We knew they weren't going to go 2-10 again this year. Like going into the season, even if there were some issues late in the summer, leading into the start of the season, like this is not a team that's going to go 2-10 again. So I think they still have some work to do to be one of the top teams in the ACC, but this ACC feels more wide open than it was heading into week one based on the performances we saw